operators in Oregon. It depends how you want to play. If you want to play aggressive, you can take Maru, Ying.
Of course, it's not banned, it's Dokkaebi, because if some people roams, you can like call for your team and your open fraggers will get info faster. In my opinion, Osa is so good because she is really good on almost every plant on Oregon. It will be so easier to plant with her shields.
If you want to play slow, you can just bring, as usual, a hard breacher like Thermite or Ace.
The best pick for me on Oregon would be actually Twitch, because people play a lot Fenrir, Goyo, Mira. I think it's a good operator to deny all that stuff. All equipment you need on Oregon actually has one set of claymores, flashes, smokes, or grenades.
Flash are really strong. The MPs, you have to bring them to open the worlds. You can flash pit, you can flash top white, you can flash close trophy. It's easy, like, except if they have warden, but it's the game.
The main spawn is actually pretty fast to enter the map.
Spawn street, but watch out, a lot of players are spawn picking, garage, main door, and master door.
If you like attack the basement, for me, two guys need to spawn on main and then go through the master bedroom. Two guys spawn from small tower, so they will work together in pair. One will drone for his teammate.
Easiest spawn I think would be to spawn small tower, to get 3 people rushing into the green window with someone baiting on the kids to put pressure on the vert. The last one could cut white or push Zulu to get the cover from server.
Those are my first entry chips on Oregon.
Impact grenade, I'm gonna go for Melusi.
Rook.
Impact.
Goyo.
No, Goyo has no more impact.
Ah non, pourri.
Maestro.
Oh, Echo.
Wesh.
Echo.
Echo.
Let's go.
H.
IQ.
Oh. Nice.
Let's go.
Goyo.
Doc.
Fenrir.
Melusi. Oh là 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 là. Let's go.
No. IQ? No, IQ is earlier, maybe.
Sledge. Oh là 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 là.
J'ai pas trop bonheur. Warden.
Oh là 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 là.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
I was playing a lot on Counter-Strike and I was studying in university, and they came to us and said, maybe you want to try to compete in our first Moscow tournament of Rainbow Six Siege with your Counter-Strike roster.
I met a group of people on DayZ who switched over to Siege and were like, you should get Siege, you should get Siege.
I was playing only for fun at the beginning, and then my friend Blaz, and he said, hey, I'm being paid to play Rainbow Six Siege. I was like, no, you're kidding. He sent me the proof, and I was like, how?
And there is the confinement because of the COVID, so I start playing more Rainbow Six as like the competitive part, and then I played the French League.
I was inspired to play in the top level when I used to watch the Brazilian league back in the days. There was players like Nask, Gohan, Astro. These guys motivated me to like buy a PC and just like play Siege on PC.
There is not one thing that made me become a pro player. It's like on everything, the atmosphere, the game as well. Like just everything made me feel like I need to be a pro player.
I think my big moment before becoming pro was Challenger League. We beat MCurse, and in Challenger League we beat them. Like that was a big opponent, and I was so happy to beat them. Like it was really a big moment. I wanted so much to be pro at this moment.
I think right now there's a lot of stuff for new players to like training their map knowledge.
I think if you want to become a pro these days, you have to watch a lot of VODs. Rewatching the same VOD, you're gonna understand like how the meta is being played.
Don't be able to like give in so easily. I was in Challenger League for like 5 seasons, right? Like I failed a lot.
Never stop the grind. Always like watching VODs of pro team, watching your VOD to see your mistakes.
Grind the game first of all, get good people around you, always have a good mentality in a team or work ethic.
As long as you have like the determination and the passion to carry on, you should always trust your gut and back yourself in those situations.
If I remember correctly, it's Skies who was telling to Jack to run out because he was playing in the second floor of the big tower. He was just baiting them for Jack to run out, and he could get both of them, but he got only one.
And actually now they're like they lost a breacher. They have to rotate, so now we have like the advantage. We still have the top and stuff, so like we knew that they had like lost one breacher, and we knew that like they can't open anything. Just like they opened the main at the beginning with the ace, so we knew that they had or like to come on the top or to come like dining. So like that's why we were waiting them. They just pushed with the Osa. The Osa was like kind of like against us since we can't really kill the guy. And I think I just choked the 1v2. I just picked and I should not have picked.
We choked the map. It's okay. There is like three maps remaining, so let's just focus on the next map, and we will talk about it after the match.
Like we knew that like every time on attack they were like baiting outside with like Brava and stuff like Twitch and stuff like this, so we knew that we just had to wait them, and like we know that we are better in gunfight, so we just wait them and play together like in cross and stuff like this.
Yeah, we wanted to make them waste their time. We knew that they love to take CC control when they push on border, so I was just there wasting time, and then we fall back when we get a kill or 1 minute and stuff.
Like if we see like 1 minute, I just drop from T1 like just to waste time. I got killed like the wrong timing. So now they have top, but like we still have C4s, and they have only like 50 sec, but it's kind of like free for us.
Yeah, we just gave them space.
I think we had the Valky cam like on the we had the Valky cam I think on like office. That's why like we asked him to flank, and that's where like we win the round.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why we are leaving top floor is that I can flank with Oryx on the hatches, so it's okay if we let them have top floor control.
Yeah, that was part of the like plan at the beginning.
We just sounds like we know how they play, we know what to do. Just do our basic stuff and we will win.
Okay, let's start. I think my first option will be
Shaiko from BDS.
I don't really need to speak much on Shaiko because Shaiko is probably, if not the best player in the world.
Put as a second support. because I think his playstyle fits the draw very well.
He's really he's amazing. He has one of the best aims in the game.
My first pick is British, the best support in the world.
I will pick Benja for my team. I would put him like lurking on my roster.
My second pick will be Deadshot.
I've played a lot with him and huge teammate, never negative, always positive.
He's good at entry. He's good at playing more flex.
Knows how to stat in entry. So
For my dream team, I will pick myself.
Because he's like a good entry.
He really plays good. Like he has strong gun power. He makes a lot of frags, so it's important as well.
At the moment, I'm the best first entry on the game.
I think I will take Tyrant. He showed a lot of good face during all the stages he did with the M&M.
I think we need more supports here.
Shepherd is like the hard support.
because he's one of the good support on EU.
He's like the most like calm, cool, and collected like player.
Has experience in the back lane.
A really good statistic of plans.
Yeah, we take Dan. Of course, of course.
He's just a goat. As an entry, as a flex.
He can play whatever he wants.
To be honest, no, I would pick Deepak and I would put Deepak as support.
Deepak is like the second flex support.
He's really good.
Deepak's probably one of the best fragging supports in the world.
I would say it's Noah from ITB, and he's keep improving. He's also playing really good as a flex.
I would have Azza from my team on flex. He helps me a lot with like calling and stuff. A really good teammate.
I think I will pick Alemão. Sometimes he's calling crazy stuff.
To IGL, I would take Likeyfac from BGS.
For me, I think it's one of the most talented young players. For pick, I would pick Doki.
He's really good at entry.
Like even if he dies early, like he's still like super vocal and like he's a super positive guy.
So I think it's important to have that X factor in your team.
I'll pick always to like vertical.
I will pick Savage from the Team Secret.
I think he's reliable player.
When we're playing scrims versus them, it's really hard to play versus him.
He has ideas to give to a team, so I think on a flex war he could perform with that team.
I think I'd probably do Liloon from Wolves as my coach. Her players speak of her really highly.
The last option for me will be coach for Wild at Zeus, because like they have really good performance in last year's stage.
So for the coach, it's Agdar.
I know him personally. He's French, of course.
No matter the player you will give him, he will make result out of it.
Put the Ents coach to be the coach, but he would have to listen to Benja, so...
Really working hard since the beginning of the game.
I learned a lot with him. So he will be the coach for this team.
Cameraman be the hero now. He'll need to be. G with the line of sight and with the glance on the block. To push them to not.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to EU League. This time for our last chance qualifier, LCQ edition. Hi, I'm Milosh, your host. Joining me on the analyst desk as we are bringing it all remote from home for the next 3 days. Extra Troika and Alfama, first time at this stage. Ollie, hi, you're joining us on the desk this fine day. How you doing?
Yeah, doing great. Excited to be here on the desk for a little bit of a mix-up. I've been casting with Demo throughout the stage, but looking forward to spitting some fire here on the desk today because we've got some exciting games coming up.
I can tell your shirt is fire today, so it's looking great as a start. Alpha Maleo, we're used to seeing you more on LAN than here online. How's it feel being back here with us?
It feels super good. Feels good to be back in EuroLeague. You know, European League has been my home for a long time, and now it's remotely, but doesn't make any difference. I waited till the very last moment to come.
It's a really good one, if you ask me, because we have a lot on the line. And before we kind of dig into that bracket and LCQs kind of break down how it is, let's take a look at our schedule for today. We've got 2 best of 3s lined up for you. Make Your Destiny will be playing against Wolves, so an all-French matchup. And why not add more French to it? ENCE will be playing against Virtus Pro. Now, a reminder for everyone that all of our games over the next 3 days are elimination matches. Yes, they're best of 3s, but if you lose the game, you're out of the running. And what do LCQs do? Well, they send one team, the winning team, to the Manchester Major and into phase 1. And why don't we talk about that? Let's bring up that bracket for last chance qualifiers and kind of dig through it from top to bottom. Leo, can you take us through the top half of it, please?
Yeah, we're starting with a very cool French derby, actually. The best French-speaking team in Wolves, facing its youngest challenger in Make Your Destiny. Young kids trying to overcome the Wolves dinosaurs, kind of. So it's basically a David versus Goliath, but everybody's French and no one surrenders. And then you've got ENCE, another French team, fighting versus Virtus Pro. And again, very different styles, right? ENCE is here to gain experience. They're young. They're coming into Tier 1 for the first time. And Virtus Pro here, they're fighting to prove that they're still at the top of the world after a really rough start of the season.
What about our second half, Ollie, please?
Well, this is where we get into somewhat more familiar territory, as these are 2 teams that we've been watching throughout this stage on EUL. We've got ENCE and Virtus Pro. A lot of people may be questioning how Virtus Pro have ended up here in the LCQ, and obviously we will get into all of that good stuff a little bit later on. And ENCE, of course, the team that formed right at the start of the stage and got themselves together. A lot of these guys, it's their first time playing inside of Tier 1, so they're going to be feeling pretty good about themselves, and I'm sure that they are fancying their chances tonight against a slightly weaker VP.
Bottom half of the quarters have Fnatic versus Forgotten Days. Alfama, Fnatic in EU, that's a change of pace, but Forgotten Days are, you know, they've been around for a while, these players.
Yeah, I think it's basically a patience game. You know, how long it will take for Fnatic to come to a major, and how long will it take for these guys on Forgotten Days to be back playing in Tier 1 Siege? It's basically a patience game between the 2.
One of them is going to have to take it. Maybe none of them does. And finally, Wild and G2. Wild, how they both got in here, Ollie, but, you know, G2 having a rough stage, to say the least.
You could say that it's fairly wild, Milosh. I do like that one. Of course, another couple of teams that we're used to watching all stage long. And if you maybe thought it was a bit weird that Virtus Pro were down here in the LCQ, then you might be thinking it's even weirder seeing G2 down here as well. They have had a very tumultuous stage. Things really haven't been clicking. We've not seen them have successful or successive good performances, so to speak, in any of the weeks, should I say. So they're in this spot right now, and while they're going up against them, we said last week, didn't we, Milosh? We said that G2, they're the sort of team that can turn it on when they need to.
Yeah.
They're running out of chances to turn it on now. It has to be now. It's now or never.
It's going to happen at some point, right? And, you know, even though we're talking about a video game that we all love here, I do want to play yet another game, as they say. We have suggestions from our wonderful producer, Tommy, who put forward and asked us, guys, you know, Milosh, Extra Troika, Alfama, if I gave you these pointers, so most to win, disappointment, most to lose, qualified, and what just happened, which team would you associate with those schemes and that hashtag specifically that we are using? Now, we submitted those recommendations, at least what we believe to most coincide, and these are teams that are specific to our LCQ. And I want to see this graphic because none of us have seen what the others have had to answer, and it is time for us to reveal it all. Please go ahead, production. Bring it on. All right, so hashtag most to win. We all align. Most to win. So the team with the most to win in this LCQ bracket is the Forgotten Days. Now, I won't bore you with why I believe it. I want to hear it from our analysts. So, Leo, you can start off first. What do you think? How do we get here?
I mean, it was the obvious choice. Like, when I was picking, I was like, okay, if the others aren't picking it as well, they might be trolling a little bit. So
yeah,
it's actually great that we synced, but I think it's quite clear, right? Most of these guys, they've played in Tier 1 Siege before. Now they're in Tier 2. They're trying to make a living of their career. And what best way to do it? By putting up a mix and winning your spot at the major and proving that you've got what it takes to play in Tier 1 Siege. Maybe even for some of them, it would be achieving more from Tier 2 than they've actually done from playing in Tier 1, which would be really funny, actually.
So far we agree, but will there be a split here? Disappointment. When we hear that word, who do we think of? Well,
ooh, I guess there's a little bit of
Alpha
bias there, right?
Yeah, Alphama, of course, being French, I understand the reasoning behind Wolves, but Ollie, specifically, why Virtus Pro for you?
I mean, I think probably for similar reasons to yourself, Milosh, just in that we know what this roster's capable of. We saw them have a really good performance at SI. We saw them beating teams like W7M, and they came into stage 1 in Europe League and didn't really do a lot. There's clearly something going on there, and we've always maybe criticized in the past and then sort of highlighted the Virtus Pro playstyle. And I just wonder, is it time for a change? You know, is it just getting to be that, you know, outdated play style that just isn't going to roll in this current meta of Siege? And for me, I think they've still got one of the most talented rosters out there. You look at players like Dan, Always, Pasha, like they're all there. You don't even need to mention players like Joystick who have got their own, you know, accolades in themselves. So I think for me, it was more of I think that they can improve. We know what they can do.
We know that what we can do, and now I think in many ways that applies to Wolves. We talked about it through the whole stage. You know, we have expectations because they set them themselves, and we'll see how it happens. Though, if we were asked who has the most to lose in this LCQ bracket, who would it be? Let's bring that up again. We don't know what others have selected, and each one has gone for a different team. I've gone for G2 because I feel like there will need to be some sort of like either player replacement or huge shift in how leadership is done on this team. Should they not make it to Manchester, there are no excuses anymore. You can't hide behind your hands anymore. Now, Virtus Pro, Wolves, of course, you two switching it up. So I just want you to very briefly describe, Alphama, why VP. Just give me a line.
Yeah, I just think overall, if you look at them, they've just went top 3 in the world. To now not making it to a major would be such a big moment for them, especially after, you know, the year they had in 2022. They fought their way back into Tier 1 Siege, and to miss an event after 3 consecutive STR events is just not acceptable for them.
Ollie, why Wolves?
Similar reasons. They've been to the past 7 international events. If they're not here, then, you know, it is a shame, but maybe this is the time.
Maybe this is the time. We'll talk about that in a bit. We have something to kind of follow up on it. But who do we think will qualify from this bracket? I'm going for Wolves. You guys are going for G2. What? You know, I get the EU copium, but G2? Really?
Even Alphamar hasn't gone for Wolves. Even he knows the truth.
Okay, listen, it's not
Call them
because
dinosaurs.
No, listen, it's not because I don't trust in Wolves. The reason is just you look at G2, they are the best when it comes to playing under pressure. Whenever they succeed is whenever their back is against the wall. How did they win the World Championship at SI 2023? Losers bracket run. They had a crazy losers bracket run at SI 2024. How did they qualify to the last major, Atlanta major? Winning the European LCQ. So it makes more sense, actually, in my opinion, to pick G2, because they're the best when it comes to playing under pressure.
I'm loving the copium. I assume, Ollie, you're in a similar boat here to Alfama, and I understand the argument. I went for Wolves, so it's not like I'm in a much better situation. Frankly, all the teams here in LCQ that came in from EUL, they've got a lot to answer for. So I'm just curious. Maybe G2 will have that shot. They made it through lower bracket of SI23, and that's how they won. So maybe, but one player or one team that kind of blows our mind. What the hell just happened? Who is it? Well, Alfama has gone for a full team in G2. What is going on? What is this shilling? Ollie has gone for Wild. All right.
That's fun.
And I've gone for Skies from Ents because he's great.
So I didn't realize that we could pick the same team twice. I just want to like clarify that.
Okay,
I feel like you've taken like a bit of a shortcut there in picking G2 twice. I kind of picked I didn't really know for this hashtag, you know, I felt like we could just interpret for ourselves what it was going to be. So the whole what just happened thing, for me, it was kind of that maybe sums Wild season up so far in like a bit of a, well, you know, what's happened here then? How has this sort of transpired? So that was the thought process, at least, behind my pick.
I saw it as more like, wow, this is amazing. They can, you know, this team or these players can always make it happen on the server, and they'll blow my mind. And usually that is Skies for looking at players in here. But Alfama, you went for G2 again. Very, very basic, very fence sitter. I don't know. I don't even know. You're gonna have to defend that choice later on when G2 come up to play. But you at home, who do you think has the most to win, is the most disappointing, or brings disappointment to you, the most to lose? Who will qualify, and who blows your mind when it comes to playing, or really your own interpretation of what the hell just happened? Though, for that said, that is the end of our pre-show. We'd like to move to match number 1 for today. Again, all of our games through the next 3 days are best of 3s, and we start off with another French derby. This time, it's Wolves with an advantage on it because they've never beat BDS. We already know that. They'll be playing against Make Your Destiny. We start off with Wolves and their roster, and Ollie, this squad, again, we've set those high expectations because they have set them themselves. How do we see them today?
Yeah, I mean, Wolves have, you know, they've given themselves quite the status to live up to, really, when you look at what they've been able to achieve over the last couple of years. For me and my money, I think it's a well-rounded roster. It does, in my opinion, rely too heavily on impact performances from people like Mowgli and Deadshot. You'll notice Deadshot there is the highest EPS rated so far. These are stats from across the entire stage as we've seen it. And you'll notice when the big players don't show up, they can struggle as a team, and that's one of the reasons why they are here in the last chance qualifier. Obviously finishing out the regular stage inside of 4th, missing out on that 3rd place spot to Into the Breach by only 2 points, and that is largely due to some of their overtime wins. They did get a couple of overtime wins in there as well, which had they been cleaner, they maybe wouldn't have found themselves in this position.
But Ollie, it is a surprise to see Wolves in this LCQ bracket, because if I'm not mistaken, they've been around for pretty much every single event over the past couple of years, and we have maybe a graphic to show that timeline. This is time for everybody to screenshot this and post it on the subreddit for pre-karma before anybody else does it. Alfama, you've seen this squad, and all 3 of us really have kind of followed their route from May 2022 till now. How is this going to change, if at all?
It's been almost 2 years, of traveling the world, of qualifying to every STR event. I think you see a clear, in the middle of this timeline here, after the Invitational in 2023, they make this roster change of getting rid of Rise, picking up Deadshot, which is an amazing pickup, to be honest. I think he's the best player on the team right now. But still, consistently, they have poorer results than in the year before. And I think that has to do with their attack side. I think it's quite clear that's their weak side. They really struggle. I think there is a lack of leadership overall in this roster, not pointing fingers at anyone, but I think in general that's the biggest problem, is they struggle with the cohesion. It's exactly like you pointed, Oli. They kind of thrive on having these huge, fast-paced group attacks, playing really quickly together. But if they don't have that solution, it's quite hard for them to play slow-paced and well. And this is where I think they lack leadership.
And if you look, just quickly, if you look at the positions and the placements of those international events, sure, they've made the last 7, but they placed 11th at the last 3, which that just goes to show the quality in Europe, really, more than anything, is that the quality in Europe is increasing. And we've seen that with new teams coming through, like Into the Breach and Secret, and what they've been able to achieve this stage. There's no longer room for mediocrity up at the top. You can't expect to go to a major and get an 11th place and be like, oh, we should be there next time. And I think that's maybe what sort of speaks into it. And of course, you mentioned, Elio, about their attacks, one of the lowest rated teams in the league on that attack win percentage.
There are no free wins, especially not anymore nowadays. And let's talk about Wolves' opponents. Make Your Destiny, who today are climbing up to make it to this spot here and to play against a team that they admire in many ways. Alfama, this squad, they've played a bunch of lands, which is crazy to think. But for those that don't know, kind of the French and Belgian / Francophone scene in Western Europe does have quite a few LAN events to play for.
I mean, you look at Tier 1 right now, you have 3 teams that have lots or majority of French players. It's also because we are able to nurture and foster, you know, young coming French-speaking talent through these events, through Tier 3 circuit, through community LAN events like this team has won multiple. Like, for example, they won 2 in Belgium. They just recently won Gamers Assembly versus a mix of Likefak and Shaiko. You know, these guys, they're grinding Tier 3 right now to prove they deserve to be in T1. And I wouldn't be surprised that some of these players will end up later in one of these top 3 French teams in Pro League. I wouldn't be surprised that these guys would come in professional play. Actually, they're following the same path as I followed when I started grinding T3 when I was underage, waiting to turn 18 and finally prove my worth against professional teams. And that's what they're here to do today, to get noticed.
And yet here you are with us. What a time it has been.
I mean, you know, it's a never-ending cycle of successes and failures.
Hey, it is success. It is a success when you join us on here. That's for sure. Let's move on though to our piece, because I talked about, you know, idols, but Baby Shark specifically. We'll be making a lot of jokes about the name as we go the day, but is a huge fanboy of Biboo. Now we take people to a tweet back from the 3rd of May 2020, 4 years ago, when Baby Shark was 15. And Alfama, I mean, I can translate, but I'll leave it to you. What did the Baby Shark talk about here in this tweet?
Yeah, so he's basically saying that it's his birthday in 6 days and that he's going to start a live stream, and it would be such a cool gift to have Biboo play with him on stream. So he was already a big fan of Biboo. I think he's been following him for a long time. And I remember when I was playing as well, Baby Shark was also interacting with my tweets and also following our journey. He's been vastly interested in the French pro scene, and I think overall super passionate about the game, and he's been grinding for such a long time to get to that point. So it's so cool to see him actually face Biboo today.
Yeah, I mean, he's been trying to compete since the age of 13, 14. So that is a long time for someone who just turned 19 a bit ago, if I'm not mistaken. But we move on from our kind of Baby Shark fanboy era into our maps for the series. Again, all of our games over the next 3 days are best of 3s, and this is what we have. First of all, Make Your Destiny will pick, and they will take us to Skyscraper, where they start off on defense. Next up, Wolves on a Bank. They start on defense. And finally, Consulate for Make Your Destiny. That'll be our decider. They start on defense there. Ollie, overall thoughts on this map ban before we focus on Skyscraper? What's your thoughts?
Obviously, it's always going to be difficult because Make Your Destiny are going to have a somewhat shielded map pool. Obviously, the players will have a better finger on the pulse as to, you know, what's going on in these lands and what's going on in terms of the sort of lower leagues that they're playing in. But it's always going to be a little bit more uncertain as to where you're going to go.
Alfama, if we zoom in on Skyscraper, do you feel that it's a bit of I guess, a naughty take here to go to Sky that requires more teamwork, I feel, than other maps?
Yeah, I actually think, looking at Sky, I think that's a trap set up by Wolves. So if I'm quite clear, like, the thing is, Sky is one of the best maps of Make Your Destiny, right? They've got a 4-win streak on it, 78% win rate. You'd want to pick it, especially against Wolves that aren't the best Sky team ever. But now if you look at the way Wolves plays, they're really good in defense. They're struggling in attack. So if you leave Sky open, you know that Make Your Destiny will pick it. You will start defense side, and you know that you're such a better team, well-rounded, plays well together, plays aggressive, such a strong team in defense. It's not a problem of the map. Like, if you start defense on Sky, they should easily beat Make Your Destiny on it.
I think, whilst I agree in some ways, I know that Make Your Destiny is one of their preferred maps, right? It's a map that they're more than happy to go to. They've played it inside the qualifiers. But you look at it on the face of it and you think, well, okay, Wolves are a good defending team. They've only just got a shy over a 50% win rate on the defense on Skyscraper anyway. If you contrast that with a map like Oregon, where it's above 75%, Consulate in and around 75%, and Bank, a map that we'll be going to later, up around that 70% mark, in the context of their defensive win rate, Skyscraper's relatively low. And we often say that Skyscraper can come down to 1 or 2 rounds being won on the attack. That tends to be all you really need. So I don't think it's going to be too bad. I don't think it's the trap that maybe, if it is a trap, I don't think it's the trap that Wolves potentially think it is.
I would like to add that actually to your point, Oli, actually Make Your Destiny have a really good attacker win rate on Sky. So it goes into your point. I mean, technically, Wolves need to be really good in defense, but it's kind of their only shot.
I throw my hands up in the air. I don't know. I just need to see it all happen on the server in front of me. So, Oli, Leo, thank you very much. We're going to toss it to our casters. Ace and Dez, take us through our first French derby of this LCQ bracket. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. I don't think you'd ever have those two stop talking. They'd love to talk about Sky all day long, and Tim, we would as well. And thankfully, we get to for the next 45 minutes. What a game this is set to be. What a story as well. As we've already said, Baby Shark looking up to his hero in Bibu now gets to face him for a spot at the Manchester Major. Get it in my veins.
I mean, albeit for different reasons, Des, but they do say don't meet your heroes. Is it going to be something that Baby Shark regrets today coming up against BB? We'll see as this one plays out. I'm really looking forward to this one. You know me, I always love, these stories where you've got a team coming through. There's maybe, a lot more expectation on one than the other. It's a dream run. It's, coming towards the end of that dream run for Make Your Destiny. And what a perfect name for them. And then you've got Wolves. Down, but not quite yet out. It's going to be a big one. I'm looking forward to this.
So many have said this is just a horrific place to be in LCQs here because you've got so many big teams to fight against. And I know some will look at this and say, oh, you know what? Wolves got a good start. They're against a team coming out of the open quals. I don't think there's any free shots left in this now that we're down to our top few teams, all fighting out for that one remaining spot. Bans are coming on, though, through pretty quick here. Tim, we have the Blitz taken away, and Shock Horror, our second ban, is going to be the KB being taken away. One of our go-to top bans that we currently have on the attacking side, and Kai going to follow through as our defensive ban for Wolves.
Kai ban being, particularly important there in what Kai leaves up, essentially. You're now going to have Source that's gone, so that means you've got Fenrir still on the board, one of those other big defenders that gets banned out. You've got Azami still on the board. You've got Valkyrie still on the board. Some real big choices have been made there with that Kai ban by Wolves, and we will see how it plays out on the server, how much of an impact those other defenders can have. The other big question, of course, Des, this is Make Your Destiny is a team that, as they've said on the desk, familiar with those LAN events. They've been around playing the game for a long time, but this is one of the first times I would say you've got them coming into real crunch time territory. This is everything they've wanted. They're up against the big T1 team. They've got their opportunity to make a run and get through to a major. Look who's waiting in the next match if they're able to beat Wolves. They get to play against Ents or Virtus Pro, a team that's been to a number of semi-finals and finals at the Invitation. There's so much on the line for them. Will these players be able to play with that light, energy, no nerves, get in there and have fun mentality that we often see from the T2 and T3 teams, the ones with nothing to lose? Or is this the point where the pressure and the nerves start ramping up?
Well, we're going to find out, Tim, no doubt. And just a quick intro in case you don't know too many of these players. It's worth noting the key ones to look out for. Realistically, Radent's the player that I've heard the most about. He is their flex player. He's also their IGL, so he's the big boy to keep an eye on. Lasmo, their first entry. No doubt he'll be one of the ones looking to get in some early engagements here on the Wamai, alongside, of course, Daddy Shark.
He's ramped it up for the game. He's bringing his A game. Well, he's gone from Baby Shark to Daddy Shark.
The joke was he turned 18 and he became Daddy Shark, and we'll see if today he really is that one or more if it's just someone really trying to play like the daddy. We'll find out as time goes by, no doubt. Especially when walls start descending on you at places we're so used to knowing. You've also got Juris worth mentioning, their support player. And this, interestingly, is also coming in as a hard breacher for them. He is actually a pickup for them. So they've had to change a couple of things around. However, it's not stopped things starting out well for them. Deadshot is off the board, and we all know, Tim, how well he played in their last couple of games.
Yeah, it's the perfect pickup for Lasmo to get really there. They can, not yet start falling back. They can't start giving up too much of their ground, but this top floor is going to become much more hotly contested now because the defenders have got a man over, so they can sit inside a T, they can sit inside a Geisha, and they can just wait now. They don't really need to take the fight to Wolves. They've done that. Now it's time to back off and just burn time. If they can burn another 40 to 50 seconds here on this top floor before Wolves get any real ground, it could be round one.
Really interesting one looking at it overall. When I spoke to Helby earlier on as well, the analyst for Wolves, and I said to him, how do you feel going up against these guys? And he's like, well, honestly, we haven't scrimmed them very often, and it was hard to trace down what streams they were playing on throughout open calls, so we don't have a hold on them. So although the guys have sort of said there's a bit of a secret map pool, there's also how they play these maps that might be considered quite secret and hidden away from Wolves here. So I think it's all on NYD to be able to cause a little bit of upset, a little bit of surprise. And yes, it's only started with 1 kill, but Tim, it can turn into so much more. Wolves getting themselves inside a Geisha, squaring up here for what may well be a classic Wolves all-in execute where they just descend in. But of course, not forgetting, we're not actually attacking upstairs here, Tim. They need to do this to get control of top floor first, and then think about site itself. And already, we're down to just 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and this is what I said, they've still got hold of Geisha, essentially. Wolves aren't able to start operating in there comfortably because there's still defenders up there on that top floor. They haven't cleared it out. So really, those players who make your destiny up on the top floor have done their job and more at this point. Wolves are just going to have to go for sight, and they might have to play against those verticals. Mowgli does manage to pick up one, and there's a lot of damage coming into him, though. Still 4 versus 4, 15 seconds. I'm not sure Wolves have got the time here, Des.
Well, I mentioned that Joe is a support player, so Mowgli's kind of broke the back of this team here, but still players on the upstairs. They've got enough ground and what they consider enough to be able to get this execute through. Shink is inside with almost no time left on the clock. P4's holding it down. The retake comes on through, but P4, as mentioned, has got just enough ground, Tim, and Wolves pull it off. And what I love about that attack is they didn't see a need to get the entire top floor control, just enough. Geisha, planting through the window, have some control downstairs as well. Wolves didn't see the need to get most of the map, just the bits they needed. Great first attack.
That's actually, I would describe that as surgical, essentially.
Yeah.
That is almost 100% efficiency. That is not taking a floorboard more than you need to. I was commenting how the defenders had kept themselves up there on the top floor. They were in positions to be able to challenge. They, may be able to play those verticals onto Wolves. But no, Wolves just had the angles. A big double from P4 just really locks it down. You can see it here. That's the kill that really keeps Wolves in that position then to get the diffuser down, because they'd read in to Make Your Destiny's plan. They knew what it was going to be, that they were going to come on that late flank from the T side, from the drum side, and try and get themselves in. And Wolves just read them like a book there. It was beautiful. They took no more than they needed to, and it worked fantastically.
But what I will give follow over to NYD as well is the team play there. The 2 players at the same time swinging onto P4 was the right idea. Yes, you didn't get the shots that you needed to get the kill and secure that top floor control, but it was the right idea to go for a 2v1. You've just been outplayed by P4 there, unfortunately, boys. But it's a good sign that we've still got a bit of team play here, and they're not going to roll over and let Wolves run away with this game. However, it is that one attacking round that the Des were talking about. You only really need a couple of them on Skyscraper to feel very happy going into the second half on the defense. So I think Wolves probably won't feel too bothered so far, all going according to plan in their books. So attention will turn no doubt onto NYD to be the ones to figure something out. Their name, Make Your Destiny, really becoming a thing here after the first round.
Wolves pretty aggressive on towards Sat here. 30 seconds in, opening up the window that looks directly on in. Ooh, we've got a little bit of a standoff at Shrine here. And how does Mowgli get away with it? He goes in and takes down Daddy Shark. He's going to be picked up on the way out, but there could easily be a recovery here, and that's a great start for Wolves.
Raiden was really fancying it as well. He went to the house doorway and was looking up on towards balcony, hoping to get someone being a little bit aggressive, either on the rappel or jumping out of that window. So again, right sort of idea, but Wolves, they're a little bit wise to these tactics. They were forged in the fires of ranked play. They know what kind of stuff to expect, and they've kept themselves at least 5 alive for now. Mowgli, yes, definitely worse for wear, but ultimately he only needs 1 or 2 shots to make a difference.
Yeah, I think that opening kill there feels, it's a sentence that I often use as, for NYD, that is welcome to big school. You might have got away with it previously, but if Wolves are on their day, if they're playing their game, you're not going to catch them out with things like that. And really a big question here on Skyscraper and in the game overall is how quickly can MYD recognise that fact and adapt to it? You know, they're going to have to play around it. They're not going to get away with those cheese players. They'll get hurt if they try them.
Absolutely. And they've tried a C4 from below, and Lasmo's got to rejoin his team here, holding largely on the upstairs. But guess what, Tim? Wolves are just always one step ahead. You've got Bibu watching on the stairs, sorry, Mowgli watching on the stairs for him to come pushing up. And P4 was nearly in a spot there to start making magic happen on the Capitao, but has found himself nearly out. Mowgli takes a single bullet, exchanges one back the other way, but still finds the down. Those are the spots where you really expect to see him finding a kill. Shinka also hitting the deck. So for all intents and purposes, Tim, I was about to say it's a 3v3, but he's back on his feet.
Wolves have done a great job of being able to pick each other up when downed, but a big double comes in and those players are not going to be picked up. Deadshot is looking to challenge, but the swing comes on to Terrace and he is going to be taken out. Bibu, last man alive, 1 versus 3. Unlikely to get much out of this, I would imagine, with 15 seconds left to go. He does have the diffuser in hand, but honestly, it's going to be a bit of a moot point, really, as he goes in, knows that there's one just inside. There you go. The information comes in from the down player. The swing comes on through, and that is going to be MYD managing to take their first round. And what a time to take it. Not getting themselves too far behind. 1-1 and keeping it close.
Absolutely. And I think it was a good close of play as well, using the down player almost as bait there. As soon as they know you step in and go for the kill on him, the other two can swing in. Bibu can't possibly look directly in front and directly behind at the same time, and we'll pay the price for it. Get themselves around on the board. I think ultimately Mowgli was in a really key spot there to do some serious damage. But they finally managed to tame the beast there and get themselves on the board as remarked. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing though, Tim. It's been good. Map control, not necessarily taking control of the entire map so far from the side of Wolves, taking what they need, but also these cute little bits of team play coming out from MYD, looking to challenge Wolves and kind of bring it to them. It's something that Baby Shark remarked about when I spoke to him. He's like, you know what? We're a bunch of young guys. We're quite aggressive in game as well. You're not going to see us, like a wilted lily here, sitting back and letting them come to us. We'll be trying to get busy around the map too.
Really nice crossfire established at the end there as well. They understood, how do we win this round? Where is Bibu? Just one inside of Dragon, one behind Bomb Chassis, and just basically play off that third player who was downed. He's a living camera at that point in time, just as soon as he makes the call, both swing at the same time. And it's job done, really well closed out for MYD. And as I said, they do need, I'll repeat what I said and I'll double down on it. They need to be careful about those jump outs, about those peaks, about trying to play right on windows like this, trying to get aggressive. That is where Wolves are going to punish them. However, I do like the mentality behind it. I do like, that they're not giving Wolves too much respect here. They're not playing scared. They're happy to get up there and try and go for those challenges and get themselves something. And there you go. Absolute freebie. Just as I'm saying, it won't work against Wolves, those sorts of plays. Wolves, you're going to have to wake up.
Yeah, Shinka's kind of giving away a bit of a freebie there, though, to be honest. Like, had the right idea. You even saw him ADSing as he came into the corner, yet still rounded with a little bit of delay on firing. Clearly did not quite anticipate someone to be there, even though in the back of his mind it was probably saying, there could be someone at that door. There could be someone at that door. Just didn't pull the trigger when necessary. And the problem here, Tim, is for me, again, that Capitao being taken offline. We spoke about this in previous weeks when you and I have cast together. Capitao, just such a powerful operator right now. I think regardless of map, yes, he'll draw bans on things like Club, but just an incredibly effective operator with 2 smokes, 5 bolts, 3 speed, secondary gadgets he can bring along. You run out of breath before you finish about all the things that he brings to a team composition. And when you've got a Monty on side, that's essentially -1 gun. For all intents and purposes now, yes, the Monty brings a lot to a round. You've got 3 guns coming up against 5.
We're just going to be relocating as well, looking to pressure the opposite side of the map. Redent is still in position downstairs. I don't think he knows that he's going to be coming head-to-head with Deadshot soon. Mowgli has been downed elsewhere, but this is an important fight. He's going to be drawn like a moth to a flame towards that Monty there. Sees his opportunity, and it's absolutely beautiful. I don't know how purposeful that timing was, but Deadshot gets himself an absolute freebie. Bibu, however, just late to the party, can't protect P4, and that leaves Mowgli down as well with 4 versus 2 now.
Got to back themselves out and get this one up here. An uncharacteristic Selma being used to open up some holes from below. Try and force these players at least slightly away. However, Deadshot's being swung onto here, and Wolves was looking a little bit scattered, a little bit frantic, to be honest with you, Tim. trying to engineer an attack together with the 3 members that they have still got on side. Again, remembering that Monty is all but a gun down here. Not the end of the world. He can get himself inside the site. It could be a good plank coming on the way, but realistically, you want this full hole opened up so the Monty doesn't have to drop the shield to step on through. Normally, you'd see a second Selma coming in to help out with that dead shot. I'm not sure if he has any left, though. He's going to go for it. There we go. And he's in. And manages to keep himself alive, which is the most important part. Now, it's Wolves in a pretty good position. I say that until Mowgli hits the death note, Tim.
That shot does manage to find one. Bibu long range with the pistol. There's a new opportunity being forged by Wolves here. 2v2. Deadshot taking a ton of damage and finished off. And surely that's going to be the round there. Bibu knows he needs to come off the plant. Has to go for the kills. And MYD, they managed to lock out another one and take themselves the lead here. It's 2-1.
Lost the offsite, but won the 2 main sites. Kind of what you expect, even though it's been a little bit back to front in terms of site order, I suppose you could describe it as. It's been an interesting few rounds. That one there, I think, got a little bit nervy towards the end. I thought we'd see Wolves really bounce their way back in. As soon as Bibu was inside the site, I thought, oh, man, now you've got to deal with Deadshot and Mowgli holding down these angles. Whew, good luck on that front. But obviously, as you saw, not quite able to put it off. Good sign so far, though, Tim. It's proven to be a bit of a battle between these two, which is exactly what you wanted.
That's it. Coming into it, it would have been easy to look at this matchup and say, this is going to be Wolves. Wolves should win this. And in honest truth, Wolves should be winning this. They're a team that have been, at the last 7 major events, as we've said, and they can't be coming in here and losing in the first round of LCQs. It will be a big, big loss for them. But MYD, they're a team that have been around. They've played in, they've done the hard yards. They've put the hours in. They've been at those tournaments. As we've said, up against players like League-Fight, like Shaiko, being in the French scene, I'm certain it's probably not the first time that they're coming up against some of these players on Wolves as well. And they're prepped, they're ready for it, and they are coming in today. As I said, we don't know what we're going to get from these teams sometimes. Are they going to, is the stage going to make them, or is it going to break them? And at the minute, they are standing up tall and proving that they belong on this stage.
Must have got to give a remark towards I'm calling Daddy or Baby Shark at this point, but playing top left of your screen. Obviously, a lot said about him in the pre-show about how much he was looking forward to this game against the heroes that he grew up admiring. So far, yet to really make himself known, but those other players that we were talking about, Tim, really stepping themselves up here. Pingar Torres, by the way, I'm pretty sure is the player they mentioned was currently there standing as their normal go-to, is currently on vacation, bless his heart and soul. So they've had to change a couple of things around in terms of who's playing what role, or so I'm told. But now, at least, obviously, it's not doing them too badly. However, them losing the entry so early on here, the castle being taken offline, yes, one of the more disposable operators in your lineup, should we say, once those barricades have already been deployed. Still not good losing a gun so early.
And it's a gun that will likely have an ACOG on it at the minute, of course. Yeah. Castle coming back to popularity, being one of the defenders that has been graced with the ACOG. So, much more popular. We see another one here with the Wamai, a few others to boot as well. But yeah, losing that is not going to be great. And Wolves, I'm sure, are going to look to take full advantage of this situation now. 5 versus 4. They can start looking to take that top floor control again. We saw how well they did with it last time. They didn't need a lot of it, but what they did get, they put to full use.
Shot's really got himself tucked in here, and I like this spot as well. I love it when teams play so aggressively on towards Geisha, and especially knowing that last time round Wolves fought tooth and nail to get Geisha. It was their primary win condition to be able to plant inside a kitchen window. They've really gone to the nines to make sure it stays closed up with the mute jammers that have come in. We've seen them, of course, getting the back castle barricade up as well. Holding that part of the map is super critical, and even with these longer angles through into it, it's a good setup and one that Wolves are slowly having to try and work their way through here, but have got to be respectful about the swings that can come on through. As you just saw, Daddy Shark being given a lot of room to play in here as well. Flashes now come on through, mean the team should be able to march on forward.
Yeah, he's under a lot of pressure now. P4 taking damage, though, and Daddy Shark doing a good job to absorb this. Manages to get a kill. Lasmo's there to support as well. All of a sudden, 4 versus 2. Wolves on the fight back with Mowgli for a late trade, but look at his health. Again, Mowgli seems to have been playing so much of this game on super low health. 2 versus 3. Not real control of the vertical, especially if they both drop. This is going to be really difficult. That's Mowgli taken out, and Shinka last alive. It's job done, and that's 3-1.
Absolutely love it. Adaptation in that round, as mentioned, was brilliant, I think, coming out of the boys of MYD, just changing their setup entirely. 3-4 guns, all pointing in towards Geisha, knowing that that was where Wolves really capitalized back in round 1. And it's just Siege, it's fine. It's adaptation. It's learning based on what you've seen the last time around you play it. It's why I refer to the game sometimes as being played in quarters, 3 rounds, 3 rounds, 3 rounds, and then potentially another 3 if required. It gives teams that chance to learn and adapt to what they've already seen. The critical thing there, Tim, is they've won what's considered that offsite, right? We already saw them be successful last time round on these 2 primary sites that we're about to see. I say 2 primary sites we're about to see. We're going downstairs to a very, very rarely seen site, Tim, inside a bathroom and bedroom. So something new for Wolves to figure out.
Unusual, and I think it's actually a smart play from MYD against a team that have struggled on the attack. Throw a curveball in, throw a site that actually they're not going to have attacked very many times. If they're already struggling on those sites that they're attacking over and over and over again, you just sort of throw in another problem for them to solve by going over onto the house side. So yeah, I don't hate this at all. I think this could be a really good call. It's one of those that you look at afterwards and, you know, if they lose it, you say, you know, maybe there was a stronger side they could have gone to. But honestly, sometimes you got to take a little gamble, and I don't mind it now. You're 3-1 up. You need one more round here to kind of win the half and be comfortable with what you've got. You know, anything more than that is going to be even better. And yeah, I think this is a good time to roll the dice.
Magnet activate. Roll the dice. No shout. I think it's like we haven't seen too much success on admittedly. I remember looking at the stats. It was a few weeks ago now. We'd only seen it played like 3 or 4 times around the world, and it hadn't been the greatest success for the defensive side. So I really hope here MYD know what they're doing, because as we've already said, Wolves are no slouch on this map. After Club and Oregon, it is their highest preference map. They love going here, even if in recent history they are 0-3 on it. It could turn out to be 0-4 if this game carries on the way that it is. Starting things off though, VIP going to be opened up, which means King Artorius, again, believe that's Stiz, is finding himself in a spot where he might get pressured from above. So he's got to be careful here about the pushing from a bit below, but also from above. From below, he should be covered out inside of sites itself. So it's not like we can just march in here and march up the stairs and take him down. There will be support coming from inside deep sites itself, but has to know that he's in a bit of a precarious situation.
You can just see a little bit of rearrangement going on there of a couple of positions for MYD as they start facing up to what is happening in front of them. Mowgli managing to get himself another entry kill. This time picks up Rodenti, who was inside of sight. So that just wonders, you know, begs the question how much ground they've got. And Bibu is inside a sight here. So this could be a big problem for MYD now. They're going to have to fight their way back in. Shinka has managed to join him, so Wolves are getting numbers. The question is, how much can they use the vertical? Planting inside of the smoke is going to make that almost impossible to stop.
A Warden on side, but Lasmo's in, and he sprayed to the smoke and found his man as well. Absolutely huge, and is now going to face up against his player at the other side. 10 HP to his name. Deadshot rounds in, and finally they managed to shut him down. But Tim, they're missing that vertical control. Daddy Shark also falling down here as well. Yes, it sounds as weird for me to say that as it does for you to hear it. 3 on their feet, though, for the side of Wolves, and 60 seconds to play, Tim. That is plenty of time to get this round over the line.
Yeah, it is, and it's a little bit unfortunate for MYD. Stopping that plant inside a site, you felt like might be the turning moment for the round, but Bibu Deadshot, they find 2 apiece right there at the end, and that's going to close it out. But yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that for MYD. They took a gamble on the site. Wolves sort of tried to rush in there, get the diffuser down, and then the spray through the smoke. Lasmo managing to stop it. It was big from them, but just not enough.
I think part of the risk comes in that Lasmo was the only one to really make a move at that time round. We had Baby Shark playing up inside of Wardrobe. He was hanging there, dancing around the doors a little bit. I think he dropped in through the hatch, for example. But the problem then was Lasmo was the only one looking to challenge on site itself, and it gave Wolves a lot of agency to move 2 or 3 players. Deadshot the man ultimately finding Lasmo through the soft wall. The others, relatively static upstairs, somewhat impeded by the smoke, yes, but really kind of left him by himself inside the site to try and fight against this onslaught of Wolves players that had taken over the ground floor. And fundamentally, once they got inside of control, Wolves were not going to let that one go. And I think MYD there just gave themselves a few too many problems to try and solve. Wolves get that second round that they need. It is once again on a bit of an offsite here. We're going to end things off with a nice cup of tea and karaoke and tea.
10 seconds remaining.
MYD, I feel like this is a round that they need. I've been positive about them so far. I will continue to be positive about them. I like what they've done. They've not played scared. They've come out with their own game plan. It has worked at times, at others it has not. And I think a 3-3 half really benefits Wolves. They're a side that, as we've said countless times, have been struggling on the attack. I think put them on the defensive skyscraper, and that's when MYD are really going to get that introduction to tier 1 play at Siege, where, you know, there's a lot on the line, because I think Wolves are going to be very, very difficult to break down on the second half.
Still going to get there, of course. Still going to get away through this final round here. Once again, it's going to be hard denial in towards Geisha. No castle being brought along this time around to reinforce things up. So maybe a bit of a softer hold coming in towards Geisha here than what we saw from Make Your Destiny last time around. They were on this site. But Tim, I've just seen at the bottom of Black, there's a few players starting to stack up here. Look inside of the bathroom. You've got Bibu sat just outside on that shield once again. So I'd imagine we're going to see a top Black take as we've seen previously and look to them make an execute happen inside of Karaoke. But it does require getting that wall fully opened up. We almost saw Bibu take a few shots to the knee, dare I say, last time around as he came bolting on through. Ultimately won out the pistol 1 versus 1. But you got Shinka on the window, on the Capital, ready to make some magic happen. This should be orchestrated as all hell to MYD.
Bibu's just going to be feeding that information in for the time being. Monty's 2 main tasks are create space by pushing defenders out of position and to feed intel into his team, and then of course to take that space and push forward. Bibu not ready yet, just waiting for that extra support. All he wants is that wall open. He wants the crossfires established, and then he can get into that little plant spot and hold it down. Gonna have Shinka just checking the drones there. He's the one on Karaoke window, so he's stopping anybody pushing across from this Geisha side, and he's going to help himself to do that with those Capitao bolts. As you can see there, utility going out. It's going to be go time very soon for Wolves.
I mean, that's both their firebolts coming on through. Oh, sorry, one coming out. I thought they fired the second as well, but no, just the one coming on through for now to try and restrict some movement. Smoke coming on through as well. No doubt the same coming out of Shinka in a second. The whole site is going to light up, and this is where Lasmo has really got to make some magic happen on that Warden. For now, Bibu just identifying where these last couple of players are before he tries to make the step on through. It's always a risk at that moment. If someone's watching you, you're losing a good few health points on that march on through, but I think Bibu might already be in, Tim.
Mocha is going to be taken out though by Lasmo. Bibu has not managed to get himself on in. There we go, gets through the rotate now, and this time they've got more manpower. Wolves should have what they need to get this diffuser down. Nitro goes out, it's not going to be a good throw. They are going to stick this as P4 manages to get the kill. Shinka taken off the window. That could be a problem in the post plant, but 3 versus 3 with a shield on side, they really should be able to hold on to this. Deadshot, he's on the pistol, he gets taken out. This could be dangerous for Bibu now.
P4's got to do it all here is the real battle, and I think they know that he's not going to be in here to join them out. Almost blinding himself down. Ultimately, the cross comes in. Radon picked up from beyond the grave, but look who's waiting in below Tim. Oh, this is going to be horrible. They'll do their very best to try and stick this one out, but they'll have absolutely no idea. The reverse comes on through. He's not going to find his man. Changes angle, won't be able to find him in time, and MYD will get the round over the line. A great retake coming on through, despite it looking like a signed and sealed deal for Wolves.
Deadshot really finding himself in a tough spot there. I imagine that he was sticking with the pistol because he needed a reload on the main. I can't imagine that he'd burnt all his ammo at that point. Yeah. If he had, either way,
no way.
The outcome is the same. You know, the point is that he couldn't take the fight on even terms, and it was well played by MYD. Get in there, get aggressive onto him, make sure you secure that kill, and then you can bully the shield together inside a site. And it was really, for me, you know, they start losing that round when Shinka gets taken off the window. That was a big loss. You want that player there to hold those angles through to T, to hold the cross from Geisha, to hold the corridor, to just make it as difficult as possible for Bibu on the Monty to be pressured. So once they clear Shinka off, you could see it in the round. MYD, they started circling like daddy sharks. They were going for it. They knew that blood was in the water.
I was thinking to myself, what's a downgrade from a shark? What's like a dangerous sea creature, but not quite a shark?
10 seconds left before insertion.
I don't want to say dangerous because there aren't that many shark attacks around the world. It's actually very much blown out of proportion how dangerous sharks are. There aren't that many shark attacks in the year, Tim.
I mean, I don't want to say it, Des, but it's a little blown out of proportion in the server at the minute as well. 2 and 4. You know, he's struggling to get himself into it. But the reason that I've said that, I'm not going after Daddy Shark. I'd love to see him have a great game. Obviously, you know, we've seen how much of a fan of Bibu that he is, and you'd like to see him come and impress in that sense. Given that he's now on the attack, that's the reason I bring it up. Are we going to see that difference? We quite often see players that will have, you know, consistently better attacking halves or consistently better defensive halves. A little bit quiet for his team so far. Is this going to be where he can really light things up and help to push them on? It's 4-2. They're doing great so far. That little bit of a spark could well take them over the line.
My God, do they need it? Really, the attacking side, though, is where teams are made or broken for meat, and we know that Wolves are absolute defensive juggernauts. Sure enough, Radon's tried his very best to sneak his way forward and also been put in the dirt for it very quickly. by the other side. Look at that, though. The players all rotating over. You see them on the right-hand side of your screen. They're out of here, Tim. They're going off for themselves to go running elsewhere. Probably moving the way over towards this south balcony instead. Right sort of idea. But again, for me, this attacking side is where we're really going to see them made or broken. For defense, it's easy to put the reinforcements up, get your rotation set up, and hold those angles if you have to, making the other side do all the work. Whereas now you're the ones that have got to do all the work against a very, very successful defensive side.
Going to make it difficult here to open up Geisha Wall, and out goes the first. Misses with the first impact nade, has to send the second, and that's going to make it pretty easy now for this Selma charge to get the job done because there are no impact nades to come along. We'll see it breached. Geisha Wall is open, but with half of the round gone, MYD haven't really got themselves established inside of the map yet and haven't started taking any of the ground that they need to think about a plan.
They were really hoping that Raiden would be the one to get in and do a little bit of magic, I think, on the Nook, but as we've seen, that really came into nothing. Even with Lasmo getting himself the one. Oh, the pre-fire coming on through! Call him a laser mo at this point, Tim. He's finding skulls this game. Up to 9 kills, our top fragger in the server against some terrifying opposition. Deadshot and Mowgli, 2 of our best entries that we've got in EU so far. I wouldn't say being kept quiet, but definitely meeting their maker in the form of Lasmo.
Yeah, I just love that, like I've said, they're not really paying too much respect. They're happy to go in there, take the gunfights, they're happy to take ground, and it is working out for them. But 30 seconds left to go. Can they get this done? Yes, they can. Shooter manages to just go around on a big swing.
Wow.
Picks up a second. Daddy Shark gets involved as well. What a round from MYD. 5-2 up now and showing exactly why they picked Skyscraper.
Not really sure what's going on for Shinka today either, bless his heart and soul. I believe he's 0-6 at this point. And again, it's not about harping on individual players all the time because we've all seen Shinka in those clutch situations where he pulls it out the bag. But missing shots onto a man, stood in the doorway, not even looking at you. You'll be kicking yourself that you don't convert that into a kill for your team and then you get swung on and you die to Daddy Shark a couple of seconds later. So far, it's killing them. But again, I'm loving the aggressive team play that we're seeing come out of the boys of MYD so far. It's looking like they're up there, ready for a scrap. They're getting themselves in position with all the right utility and then pushing for these gunfights that walls are just crumbling in front of. And again, full credit to Lasmo. For me, Tim, in the early parts of that round, absolutely flying.
Yeah, really good stuff so far. And they are going to be looking, of course, to continue in that vein because 2 more rounds and they will have map 1 and a minimum of 3 will be played if Wolves want to win anything. But you just look at this position that they're in so far, Des, and I'm not sure how much of an answer Wolves have got to this MYD side, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's hard to call still, I think. No matter which way you look at it, Wolves have had a couple of good moments in this game where they've looked really composed on top of it. I think you look at that round there, they'll be kicking themselves a little bit and saying, right, pause, chill out, slow down. We should be winning this here. If there's not a tap timeout that's taken place there, then it needs to be after the next round, though, because otherwise, Wolves are potentially 6-2 down on one of their favorite maps against what many would look at and say, and quite fairly so, are a tier 3 French side currently beating the snot out of a tier 1 pro-level French team. That is bonkers.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Let's see if Wolves can at least get themselves a 3rd round. For me, they need to get 2 in a row here. They need to get themselves back to 5-4. I feel like it's just way too soon to be letting MYD get themselves onto that map point. They need to just now steady the ship, get themselves the 2 primary sites. They've still got Karaoke Tea. They've still got Office available. They've got everything they need to be able to get a couple done here, Wolves. And honestly, like I've said, I'm just not sure that's going to be the case. MYD, you know, they don't need any encouragement here. This is something, you know, they haven't just been working towards this through open qualifiers. They've been working towards this since tweets that we saw in 2020 from Baby Shark, you know, really setting himself up, you know, looking for team, playing in all those T3 competitions, the LANs, everything that they've done so far has been building towards this. And they've turned up and shown that they are ready to play with the big boys at the minute.
You know what I love, bless him? He was tweeting, I think he was 14 at the time, and he was tweeting like, oh, I'm Plat 2 looking for team. And we've all been there. But to now be at a level where you're competing against, you know, pretty serious competition, just goes to show how things can build if you really commit to it over a number of years. Lasmo, my man for the moment, he is starting to march his way forwards too. A lot of orange outlines, though, staring through him. And I was about to say, he's got to be respectful of that. And Deadshot, sure enough, just takes his skull. And again, a big presence for the team, now taken offline.
Yeah, as you say, Lasmo, particularly in the early rounds, has been great. He's been coming in and making a lot of space. Good teamwork from MYD to then take that space, that map control, and use it. And so, losing him so early on, I feel like it's going to be a big loss. I'm interested to see for the next minute 30 how well MY do at that push forward, you know, at that team play. Is it driven around Lasmo, or are they going to find somebody else who can go in and create that space? At the minute, it's Rodenti trying to get up the hatch. Will be successful, keeps himself alive, but is going to be taken out by Shinka. Bibu finds one as well, but Zhua again coming in and getting a double. How many times has he done this to get his team back in it?
Got Snipe, which is the critical part here, and King of Artorias has got work to do with 2 players. Now 3 starting to bear down from this single angle. Got to be so careful, but sees the head. What a snap. Tim, this was 5v2 a second ago. Now it's down to a 1v2. It's not looking so bad, actually. I believe Wolves can hold on here, but Ju has already found 2 kills for himself towards this round end. 1 more, and it's down to a 1v1, and that is a terrifying prospect for Wolves. What does Ju know about the player off towards his right? I think he has at least a sort of idea, but he's pushed in, down to no HP. He had the right idea onto Bibu, but he gets the close. 5-3 then to MYD.
Yeah, Bibu doing a good job there. I think he knew that the moment was on. He'd seen the man peek around the door frame. That's the time to push. You're not going to get that repeat realistically. Just hit the pre-fire and job done. Bibu closes it out. So Wolves, the first of 2 important rounds for them. As I said, they needed at least 2 back-to-back. Get themselves back to 5-4, and then you can start thinking about winning the map potentially. It is, as we've said, MYD's map choice. So Wolves, if they lose it, they can kind of write it off a little bit, you know, with them going to Bank, which is their pick. But there's still that element for me to Wolves to lose, and it's no disrespect to MYD, but from a tier 1 team mentality that has been consistently at majors, to lose your first map to non-T1 opposition, it's going to be a big blow. You know, these players have to come into games like this believing that they are going to walk it, that they are so much better. They've got to do that when they play BDS. They've got to do it when they play G2, let alone anybody else. You've got to go into the server believing that you're so much better. So to get that confidence knocked in the first map will be a big blow to Wolves. And then you start looking at their map choice and thinking, you know, I don't know, players. Imagine the amount of space that somebody like Lasmo is going to be able to find on Bank. It could be an absolute nightmare for them.
He could. He absolutely could. And the thing is about, like, I had a chat to Baby Shark earlier today, and I was like, you know, I know most teams don't want to talk about it. Where do you fancy really playing Wolves? And he was like, well, Club Oregon, don't want to play them on that. Very fair. Those are Wolves' favourite 2 maps. He said, I really fancy a bit of Sky, I really fancy Chalet. Those are the 2 maps we'd love to play them on. Bank wasn't in that list. And so I'm a little bit nervous going into that as our second map. Will we see things change around entirely? Will we see them be upset by Wolves on that map? It's very, very plausible. Wolves maybe not in the age they are today, were a fantastic Bank team at one stage or another. Hopefully we see them build back into that in that second map, because this could well prove to be one hell of a best of 3 if we see ourselves go into all 3 maps. Either way, Wolves are now on the defense, as you've seen already. Round 9 kicks off 60 seconds in. They're the ones who've got to make some magic happen here. Yes, they trail, but only to 2 rounds. They've still got that tack time out. It's so required. But I imagine at this point, Lulu feels that the boys have got it figured out, that they know the way through this game. It's just to really brute force your way through it the best of times. Hit a few more shots. So Shinka getting on the ball in the last round. Things are improving. Let's hope that it's in time. Oh, shot.
I was just going to say P4 is in a critical position here, but that's not going to help him as Bibu gets taken down from above him. P4 kind of left in the cold now because Bibu was trying to play onto the bottom of his black stairs. He was using the verticals to try and keep that little bit of cover, but with that absolute beauty coming in from Baby Shark, it's going to make it really, really difficult now for P4 to hold that position. But here comes Shinka on a huge flank and manages to cook up 2 inside a barbecue.
Sometimes it happens, Tim. You switch sides and things and fortunes just completely flip. And for Shinka, who mentioned was 0 and 5 at the half, to walk in and just dome 2 players and really delete the backline of this attack for MYD is absolutely beautiful. It now leaves them very much pinned up against P4, who sat on the Izami on black stairs, giving nothing away, and they've got to try and find their way through. Impact's out. Juha hits the deck, should be able to get picked up here at the very least, but it is looking ropey with 40 seconds to go into 3v3. The backstab from downstairs could be the big one. Raditz slowly working his way forwards.
Attackers have recovered their...
I was just going to call it that maybe. That's absolutely disgusting from P4, but he didn't know that there was a second one. King manages to get in there with the trade and levels it up 2-2. And this is the problem I feel for Wolves at the minute, Des. They're not taking full advantage of the situations that they're in. 3 versus 2. P4 can keep holding that door, and it makes it very difficult for MYD. But again, Wolves have let it slip to an even man count situation. 10 seconds left, though. And look at this. They're walking on into sight. Surely they're not going to turn around a 2v3. King, he's going to be able to go in and plant here. It's all up to Deadshot to find these 2 kills now. He needs the 1v2 clutch. Does get the down. Can he close it out? What a shot from Deadshot. Absolutely deletes the man in gold. And that just goes to show the quality that you're up against, Wolves. It shouldn't have been that close, Des, but they managed to get the round. It's 5-4.
That was an unbelievable second shot coming out from Deadshot. What the hell? I mean, maybe your last questions of the last man there. Artorias sat exposing his full body, just gives everything over to the other side rather than have himself tucked in, rather than trying to play for a little pixel angle or anything of the sort. Gives away far too much. Deadshot is going to close those out 9 times out of 10. Majors have got Wolves really their saving grace here, Tim. Otherwise, you're looking at a 6-3. And that feels like too tall a mountain to climb. As things stand here, 5-4, it's really starting to come down to the wire. That in itself was horrible. To go from hip fire to that, makes me sick. Look at this second shot. It exposes so much of himself here, and it's such a shame.
Yeah, you keep that one maybe a little bit tighter. It's a difficult one. He's stuck in gold, essentially. There's absolutely nowhere for him to go. And it's kind of one of them. If he keeps himself tucked away, the problem that he's going to have is Deadshot's just going to pre-fire around that corner. He's just going to move into an angle, and he's going to be already pre-fired. So, yeah, it's kind of a lose-lose situation for him there. But still, the shot has got to be hit by Deadshot, and he does it with ease. Just absolutely beautiful stuff. Really flexing a bit of mechanical ability there at the end to find the head. And that brings Wolves back to within 1 round. This is now where I start asking questions of MYD. This is where you're under pressure. You've nearly got your map over the line. I often talk about teams and their ability to clinch games out. It's all right being able to win 5 rounds. You can win 5 rounds as many times as you want at the beginning of a game. If you can't get 6 and 7, if you can't do it when mentally you know there's now a lot on the line in that round, it ain't going to matter much that you've won 5 already.
Oh, Tim, you sound like you briefed like you're Ollie Watkins in an interview for Aston Villa after a game where he was just saying, we ain't got that big team mentality. We just can't close out games. I'm really hoping for MYD. They're not going to feel like my club. I'd really like to see them get this one over and force us through all the way to 3 maps, if at all possible. That would be a dream. As you say, though, we've got to really pull things together here against Wolves. I do think in that last round, outside of the 1v2 being won and Shinka's 2k flank, against other tier 1 teams, I doubt, 1, you get away with the 1 versus 2, and you probably don't get away with 2 kills on the flank with at least paying the price. And those are just a couple of areas where things do need to tighten up, really, for the side of MYD, if they're going to punish Wolves here, who really are growing into this game. I spoke about Shinka already. Deadshot is exactly the same. He had a pretty weak first half. He's now really warming into things. And yes, Moki's been quiet now for a good few rounds. He was 6-4 at one point. But outside of that, others have stepped up where some have fell backwards.
Anytime that you can sort of control Mowgli's game a little bit and stop him getting into things is always going to be positive when you're playing against Wolves. He's one of those players that can just turn a little bit of magic. We know this. We're going to have Daddy Shark just looking to get himself inside a restaurant. On the Finker, we've seen the use of the LMG so far coming out from him. He's done some good work with it. And Shinka, after that big flank last time, going to be cut down inside a sight. And it's that man Lasmo just waking up. He's had a quiet couple of rounds, but he gets himself back into the action.
Let's throw back into things here. There's immediate responses everywhere, though. This time around, a 1-for-1 trade going through between the two. Quite literally finding each other in the same frame. P4 gets one, but immediately traded back as well. It is well and truly back and forth stuff, Tim. It's down to a 2 versus 2. We've got the vertical here, but Deadshot's let his man slip. Artorias is inside. Planet's going down. What we've got to see now is Daddy Shark covered from above, but from below, sorry, but it can't happen. Himself stepped on a goo mine as the floor above him got opened up. You saw what happened. Man went down. It feels like a very much inverse to what we saw back in the first half, where we didn't often see Wolves worry too much about the vertical, and they paid the price at different points for it.
It's really tough for Daddy Shark in the 1v2. There's his really going to have to show us now what he can do. But is he going to be able to? Everything is working against him. Gumine going in, clock counting down. He's going to have to go for the plant. I think he's going to get away with this. Can he get guns up in time? No, Bibu finds him from above. And that's going to be the round closed out. Wolves, they level things up 5-5. And things are starting to get really tough for MYD now.
Aren't they just, Tim? As I said, Wolves have kind of grown into this and settled into their defensive half. By stat, I said it earlier too, they are one of the best defensive teams in Europe. And they're showing it here in the second half. Admittedly, some of the rounds have come closer than maybe they would have liked, but it's enough to get the rounds over the finish line. That's what they're looking for, because now all things are drawn equal. It's 5-5, Wolves on the defensive side. I would anticipate that we can see the side of MYD get at least one round on the board in these next two. But there's also a world where Wolves win both, and suddenly that dream of unsettling Wolves on one of their favorite maps comes crashing down.
Yeah, it was a tough one for the thinker at the end there, especially not having the verticals in the 1v2. Always going to be a big ask, especially under this sort of pressure. Wolves then level things up, and it gets even worse from here, really. There's, you know, we've got primary sites to go back to. You know, we're heading back towards that position, and, you know, I'm sure that clinching maps is going to be something that I talk about throughout this series. And it is one of the big, you know, when you look at the difference between playing T3, T2, and then moving up and playing the teams like Wolves at the top level, it is one of the big differences, and that is being able to get those final couple of rounds done, get the thing sealed, signed, delivered, and, you know, just locked out. And that's something MYD haven't been able to do here. 3 rounds in a row now. They've let Wolves back into it a little bit. There's been opportunities for them to take rounds. Don't forget, they've turned a 2v3 for them into a 2v1, got the diffuser down, but Deadshot was able to fight back in, and Wolves are just showing that little bit of class now.
Just that little bit. We'll start things off on VIP, getting things opened up here. A little line coming straight on through, and the pre-fire was there, almost ready. Both P4 and Deadshot being caught by the looks of it in the same crossfire there. Neither falling down. A lot of chip damage, but Wolves lucky to have all 5 still on their feet.
Rodenti's just going to be sending the drones in for the time being. Again, I feel like we've seen MYD just take the foot off the gas a little bit, Des. You know, they've had the moments of sort of explosiveness earlier in the game. I said they weren't, you know, playing with too much respect. They were going in, they were willing to take those gunfights. And I'm not saying that they're playing scared or anything now. They're not, but it just feels like it's taking them that little bit longer to get into the map, that little bit longer to find those first kills, that little bit longer to establish themselves inside of the round. And as I say, I don't know if it's that little bit of pressure coming through onto them.
I've referenced this a few times, but I think about Virtus Pro a good while ago now. I think back when actually most of that roster was still on Team Empire, they referenced that they were double droning things, triple droning things, quadruple droning things, because they weren't confident enough to make the push forward, and they knew it was a mistake they were making. And dare I say, to some degree, you see MYD do the same, where, like you said, they're slowing things down, they're doubting themselves, that confidence is kind of disappearing a little bit. As Wolves have warmed in, MYD have kind of really taken a step back here, and now you can see that momentum is massively on the side of Wolves. Yes, they're on the defense, but it is looking tough, and when Shinka's hitting shots like that, is it any surprise at all? Lasbo tries to make it happen, Juha too, but Mowgli has got the close down, a 5v2, and Wolves look fixed to move up to map points.
That's going to be the final kill coming through. Flawless in the round as well. Wolves just... They've hit another gear now, haven't they? They've shown that they've just been able to take it up a notch. They get themselves to 6-5, and this is going to be really difficult. It's going to be really, really difficult for Matey Destiny at this point, because it's just getting to that point now whereby you've been chased down. It's 4 rounds in a row, and I feel like maybe this starts to be you start feeling that weight of expectation a little bit. You know, this is the point whereby you came into it probably thinking, you know, yeah, of course, we really want to win this, but it's Wolves, it's going to be a tough game, everything else. But now you've been in the position where you're like, we could really win this. And now all of a sudden you're not doing. It's going to be a big blow for them, I think.
Even tough, indeed. It feels like at this point, Wolves have just got enough momentum that this is theirs now to lose. Karaoke and T, the main go-to site on this map to close things out, and in the second half, the way the first one did as well, Tim. On this site, where back then we did see Make Your Destiny come out on top as the defenders. Maybe you'd anticipate Wolves doing exactly the same here. After that first kind of, I suppose, shaky first round, they have really put the other team to the sword here, really ran their way through. Though I will say, on this site, we saw them lose it back in round 7. Make Your Destiny won that one. And in round 9, Wolves did win it. But it came down to that dead shot 1 versus 2. It came down to a massive play to get things over the finish line. So if NYD can win any site, it is going to be this one. I think we just all imagine Wolves will close this out here and now.
I would expect so. I'd have to agree with you there, Des. I think MYD are facing a real mountain to climb at this point. From what I've seen, though, you know, we've already talked about the maps. Let's, for argument's sake, say Wolves pick this up and head into Bank. I don't think Bank's going to be a terrible map for at least the MYD that we've seen here. You know, maybe it's a map of theirs, maybe it's not. Maybe they're happy to play there, maybe they're not. But I'm looking at players like Lasmo. I'm looking at players like Juha. They are more than happy to get aggressive, take fights, get out on the roam. And Bank is a map that, you know, will suit that style of play. So I don't think it's going to be too bad for them necessarily to try and get something going in this one. But there is still Siege to be played before this one is over. I like the timing of the smoke canister there. Just knowing that the push might come in behind those bees. It goes out, slows it down. Mowgli, he manages to pick up Daddy Shark on the breach. And all of a sudden, Wolves, best foot forward. They have got themselves well into this one.
Being a little bit disparate at the minute. That nade, for example, really being used to achieve nothing, and everyone being pinned back by smokes. Even with all the utility on side, and the E1D comes out and no one can play off the back of it. It's looking a little bit desperate for MYD, and you can just see them crumbling here between the seams. You can see Radin trying to make something happen, but he's going in un-ADS. Bibu is ready for and gets the closeout. It's a 5v2, and whilst it might have looked strong for MYD when they were up at 5-2, Wolves have pulled off one hell of a comeback here to secure what looks to be anyway Skyscraper.
Yep, certainly looking that way. Juha's just going to hold this angle for as long as he can, realistically, till somebody takes him off it. He's wanting to get a freebie out of this. Lasmo's going to move over to join him. It's going to be a difficult one to just push on in through the window here, straight into the waiting shotgun of Deadshot. It's an easy double. A second flawless round from Wolves to close things out. They take Skyscraper and a big advantage here in the first round, the quarterfinal of the LCQs.
This is always going to be the worry, right? Is you might have a good start to the game on the defensive side, but once you switch, this is where we tend to see lesser experienced teams really start to crumble. I think back to Doki when we were at SI, for example, saying, you know, the good teams right now, they can attack. The teams that aren't so good, they've really struggled. And we saw that even amongst top teams. You know, win rates on the attacking side of 20-odd%. It wasn't quite that dire, I don't think, for the other side. You know, MYD did come close in a couple of those rounds. If not for some amazing clutches, this map could have already gone their way. But Wolves just showing that touch of class, Tim, to get things over the finish line.
Yeah, I think ultimately just showing the difference between, you know, T1 teams and teams that are trying to be Team 1 is the reality.
Ain't they just? Well, let's go to our desks and get their thoughts on this game.
Thank you very much, Des and Ace. And what a game, honestly, given the fact that it's Des they're casting it, I fully expected it to go to overtime. But this is just because, you know, certain people have set the standard for these sorts of games. And I have to say, Make Your Destiny, a very good effort, but it very much showed, even to my, the joke goes, untrained eye, Wolves just came out on top. They had that strategy. They have that depth that is needed, Ollie.
Yeah, Wolves really pulled it out of the bag there. We commented that, you know, you only really need a couple of attacking rounds on Skyscraper, and that's exactly what they managed to pick up. They got 2 rounds on their attacking half, and then they got a ton of rounds on their defense. 5 consecutive rounds to be precise. Really locking things out. And I think it was maybe more down to the Make Your Destiny playstyle than it was the Wolves defending. Wolves defended fantastically well. They did a great job. But there was a lot of missed opportunity there from Make Your Destiny. And I think, as was said on the cast, we're starting to see that gap a little bit now.
And from like in that beginning, walk me through, because that first half looked like Make Your Destiny could have had even more control what they did than what they actually did get. What happened in the second half? How did things slip? And what was that, I guess, that strategy that changed in your eyes?
Yeah, if you take a look at the way they play defense, it was actually quite easy to read, right? At first, you have Wolves come in with utility operators, Monty, trying to get limited control. And so the adaptation from mid is actually, okay, we're going to play together, we're going to suppress their entry points in the map, and we're going to aggress together. And that's enough. That's the only play style you need. Now, the thing is, they try to do the same thing in attack, actually. They try to play together and be aggressive. Which it was fine in the early round. Actually, they were managing to get these cheesy opening picks by playing together. We have a couple of examples, like in round 7, for example, where you see Shinkai is shooting a drone and is getting swung by 2 guys. That's great. You get the opening engagement. What do you do next? What's the following step to get you near the bomb site? That's a good example here. Like one of these cheesy plays. The Nuck goes up the stairs here. She gets picked, but at the same time, one goes in the window and gets the trade. So whatever they do together. That's very interesting to see because they manage to always get this beginning straight, to do it the right way. Here, even the execution, all 4 of them, they do it together, that's fine. But when it comes to getting the right control and then executing properly, strategically they were losing. That's all Wolves had to do. Just play strategically around the utility, and there will be no problem solving from it.
Well, we can talk about what Meteor Destiny have to do on map number 2. That'll be for later. Nobody can follow up the greatness that was Ace. I left it for him because we already talked about it in our WhatsApp group. It has to be Ace that pulls it up first, and then we can talk about more of it in depth. But with kind of this first map done and dusted, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll set you up for map number 2 in our best of 3. See you then.
Operators in Oregon, it depends how you want to play. If you want to play aggressive, you can take Maru, Ying.
Of course, it's not banned, it's Dokkaebi, because if some people roams, you can call for your team and your open fraggers will get info faster. In my opinion, Osa is so good because she is really good on almost every plant in Oregon. It will be so easier to plant with her shields.
If you want to play slow, you can just bring, as usual, a hard breacher like Thermite or Ace.
The best pick for me on Oregon would be actually Twitch, because people play a lot Fenrir, Goyo, Mira. I think it's a good operator to deny all that stuff. All equipment you need on Oregon actually has 1 set of claymores, flashes, smokes, or grenades.
Flash are really strong. The MPs, you have to bring them to open the walls. You can flash pit, you can flash top white, you can flash close trophy. It's easy, except if they have warden, but it's the game.
The main spawn is actually pretty fast to enter the map.
Spawn street, but watch out, a lot of players are spawn picking, garage, main door, and master door.
If you attack the basement, for me, 2 guys need to spawn on main and then go through the master bedroom. 2 guys spawn from small tower, so they will work together in pair. One will drone for his teammate.
Easiest spawn I think would be to spawn small tower, to get 3 people rushing into the green window with someone waiting on the kids to put pressure on the vert. The last one could cut white or push Zulu to get the cover from server.
Those are my first entry chips on Oregon.
Impact grenade, I'm gonna go for Melusi.
Rook.
Impact.
Goyo.
No, Goyo has no more impact.
Ah non, pourri.
Maestro.
Oh, Echo.
Echo.
Let's go.
H.
IQ.
Oh. Nice.
Let's go.
Goyo.
Buck.
Federer.
Melusi. Oh là 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 là. Let's go.
No. IQ? No, IQ is read earlier, maybe.
Sledge. Oh là 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 là.
J'ai pas trop besoin. Warden.
Oh là 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 là.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to EUL. It's LCQs and map number 1 on Skyscraper went the way of Wolves in their game against Make Your Destiny. A very close match, I have to say. It almost went to overtime. However, Make Your Destiny do lose out on their pick on Skyscraper, and we'll get to go to Bank, where Wolves have the opportunity to close things out 2-0, especially with them starting off on defense. Now let's focus in on this map here, Ollie, because it seemed like when it comes to kind of that youth and spring in your step, Make Your Destiny have it in spades, but Wolves have what it takes to adapt and play the strategy game.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that Wolves are a very capable team when it comes to strategy, and obviously a roster that's been together for a long time now, Milosh. So they have that ability to know what everyone else is going to do before it almost happens. I think something to sort of focus into on this one, we always say Bank is a very large map. It can often be a map that's quite difficult to, get a good handle of. Now, where Make Your Destiny did a really good job in some instances on Skyscraper of playing together, that then becomes a little bit more tricky on a map like Bank because it's so much bigger and there are things that need doing at opposite ends, and then you need to convene again in the middle. So I would really look toward that. Something that we didn't really comment on last time, but it was something that certainly happened, was the opening kills. For example, Wolves were able to pick up 12 opening picks over on Skyscraper. However, it didn't always lead to a round being won. Very often, the round would still go to Make Your Destiny. The opening pick wasn't being converted really by either side consistently. Wolves did a good job of it toward the later stages, but that's something that I'd look to and sort of say, let's get on top of that, because Wolves, they can't afford to play too sloppy here.
And Leo, do you expect this to be where Wolves, especially since they started on defense, where they would be a bit more forward in their game plan, or will they just let Make Your Destiny make mistakes on their attack and just kind of follow up over that? What are your thoughts? I'd love to hear you saying that. All right, you know what, Leo, we'll get that sorted out, that we can hear more of you later on. But our game seems to be ready, so let's give it off to Des and Ace. Enjoy.
That's such a shame, Tim. I was so looking forward to whatever Leo said, because I'm pretty sure it would have been the best analysis we have ever heard in our lives.
Oh, as I was watching his lips move, I thought that is top tier.
Absolutely top tier. Go on.
Oh, just bless him. We've all been there. The old mute. Usually it's when I'm sat next to you.
Yeah, it's just weird how that always happens when you sat by me. Never on remote as well.
Yeah, never when we're remote, is it? No, it's just when we sat together and you can press buttons on my controls.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't do that, but it's weird that it doesn't happen all the time. Yeah, it's really weird. Well, Tim, Bank is ready and underway. Is Wolves' map pick, and as we remarked back on that first map, it looked for a second like NYD might be careering us towards the potential requirement for a third map if we're going to see Wolves win this out. But with Wolves coming back from 5-2 down to win it 7-5, one hell of a comeback, they have the chance to get it here done into on Bank.
Knock is going to be our first ban. An interesting one, really. We don't see too much Knock play anymore. There's the old sneak up gold stairs Knock play, or in through garage. There is a couple of plays potentially that we do see from time to time on Bank, but still nothing major really. Since the change in nades, the operator's popularity has dropped off, but needless to say, there's going to be no popularity for Knock inside of this one because he's not going to be getting played, as is Dorkaby.
I mean, DKB, no surprise at all, Tim. We spoke about it back on that first map, just not at all going to be a surprising ban to anyone. Incredibly popular by a lot of teams, but also an incredibly popular ban, so it kind of makes sense that a presence is very near to 100%. One of those ones that, when available, will be played, unless, of course, banned away. Our last ban, though, is going to be that Kaid once again, a ban now that we've seen across both maps, Tim.
Going to be important for the basement side. Try and get those hatches open a little bit easier by not having to play around with the electricals too much. But we're going to get into things. It's going to be round one. I feel like NYD need to be coming out here with a really strong start against Wolves. They've already lost map one, which was their choice coming into Sky. I'm sure that they felt like they had a good chance there, and maybe it's a map that they should have taken, but that didn't ultimately happen for them. So right now, it's about, I think, putting a marker down, making that statement. But look at what they're playing into. We've got a Tuberai, we've got a Maestro, we've got an Echo, we've got a Smoke, and we've got a Goyo. I think it's quite clear what Wolves' game plan is here in round one.
hunker down, waste as much time as you can, punish a team that is not going to come at you at pace. Now, I'm not going to say it's a test, but one thing I'd really like to see in this round is a Brava coming out from MYD pretty much immediately. You look at this lineup and just think, God, there is so much to hack on that team. Really, if you see a Maestro, though, a Brava should be your go-to, but instead, opting in towards destroying things here by instead looking to bring along the Flores. Some teams have opted towards bringing Brava and Twitch in combination when coming up against this kind of setup. And the fact they haven't brought either makes me a little bit nervous here too about just how hard it's going to be for MYD to get a successful execute off. Tim, you've done a Leo. I saw your mouth yapping, but I didn't hear you. What are you doing, man?
Said it was easily done, didn't I?
I didn't think, oh, Tim's really quiet. I look at the other screen. There's you yapping away to yourself, and no one can hear you.
It's a little behind the scenes. It's because I was going to sneeze. So I saved you all from the
I'd have happily heard you sneeze, Tim.
Well, maybe next time you will, Des, because I won't risk saving you from it.
Onwards we march then. However, to start with, no surprises here with Deadshot wasting a little bit of time instead of open area. Probably wondering why with that hatch being opened up, you can easily drop back down to site as soon as any kind of pressure appears. So you take the chance there to try and remove a drone or two from the attacking side. So far, only one removed in this round. Something I will give MYD credit for. I'm not sure if it's a sign that Wolves are particularly bad at getting rid of drones or just MYD have been very good at keeping them alive. But back on Skyscraper, their drone count did remain quite high for the vast majority of those rounds. So plenty of optionality available in terms of watching out for flanks, in terms of getting those drones inside late in the round to figure out what's going on. Whereas some teams will just career drones in and just think, you know what, once it's dead on guns up, so who cares?
Progress being made by MYD on those hatches. No, I'm not. You made me look, though.
I know I did. That's the best part.
The Tuberite is going to continue. Mowgli will be freezing out those hatches for a little bit at least, but as I said, shouldn't be too difficult, really, for MYD to just wait that out, and eventually it will get the job done. Nitro goes out, sort of prospective little throw there, just see what he can catch outside of the side door in server, but not going to pick anything up at this point. 1 minute left to go. Not terrible progress from MYD here. They've got hatches open, they've got the wall open into sight, they've kind of got what they need. They don't have any kills.
Because there's 3 smokes left and Shinka's not even
used. That's the problem.
It pains me. I mean, here they might try a bit of an alternative execute. I was looking at this hatch drop coming in from the Sens for a second, but simply not to be, and they've got the right idea. Oh, it's twice now Raditz had the chance to look, and he knows what's coming. If someone's working through that way, there's a very good chance they want to move their way up the stairs. However, the man has just disappeared right up to the top of these stairs. Tim is Mowgli working his way across towards top square instead. Asmo's found one. They're going to push in deep here and try and get the kills they want, but they're looking the wrong way. Bibu in the right position is going to find one for himself and P4. His gunning falls down from Garage. It's all too easy for Wolves, who hold on comfortably in round 1.
Well played from Wolves there, just playing in behind that utility as much as they could. But I kind of like what MYD did. Like you said, they tried something a little alternative. You know, there's potentially still Goyo canisters there, there's smoke canisters, there's all sorts of stuff that we have to try and play through. They hadn't cleared it out, but we're going to go for an alternative instead. Used the sense gadgets to get in there, try and find a couple of kills. It just never really sort of got going for them. They picked up 1 or 2, but that was the best that they could hope for. So a good defense, I think, from Wolves, really. Despite the unorthodox attack, they stood up to it well. You know, they just waited for the fights to come their way, and they won them when they did. And there was a couple of missed opportunities, and I know that it's going to sound really, really, really critical, but Radente up on the hatch. You got 2 opportunities there. It's the angle that you're watching. And unfortunately, as critical as it sounds, because they were there for a heartbeat or 2, that's the level you're at. That's where you've got to find your kills. That's where you've got to do your damage. And unfortunately, just unable to take those opportunities.
Well, hopefully more opportunities will present themselves up here on the top floor, Tim. One of those sites that I think we see quite a lot of nowadays. I think especially with the introduction of Azami, she's shown that it becomes a much more palatable site to play. Many will be very frustrated here at the amount of window play that you can employ as the attackers to just wreak absolute havoc. A bunch of smokes and Candelas come flying in. Also worth noting, not seen a whole lot of Ying yet. A little bit on the last map, but not too much here. Just normally the go-to way of getting in. But things like the mirror on side, things like having the castle and the Azami, they're 3 operators that Ubisoft once described as architects, because they architect the site. They can change how things are played. And those 3 in combination here, I think, make things really frustrating for the attackers to work their way through, unless you bring enough utility to get your way through, which often isn't really the case. You're looking at an Ashe and a Zofia, for example, maybe a Gon 6. That's only realistically 5 pieces of utility you can destroy, and there is a lot of it when there's things like Keybers, like mirrors, like the castle barricades up as well. There's just so much to chew through. So I think here NYD are going to have to get a little bit creative if they're going to unseat the side of walls. Deadshot feeling himself there and was fancying to go on towards the lobby windows, but no one to be found just yet.
Yeah, he has a little look. He's not going to overcommit to the challenge, but again, I like it because what has he done? He's pushed the player off rappel. He's got rid of what can be a dangerous angle just by that little shot. P4 does manage to pick up one. It's going to be on a jump out, so the Claymore is there for the direct trade, but that could be quite a bit of damage done. It's going to be the Sophia that goes. Quite a bit of important utility there to clear other defensive utility, but also to stun players out to see if there's anybody playing inside of Banana, for example. Send a little stun canister down there, see if it detonates or not. So could be a big loss for them.
Yeah, so far very contained, not really looking like they've got much avenue to make much happen yet, but still half the round to play. Deadshot, for now at least, unseated, and that's the right sort of idea. Just chewing through about half those drones in this round now, taken away. But more pressure's building up. The lobby windows come in. You got Kanto being watched as well. Someone down in lobby, ready to push upstairs too. So it's a lot of effort being trained in here. Really, 3 players taking 30 seconds, 40 seconds or so. I tell you what, I'm still not used to seeing cook a grenade for that long. I'm always like, bro, throw it, it's going to go off. Just in a spot where, like I say, they've got so many players focused on one man who's already backed away. They've taken 40 seconds here to be able to get themselves up these spiral stairs.
Yeah, exactly, and it might just be a little bit too slow. Bibu, I don't think, was having a look at the window with any intention of a jump out, but for half a second, you just thought maybe. However, he does reapply, and what a shot Bibu hits. Mowgli manages to pick up one as well. 3 versus 2 as Radenti manages to pick up Shinka, but look at the situation. We've got one over in Lawn Office and one on the windows. Diffuser is down cold. This is not going to be easy for NYD. Honestly, they need to play for kills here.
I mentioned earlier on, this is one of the maps that when I spoke to Baby Shark, he did not mention Bank as a map they'd like to play. Chalet and Skyscraper, yeah, they were well up for it. Bank, certainly not one of those, and I think it is starting to really show here in how these last couple of rounds have gone. I say that, and Radent might almost be able to pull this one back, but he's not going to have enough time here. He's looking for a man, looking towards completely the wrong spots. He's off towards your right, and Wolves will get it over the line. Almost got it there, Tim, but I'd say that round was a struggle from start to finish.
A smart choice, I think, from Radent. I'll give him that, you know, on looking behind the mirror window. I mean, I guess you'd probably have been peaked by them potentially if you were running towards the window, but still, it's where you're likely going to have somebody playing inside a janitor behind mirror, but it just wasn't to be for him. Deadshot get well out of the way and manages to get the round. 2-0 Wolves, 2 first choice starts done. You know, we will keep coming back to that Wolves attacking stat. They need to get themselves a good first defensive half, that much is to be said, but they're certainly on the right path.
They are, and I think if they carry on like this, they can probably cruise their way through much of this half. Again, I don't even want to put it down to a team being tier 3, for example, but it does happen when you see teams that aren't quite as experienced, haven't been around the game for as long. Again, remembering there are a lot of young players on this side, that there is a lot of depth that goes into Siege sometimes, that you need time to really stretch and grow that muscle, I think. And for NYD, at least here, it's looked like they've been, again, a little bit hesitant at points, a little bit withheld, not quite 100% sure of the next best action to take. And when you've got 2 players sat on windows there, 2 trying to push site, and you lose the 2 on site, it's then a mad scramble for the last 2 players to try and make anything happen realistically. And knowing you're coming up against players, like I've already said, like Deadshot, like Mowgli, yeah, realistically, looking towards P4 as well, who's had a great series so far. It is hard to make things happen that you might get away with when you're playing in tier 3 or even tier 2 competitions. This is just a whole different kettle of fish.
It is, and as you've said, you know, you're going to be punished. You're going to find yourself really coming up against it. For the time being, it's going to be another top floor clearance. I would expect it to come in from NYD. Going to be attacking this time onto open area, so they're going to want control of stock. They're going to want control of janitor in particular, get those hatches locked down, and then they've got a couple of options as to where they plant. They can use top square to breach the wall. They can't do that until they've cleared out these defenders. Deadshot just putting that ACOG. I mentioned the castle ACOG earlier. If you're wondering why his pick rate's gone up so much, you've just seen why with a beauty from Deadshot. But Daddy Shark's walked into sight.
And that's what you want. Someone to try and stir the pot a little bit, Tim, and they're in. They've made it go pretty fast, and that is the good stuff you want to see. However, he's forced to pull away here. Daddy Shark at this point needs to be assisting the team quicker. He's still locked in upstairs here, but Mowgli knows that he's pinned out, can do simply nothing. They're lacking information on site, and they get away with it. Now, Daddy Shark, we last saw, was up inside a CEO. Could have maybe made something happen here, but hasn't really got himself too involved, working his way now in through the basement entirely. Mowgli's in towards one. They sorely need a bit of support here, Tim. Artorias is down as well. It's all down to Baby Shark to clutch things up big.
Just going to watch for his first fight. Does manage to find the spray down. Headshot onto Bibu 1v2. Not really too much of an opportunity to get upstairs and play this vertically, I don't think, for him. He knows that he just needs to take the fights, get the 1v1. But at that point, does this... thinks about it. But that just hesitance might cost him dearly. And it does. Wolves managing to stick on the diffuser, close out the round. It was a lot closer for MYD, but just a difficult 1v3 to close things out.
I like they're showing a change in pace there, where they've realized, okay, we're slowing things down a bit, was taking too long to get over. I don't want to say simple problems, but problems that teams have figured out a million times over before. We're losing the clock here. It's coming down to scrappy round endings. Why don't we just go hell for leather and storm in? We've seen Wolves with that kind of play before, so really taking a leaf out of their book there too, I feel, and getting in and really catching Wolves off guard. But as we all saw, I think the team a little bit out of sync when you've got Baby Shark at another end of the map while the execute's going on and Plant's going down. He needs to be in a more commanding position there, I think, to really assist the team in that closing situation. Stuck in a 1v3, gets the one, but never going to be enough to get the full convert over, I'm afraid.
Absolute beauty. Just sees the legs, and Deadshot picks up a great opener again. But yeah, ultimately Wolves winning a bunch of gunfights inside a site when it really mattered on the retake there. It was almost as if they had, you know, no idea the plant was going down. They had the vertical. They could have played above to potentially stop it, but it's just almost as if they weren't aware. But great reactionary play from them. In the next round then, round 4, we're going to head back down to the basement, I think it is. Yep, there we go. Sometimes get a little bit confused with the silhouettes for their intels and archives. I didn't know if Wolves were taking us on a full tour, but they will not. Slightly different setup this time. Instead of going for that heavy site denial setup, given that MYD played around it, didn't really play into it last time. Instead, this time they've gone for the full roam setup. So they're going to have the Valkyrie, going to have the Mozzie, try and deny a little bit of intel, get themselves a bit of extra intel, play around the map. We can see the utility on the top floor. They're going to force a full clearance to come in from MYD.
Here we go, the push on 4 begins. Daddy Shark leading the charge, at least coming in from square side. Finding no one, but the ping's coming on through. Drones at the feet, never a bad thing to have. And I was going to say, Lasmo, who has, I've mentioned a couple of times, has hit some nasty shots throughout the game, just deleted by Deadshot. Raiden gets put across onto Mowgli, a 4v4 ensues. It's not the end of the world, but still not the most ideal start, knowing you've lost that Flores and all that utility so early in the round.
It's certainly not ideal, especially when you're going to be playing down into things like Kiba barricades. Deadshot maybe using in the late round. We're just going to see Wolves managing to scurry their way back, and that really is a successful roam from them. All 3 out there, burnt half of the round, burnt a bunch of utility, taken a life with them, and now they're able to get themselves back down to site as well. They'll be, I think, pretty happy with that start.
The end of the world, but still need a bit more from it. And I think we mentioned on the last map about the tap timeouts or lack of them. All's very confident they could pull things back over. MYD, I think, after this round, will probably be saying, boys, we need something from this half. Otherwise, we are in very, very hot water. They have got a coach, so plenty of opportunity for that tap timeout to do some world of good for them. But now starting things out, though, with this lobby hatch being opened up. So keeping things nice and simple. You can see the outlines of 2 of the players the other side of the map. Already got things opened up over there. Is it going to be a hot drop potentially coming in here, Tim, for Arturus? It looks like it's going to be. And P4 has got himself under ready and waiting. They've got the yellow ping as well. It's all too easy. He's going to find one. Will go down for it. But Radity drops straight into Deadshot. They had the read, Tim. The yellow ping's coming in. Must have been from the Valk cams, and they read them like a book.
There you go. That's your difficulty playing against the Valk. You know, you really need to be bringing along that IQ. You need to be using the gadget well, clearing out all of the utility. You cannot allow that sort of, especially, it does not go hand in hand with trying that sort of play. If you're not going to do that, if you're going to allow the Valk cams to remain, if you're going to play through them in the way that they did, you're going to have to go default, because Wolves already know what to expect if it's default. So where the information still helps, it doesn't completely break the back of your attack. But when you're going for a hot drop, when you're trying for something that's a surprise, and they sat watching you on a camera, guess what? There's no surprise anymore. It's going to be very easy for them to mop up. So yeah, MYD definitely needing to deal with. There's two things for me. They need to deal with the defensive utility better. They didn't clear out the denial utility when they first attacked that round. They went for an alternative and it didn't work. They didn't clear out the intel utility this time and it didn't work. And for me, along with those things, they're just not disrupting the defense enough. When have you seen Wolves really have to move out of position? You know, they chose to drop back from the roam there. They play on site. The players aren't really being hassled. I just want to see more disruption of what Wolves are trying to do from MYD.
Thing is, Tim, I'm not really convinced we're going to see it in these next couple of rounds. I mentioned that if this goes down to a 6-0, I could see Wolves just getting themselves a rush on. For example, the Blitz that was taken away last map is available once again. I'm not saying the Blitz is the only option they've got, but I know they're very much partial to it and just really flooding in against MYD and crushing them no matter what spike they might find themselves playing on. So this round for me, extremely critical. They get over the finish line and get something on the board. Noah's army on side means it's a little bit easier to attack than last time, but don't mistake me, it's still going to be tough work against Wolves.
Okay, doing his own work there to try and keep the Rotero drones away from his shield. We've seen countless times how important this stock corridor position is at the minute. You can play onto square skylight, you prevent too much pressure coming in from that side. Square door, you can play into stock as well. Just makes it very, very difficult for anybody to establish them from that side, and it leaves you with basically just the windows to play from. And look at this, potentially going to have the opportunity onto 2 is Mowgli here. He just needs to not overcommit himself.
Nothing really to hack out of. I'd say nothing. There is something to hack out for the Brava here as well. More the bulletproof camera on the side of the castle, and of course the Valkyrie cameras if they can be sought out. But these are the kind of things that I look at them and think at a pro level, if we saw a Valkyrie, the other side immediately brings along an IQ. There is max respect for that pick, and it's not been shown, not that it's really needed, as Mowgli has just been completely unpressured here. It doesn't matter how many drones have gone towards him or flashes, he's had the answer. Mowgli now down to a slither of HP though, as Lasmo looking to kind of make amends for the previous round, get some kills to get this round moving for his team. Lasmo's now gone though. Once again, Wolves are in control.
Yeah, Mowgli finally gets dealt with, and there you go. Bibu picked up on a flank as well. 2 versus 3. MYD through brute force might be able to make this work. I was a little bit concerned how long it took them to take out that stock shield, for example. It was almost focusing on the wrong thing. They were using the Roteros to move Mowgli rather than to take the shield down. But of course, it is that gamble. You risk losing the Rotero as it goes in to get it. But either way, we find ourselves now 2 versus 2. Deadshot has had this long angle a couple of times, and he knows exactly how to play it, making holes in the furniture, making it difficult for Juar to be able to get in there. He has managed to establish himself, but a plant surely isn't possible yet.
Ooh, gets the reverse on this one though. Great shot coming in, and now Shinka retaking lost ground, finds one for himself. There's one left to bring down. Will he find the man? Of course he will. Shinka winning out the 1 versus 2 just when it looked like MYD might have found some success. Puts them in a grave. Wolves up 5-0, Tim.
Yeah, it's a shame for MYD is that one. I mentioned that stock position. They struggled to clear it. They lost the man to Mowgli there. And for example, that area, I feel like if they deal with that better, they're not in a 2v2 at the end. They might have a man advantage. They can hold that cross a little bit better rather than, as I've said countless times, if you're in a 2v1, you have to remember when that diffuser is going down, it's just become a 1v1. And Shinka took full advantage of that. Smart play from him. He's a clutch master. We've seen it so many times. Takes the 1v1 whilst it's available to him, and then goes in and takes his second 1v1. Had that been 3 of them alive at that point, very different situation. And so I feel like, yeah, maybe a little bit quicker, a more efficient clearance of Mowgli might have really helped them to deal with that.
The big one for me was in the middle of that round when we had the ace get that kill. It was Artorius who got the kill on Square, and I was like, oh great, okay, they've got Square control, they've got windows, and now we've got a smash mirror window with Shinka sat behind it in Janitor, and he is exposed because the Selmas were opening up that wall to the right hand side of the mirror. And I thought, well, Shinka is either dead to Square or dead to window here as soon as he tries to run away. The problem is, Tim, Shinka knows that. He's seen this play out a million times before. And so rather than wilting away and letting himself die to an angle in a bit of a panic, he takes the 1v1 into window, gets rid of Raiden, and then keeps his life to get away. 30 seconds later, he's pulling back into Janitor, retaking that ground and winning out a 1v2. And again, there's just small moments like that where that experience of playing thousands of rounds of Siege, of playing that exact position and knowing what the enemy team are trying to do, Shinka just knows. And if he dies there, if they manage to get that pinch onto him off MYD this is and win the 2v1, it's a very different round that plays out at that point. But this has happened throughout the second half of Sky. It's happening consistently, I think, here on Bank. You're just seeing that difference in spades when it comes down to experience, I think, unfortunately. And that does mean, I think, for MYD, that this half might be absolutely cooked and down 6-0.
Yeah, I think absolutely agree. I think maybe a little bit of map pool plays in there as well. You know, when they're on their map choice, when they're on a map they're comfortable with, they play pretty well. But you move them on somewhere else, and maybe we start seeing that the map pool isn't that deep. Okay. P4 just it's just not even fair. There's a disgusting hit fire shot onto his man at Archives door, leaves P4 alive on the flank. Yes, Jua manages to get one, but it's still going to be tough in a 4v3.
I just think, well, you're down, you're out your numbers. You chose the respect option of the IQ against the Valkyrie, arguably a little bit too late into this game once you've already been punished. At least on the downstairs execute, if not across other rounds as well. The information that Wolves have still been able to hold on to their side. And I just feel that Wolves are no half the round still to play here. They've got no real reason to go a little bit too nuts. I say that and people's like, okay, a flash is coming in. What do I need to do? I need to stay here and dig in, or I swing. He goes for the swing. He gets the kill. Radiant with it all to do. It's a 1v4 team. It's going to be a 6-0 shutout.
I don't think they've actually smashed the mirror window either, so being down at the bottom of them stairs is going to be perilous if Radiant moves through that way. At the minute, he's stuck inside of Archives, chooses to go metal, no surprise, but does get shut down, and that's going to be a final kill coming in for Wolves. 6-0 half, and like you say, the T1 team just starting to cruise away with things towards that LCQ semi-final now.
A bit of a heartbreaker, I think. I'm looking back at the round stats from that first half as well. A couple of rounds there that came down to a 1vx for a player on the side of Wolves. It's not enough to get anything over the line. Convincing on the entry as well. 5 out of 6, whereas at least back on Sky, things felt at least more competitive at points. But this one has just really proven to be absolute domination by the team. I tell you what, that's the second time I've seen Wolves do that in this series.
It's P4 both times.
It's just horrific. Absolutely horrific.
It was P4 at top of Black Stairs on Sky.
Getting away with this.
Gross. Absolutely gross.
Well, Tim, it's looking dire. MYD are onto the defensive side. They're starting out on this top floor. We're not seeing the same kind of comp coming out where it's digging in behind a mirror, for example. Yes, we've got the castle and we've got the Azami on side, but otherwise they're digging in deep behind this ward and probably in the expectation that Wolves would bring along a Ying.
I think you can see it on the faces of the players as well. You know, as much as I'm sure it's been an enjoyable experience coming up against players that, you know, they obviously clearly respect and look up to. Equally, I'm sure it's not going to be a match that they will look back on with, you know, too many fond memories either when they think about performance-wise, especially here on Bank. You know, they can walk away holding their head high. It's been a great performance on Skyscraper. They may well yet bring it back on Bank, but it's looking less and less likely here as Wolves. They know what's at stake. They know how much they have to lose here in the LCQs, and they desperately want to get themselves a visit to Manchester.
Okie dokie. Onwards we march. 2.5 minutes for Wolves to close this one out here and have a 7-0. Really get their campaign in the LCQ underway with some pace. The reminder as well, they don't play again today, of course. That follows the next one up tomorrow. I think actually it'll turn out to be next week as things look to come to a close over the next week or so. As you say, it's scary to think that Manchester is only, what, a fortnight away now. It really is coming up on us with quite some pace, Tim.
Oh, absolutely. You know, Blink and these teams will be there. They'll be playing. And before we know it, we'll be looking at which region is going to come out on top of the major once again. But for the time being, holding on to the stock position, doing it slightly different to how Mowgli dealt with this position. Mowgli was there on the Warden to make it difficult to smoke him, flash him, or anything like that. This time, MYD, they're going to play it with the Azami in that position. Keeper barricades being thrown down repeatedly to mean that they can just try and push on in there. But look at the use of the Deimos to try and force Arturus out of position, but it won't work as he manages to get the kill onto Deadshot. Now leaving as 5 versus 2. There's been too much focus on the Azami. He's done a great job, but how about that backstab Bibu bringing it from a 1v5 to a 1v3?
The 1v5, I was going to say, would be one hell of a story to end this game 7-0, but Scope Hollow, unfortunately, blocking out his view to the left and gets himself cut down. I was just checking our schedule for the week, actually, Tim. It is 3 straight days of LCQs coming up. We've got 2 games today, 2 games tomorrow. Ones you can look forward to then. Some well-known names playing. We've got Fnatic against the Forgotten Days and G2 against Wild. And the day after, both semi-finals get played and our grand final gets played. It is going to be one hell of a slalom. Are you casting on Wednesday by any chance?
I am. Yeah, I will be assisting on Wednesday.
It's going to be needed as well. A lot of games to get through on that day. So next 3 days, you know where to be between these hours is watching the EU LCQ, where I imagine we'll see Wolves continue to make their march on forwards. Again, they will face off against the winner of ENCE versus Virtus Pro. And that game will be on Wednesday.
I think, you know, a lot of positives for Wolves to take away from this. They've not necessarily been stretched too far on bank just yet, but NYD do manage to get themselves their first defensive round. They can now go down to another solid site down in the basement. It's an opportunity to get themselves a second round on the board. We always say this when a team is 6-0 down, but you can only take it a round at a time. Interesting little castle there on the server door. We don't see that one too often. But maybe just slow the push down a little bit. It should be reasonably easily dealt with from the attackers, to be fair. They've got Ibana on side, so a couple of pellets will get that job done.
So you'd hope. I'm really looking towards the Ostra in this round. It's always the orchestrator, right? What normally when you see a Monty in place, you know exactly what's going on. That's the one to follow your nose with. It's normally where you expect to see a diffuser in hand of some kind. For Bibu, though, at least on this site, he's not the one with diffuser in hand. It's much more about getting that garage control and looking towards Shinka in the late round as to where that diffuser might be floating out. So hopefully, see that rain on through, looking in towards the number of impacts on side as well to deal with these Osters. Really, Daddy Shark's got a couple. Lasmo's already used his 2 to open up rotations across the map. Hopefully, something that doesn't come back to bite them the longer this round plays out.
We're just using those shields where necessary to claw space and control forwards in garage until he gets himself established in that position. He can now hold off the rotate through sight, so no defenders will be able to move through there. The vigil up on top floor, Lasmo could be a key to this round. P4 taking a lot of damage there, but Mowgli is in deep into sight here. Going to take out another in elevators and just going to continue walking around looking for kills.
They found their angle into him and they've just blown things wide open. As long as Shinka can go down and join his team here, they are on to absolutely cook something. However, Daddy Shark finds one. I thought it was Lasmo for a second that would find that. And here comes the flank from behind as well. If he gets this drop in, he's not seeing the flank drone, for example. Even with Stick still on the field, he could do some serious work. Mowgli trying to find another angle here. Lasmo with the right sort of idea. It's the strangest retake in the world I think I've ever seen, Tim.
Yeah, this site is playing completely upside down at the minute. You've got the defenders on the hatch and playing inside a server. You've got the attackers, rather than being on the hatch and inside a server, are inside of lockers and trying to fight through vault and just getting any angle they can go. They now know about that Valkyrie upstairs, so that's going to change things a little bit for Wolves, but they've got themselves stuck in gold here, Des. They're going to have to fight their way out.
They've got the diffuser at least, so it's something to work with, but you've still got Raiden dancing on the hatch, and I don't think they realise they can't play in through Vault, and if they do, well, it's going to bite their heads off on the way on through. They've got the right sort of idea, but there he is looking for the feet, and he's missed his chance, Tim. A couple of shots were enough to scare him off that hatch, and they've managed to work their way through into the alternative site, and now Deadshot's waiting for the drop. In fact, they think, Tim, that they're already being pushed. Right sort of idea. Raiden's going to win it out. Shinka with it all to do. He's done it before, Tim. He's got one in a 1 versus 3. And Daddy Shark's not going to let this one end the way that Wolves want it to. Gets around on the board, and it begins potentially for them to start a bit of a comeback here.
You can see the passion starting to fire up in the team now. That's what you want to see. I said earlier, the faces looked a little bit dire. It's, you know, absolutely fine when you're on the receiving end of a 6-0 half, of course, but it's nice to see, you know, NYD just getting their spirits up a little bit. The energies is back, get back into the game. They've got themselves 2 rounds back to back, but now they face a problem. They're going into that 3rd choice site. Are they going to be able, basically, they're going to have to do a reverse 6-0. They're going to have to go flawless on the defense. If there's any tier 1 team you want to try and do that against at the minute, it probably is Wolves, because as we've said, attacking wise, they've not been great. But at the minute, it's going to take another 2 to 3 rounds before I'll be convinced that this is likely.
Yeah. I mean, we saw Wolves pull off one hell of a comeback, let's not forget as well. But it was admittedly on the defensive side of things, where, of course, NYD currently stands And I just think, again, coming into this map with how that first half went, I always say there are two halves to a game of Siege. You can see two very different teams, well, in the same team, coming out playing very differently across the two halves of a map. That one, a round that I thought Wolves would close out, given the control they had down in the basement, just couldn't quite pull things to a close. And good shots coming out, and NYD keeping Wolves on their toes, but still 4 more to go. I think at some point Wolves are just going to find a way through to him. I do keep on coming back to that Ying being available as well. You see that NYD aren't running a Warden, for example. You can chew through them here if you play it right.
Look at this from P4. Straight in. Eases. Oh, he misses his shots, just hits the shelf in front of him, and that could be really costly. P4 taking a little bit of damage there, but have the opportunity to take the Echo off the board. But look at this from Wolves, just getting super aggressive and trying to brute force this final round that they need.
I mean, that's the one entry you want as well. Daddy Shark's had a good couple of rounds here. Now finds himself shut out. Mowgli pushing himself towards double digits on that front of things. Well, it looks like Yuha has an idea. He knows that there's a bit of pressure starting to mount here, so just so tentatively crouching his way through sight, being mindful of every possible angle where Wolves can just suddenly explode from, as we so know well they're capable. We know so well they're capable of doing. And sure enough, P4 getting found out there. Maybe they heard him on the other side of the wall through that small hole off towards his left-hand side. I don't know, Tim, but at least things are back to a 4 versus 4. Mowgli's in and loses out to Lasmo. Great kill for him. Artorias into a second, and it's all falling apart for Wolves. Tim, it's still a long mountain to climb, but are we seeing a little bit of resurgence coming out of NYD?
Well, this is it. Each step that they take, each round that they win just makes it look that little bit more and more likely. You know, you look at a situation now where I was questioning that round, particularly third choice site. They can now rinse and repeat. They've had the full defensive sweep. It sounds easy to say, but they've just got to do what they've just done. Just got to do it again. Simple as that. The only thing that I would say is we had a couple of weird rounds, sort of particularly 7 and 8 especially, where you've got Wolves in what would normally be a defender position. You've got the defenders defending from attacking positions. You know, very sort of upside down rounds. And so for me, I don't know if it works out the same if they play a little bit more default. We'll see whether MYD can hold on to them in that sense as well.
It's so hard in this situation sometimes as a caster, because you want to get really excited, but you're still just like, but one round that goes against them and it's cooked. That's it. It's over. Done. At what point do you feel it's acceptable to get excited? I think you said 2 or 3 more rounds. Do you think 6-4 is that scoreline to get a bit excited?
Yes, I would say normally, honestly, for just given the experience of the team, given what we saw on Skyscraper, I think it's 6-5 before we get excited, because, as I said, just that inability to clinch that out on Skyscraper, get those last... It seemed like the last round or two weighed on them a bit more. You know at that point, whether you're actively thinking about it or not, subconsciously you know that that's for the marbles at that point. So yeah, I feel like getting up to that is going to be tough.
All right, well, we've seen a couple of jump outs in this game so far, so no surprises at all that we're still seeing claymores going down seemingly everywhere. A nomad on side from Mowgli too, just to really cover over that one ground, probably to get themselves protected from stairwells, for example, in case we do see anyone on MYD try and get a little bit cheeky. With things being on the upstairs, there's not going to be tons to worry about covering off at this point. This is where, honestly, I know I keep on saying it, but I would have expected to see a Ying coming along, most realistically. Dump it in from the window, smokes inside the site, charge your way forward, of course, being mindful of Lasmo playing on this Warden. Admittedly, Artorias playing where we saw Mowgli playing on the Warden earlier on, so he's a little bit susceptible. It's a bit of a flash dump coming in from the side of Wolves. He's got to be respectful of that, but has also got backup from that janitor door.
P4 clearing some utility, but not having the shock dart, I think, left to take out the next Capcan. Decides to go charging in for information and loses his drone, rather than maybe we see quite often the Twitch drone will just get hidden away in a close position to come back and take out the rest of that utility. But they should be able to deal with the trap from the windows if they need to. Mowgli does go in, manages to find one, knows that there's one just inside of the office there as well. Air jab goes out to prevent any jump, and it looks like this could be the one for Wolves as Deadshot. P4 found one apiece. Lasmo stands up, but cut down in a trade. Mowgli closes it out, and Wolves ultimately will find the one round they need. They push forward in the LCQs and book their spot in the semi-final.
For MYD, unfortunately, their destiny just ends right here and now against some of their heroes. Wolves will press on forward as remarked. I think some good moments that last round, though. You're just seeing Wolves' prowess really come to the fore, Tim. Able to push together as a team, overwhelm, constantly play out for trades. It really felt like once they said the word go, there was simply no stopping the Wolf pack from securing their prey. And as you say, moving forward to the winner of VP against ENCE, which comes up next.
Yeah, great result for them, but we've got to give plaudits to NYD as well. They stood up well, Des. They put up a good fight, and it was a great display from them.
Absolutely is, Tim. So let's go over to the desk and get their thoughts on this series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ace and Dez here. Wolves are able to bring it home, and a 2-0 experience at the end of the day wins against Pure Gusto and meet your destiny. A valiant effort, especially through those open qualifiers to get it here to the LCQs. But again, Wolves inch it closer. They are 2 game wins away from making it to Manchester and completing that 2-year streak that they've had of making it to every single event. Though, make your destiny, don't worry about it. I have a feeling that we'll be seeing more of that entire team, if not at least specific players, in the near future. I'll come back to answer this. Kai and Milosh, who can hear me as we speak, with Mir, Alfama, and Ollie. And Alfama, throughout this, Wolves had control map 2. They really just won it out in more ways than one.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite clear the game plan that they were going with, right? They understood the strength in mid. It's literally young kids with incredible aim. They're really good at playing fast pace, but whenever you put utility in front of them, it becomes harder, right? Whenever they have to problem solve something, whenever they have to play slow, methodical, it's not their play style. And that's why they struggle so hard. And that's why they struggle, especially in attack.
Well, what about on that top of the board? Mowgli, Ollie, is just doing work today, but overall it seemed that it's more than that. It's a team effort today to bring it home.
It was a full team effort, absolutely. I think Mowgli, he was quite prolific in the second half of that game when Wolves switched on to the attack. He had some really good moments there of getting himself in and being that backstab player or that entry player that we know him to be. And in contrast to Skyscraper, the opening kill was converted very nicely here from Wolves. They had a 6-0 half, they got 5 opening picks, and they converted every single one of them. So that was a fantastic start to what was going to end to be quite a good game. But overall, I think, Wolves obviously can be pleased with themselves with what they've been able to do here, but there were still some fundamentals. They were getting dragged into this silly siege almost that NYD were wanting to bring. There was a couple of rounds there that maybe got a little bit closer than they should have been, although Wolves still pulled it out in the end.
Some highlights here from Bibu Alfama. What do you think about those?
Yeah, he had a really good game. He was especially, I think, the key player on that Sky game. And let's be real, like here, in this matchup, the Sky game was the most important one. It was about winning the opponent's map pick. It was about showing mid that there was a real difference between the experience on the team and overall, the mechanical skill wasn't going to bring them the win. And I think Bibu overall, really showed up.
And he did show up here. Yeah, he's here with us here on our interview. Again, Bibu from Wolves. Welcome to the interview. Congratulations on your win against your destiny. How do you feel today after having played what are ostensibly big fans of yours on the other side?
I mean, good. We are not as happy as we should because of the first map, how it went. But at the end, the most important is to have the 2-0 victory. We secured the quarterfinals. We have one more day to prepare for semi-finals now against NCR VP. So, no, that's the most important, the win at the end. So, yeah, happy, but could have been better.
Alfama, you got any questions for Bibu?
Yeah, I think actually, I mean, I may know why also you're not super happy about how it went. I'm sure you were looking to have a more dominant win, but overall, it seems throughout the year and maybe also in this match that attack is the weaker side for you guys. And it seems to be a consistent problem. How do you face that challenge and what have you started working on to fix it before the major?
Of course, attack are really hard, especially for us, but I think it's an overall thing, in the meta it's very hard. And we also are playing sometimes the maps that are very attack defense sided, so it's not helping. But I don't know, it's hard for us and it's frustrating because sometimes we are doing really good and we are doing the stuff that we need to do, not giving picks, useless picks, or not getting isolated and stuff like that. And sometimes, I don't know, at the beginning of the of Skyscraper, it was the case. We were giving too much 1v1s, or especially against MID, they are really good at taking these 1v1s. So we just need to work on that. I think it's not a lack of focus, because I think when we are in the game, everyone is there, but sometimes it's like maybe the step of too much, one step too much, or something that we are doing because we want to be good, we want to do good, but it's something too much. So we need to work on that, be more consistent on when we are doing good attacks, and that's all.
All right, Leo, do you have something else for Bibu?
Yeah, I mean, looking at you guys in STR play, you guys have been to every major, every SI in almost the last 2 years. I think 1 year ago you were in the same shoes. You were trying to qualify to Copenhagen. You made it all the way. Do you feel the same pressure here? You want to keep obviously going to these events, right?
Of course, we want to keep the streak. I think, we still are the second team to do it with Furia. Back, it was WCNM back in the days, but we could be still the second team to do that since 2 years. Last year we had the same spot, but we were a new team, with a transfer period really hard, and Deadshot was bringing in the last minutes, and our stage was not good. We finished last year, so the last Qualifier was not the same. There we played good in stage. Sometimes we had a sloppy match, and during the playoff we could have just secured the spots, but we kind of failed. So we are in the last chance qualifier. It's kind of the same spot last year, but it's not the same feeling. There we need to say we deserve this spot. We have what to take to go to this major and still continue the streak. So different, but at the end we still won't have the same objective. I want to go to the major, so we will do it.
All right, my final question for you, Bibu, here, and this is kind of for all the young players out there, because earlier on we talked about Baby Shark, on Make Your Destiny, and being a big fan, having played and wanted to play against you for years now. What do you have to say to him and to other young talent, either in France or anywhere in the world, that want to play against you or with you one day?
Keep grinding. That's the most important. Trying to be as much as professional as when you are young, even when you are underage. Try to have a good image, good reputation on socials. Trying to be a good teammate, have good communication. That's the basics, But that's the most important when in T1 we are looking for new players with potential. That's the first thing that we see and we can see and look. So that's the most important. And MYD is a proof that when you are grinding and trying to tryharding as much as you can until you are not underage anymore, you can go to face the T1 players. I know that they were not 18 before, back in the day when they start playing, and now they are there. They stick to the roster. Maybe 1 or 2 changes, but the core roster was kind of the same since a big time. It was a bit the same with NC, sorry. So there is places, just need to take the chances, the opportunities. Sometimes it's a bit long, but keep grinding, guys. Not giving up, and one day you will have your chance.
All right, thank you very much for that answer, Bibu, and I'm sure it's gonna lift up the spirits of many players out there. Congratulations on your win against Make Your Destiny, and good luck in the semi-finals on May the 1st in 2 days. Till then, good luck. We will take a quick break. When we come back, we'll set up for a second matchup, ENCE versus Virtus.pro. See you in a moment.
She encouraged him to enroll at the Heroic Naval Military School, where he graduated as a Teniente de Corbeta. He joined the Naval Infantry, then the Amphibious Commando Battalion, participating extensively in anti-smuggling operation and several high-profile arrests.
Is it not grim?
This humble attitude is at the heart of his character. His mother Sophia, who protected him from the brunt of the bomb blast, has cultivated an overtly optimistic worldview.
Maybe Capitao? Yeah, that's my last answer. I don't know.
No, I actually don't know.
Koyo Aye.
Yeah.
From an early age, she was known as a high achiever in math and science and as an athletic prodigy.
Let's say Cavera, an athletic prodigy. She runs fast.
While we've raised the bar for her and she appreciates the challenge, I can tell she's struggling with something.
Let's say Ash. I don't know.
Like you said, close to Ash. Maybe Finca. Ah, Valk.
When his identity was exposed and he had to fly, specialist Eliza Ash Cohen offered him asylum in the United States.
Maybe Castle.
I can understand the impulse to cover all possibilities, considering his mother was killed in retaliation of his activities in Buenos Aires.
I'll go for Pulse. It's same with Castle. I'll go for Pulse.
Capitao.
Flores. He majored in electronics and computer engineering, completing an internship at a prestigious tech company where he contributed to the design and function of security system prototype.
It's making me think about a trap operator. It's the security device, but let's say Wamai.
Given his background in information security, Chandar understands secrecy and seems uncomfortable with expressing himself or with personal questions.
Let's say mute. Let's go. Finally a point. I don't think a lot of people know the lore of every agent, so it's tough indeed.
Like even the default operator, I don't even know. Like for example, Ash and stuff, I really like her. Even her name, I don't know.
It's Alemao, the agent from G2 Esports.
I'm gonna go for G2 entry. I think it's Doki.
To support Flex on Virtus Pro, it's Shepard.
I'm gonna go for ITB entry, it's Noah.
The IGL from ITB is Kendall.
The entry for ITB it's Creed.
The IGL from Virtus Pro is Dan.
The entry for VP is Pasha. Oh là là.
The entry for VP is Dan.
I need to find the IGL now from VP, so I don't think it's joystick. It's maybe I think it's maybe always.
I will say the IGL from VP is joystick.
It's not Shepard, it's Pasha. Yeah.
The support flex for G2 is Virtue.
And the last one for ITV, I think it's wait a second. Kenny is the AGL, Chris the entry. We still have like Noah maybe, but I don't think. Yeah, I'm gonna try it, but I don't think. I'm not sure. That's correct? Okay. I'm gonna start with Team Secret. Name contains an A, Savage.
Name contains an A with Wolves is Deadshot.
French or British player in Wolves. I'm gonna say Mowgli for French player.
Names contain an A for hence Jax, me.
Mais Jax, you lose, man. Coach from Hens,
no! Oh no!
You lose.
I'm so stupid.
Welcome back, everybody, to EULCQ's Blaster 6, as always. And of course, this week we are live from home. We're starting off with day number 1 of LCQs today, and our first game is already done. Wolves defeating Make Your Destiny to move forward to the semifinals, where they will play come Wednesday. Now, we turn our attention to game number 2, ENCE versus Virtus.pro, 2 EU League teams that go up against one another. By the way, hi, I'm Milosh. With me are XR Troika and Alphama joining me on the analyst desk for today to dig deep into our rosters. First up, ENCE is on the chopping block. This squad, Alphama, I mean, we're talking about kind of the Tier 2 French teams and French players that are making it into Tier 1. ENCE was a big surprise, but actually not too shabby for their first time ever in EU League.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them coming in, especially in Tier 2 play in Europe for a long time. They're exactly, I would say, a bit similar to Make Your Destiny, but at a very different stage, right? They've matured through the years. They've stuck together. They've improved. They've consistently upset T1 teams when they were in T2. And I think the biggest difference in today, in how they struggled to transition into Tier 1, is they had this very playbook play style, step by step, with a bit of aggression. And now that they're in Tier 1, people are actually taking the time to analyze them, to prepare counter-strat. And I think they were ready and faced that wall. I think that's why they struggled at the beginning of the season. And they've started to pick up the pace. They've started to win more of these matches against T1 teams. And I think it's interesting to see them here. It's a learning experience, and I don't think they're quite at a similar step than Virtus.pro right now.
All right, and let's talk about Virtus.pro then, since you mentioned them. This squad, I mean, we talked about them endlessly, Ollie, throughout the stage, and of course, through your own casting in EU League. They were at the tippity top of international play at SI, and now they're fighting through LCQs.
Yeah, not a position that we really expected Virtus.pro to be in, I don't think. Obviously, it has come as a little bit of surprise with their performance in Brazil earlier this year. We were expecting them to come into stage 1 absolutely flying, and they haven't really done that. It's certainly been a level of underperformance here from Virtus.pro. And tonight, it's all about redemption, right? It's all about proving that they have got what it takes to take one step further in this LCQ.
So let's talk about match results. We can bring those up and kind of give more context to these two teams playing against one another. Now, they have played twice so far, Alphama, and both of them have been ENCE victories. What do we make of that?
Yeah, you look at it and you think, but that's really surprising. You have on one hand, just what I explained, right? ENCE coming into Tier 1, struggling in the season, yet they beat consistently Virtus.pro. And Virtus.pro that comes off a top 3 at Invite and starts losing, 75% of their EUL matches? That's unexpected. And I'm wondering, what's the reason for this? What's the reason for Virtus.pro to be losing all these matches? And actually, my theory is that for SI, they expanded the map pool historically. It's really hard for them with their playstyle that's learned by heart to have a big map pool. And I think they expanded it for SI, and now they're really struggling to keep and to maintain a top level on every map. I think that's what's happening. And this is why you see them on such big maps like Clubhouse, maps that used to be, they were stellar on these maps, and they keep losing consistently on this map, for example. I think this goes to show that their playstyles need more adaptation. They need to be able to keep the same level on all 8 maps that they're playing right now.
That's a consistent thing for Virtus.pro. And actually, we can take a look at those specific games if we zoom in on those maps and what they were, closer in the open qualifiers, Ollie, but still ENCE victories regardless on 3 quite different maps.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've won in the regular stage. They've beaten VP to get to this point, but they've now got to do it again. And we know that Virtus.pro is a very experienced side at this point, and they're not going to let past results cloud their judgment moving into tonight. They need to be laser focused. They need to have a clear idea of what they want to do, because we know this team is capable of doing it. And I don't think that they're going to be relying too heavily or looking back too far in the mirror at those previous results. Maybe ENCE will, and that could be a little rock in the road that they might end up coming across and tripping up over if they're like, well, we've beaten them once before, we can do it again. That's not always the case. We see teams that play each other so many times, of very similar rosters as well, and it doesn't always just go one way.
And if ENCE is going to do it today, they're going to have to do it with Skies. And I really wanted to highlight things here with Skies. If we can bring up the stats, and I believe it was a pin of Shepard versus Skies. Now, their roles look quite similar, of course, with the operators that are picked Alpha Map, but what sets them apart from one another?
Yeah, I think Sky is a little bit more aggressive, right? He's playing that flex IGLing at the same time. Shepard is not necessarily IGLing, but what I find really funny with these two is that actually they're the best rated, which is funny. Shepard is at 94 EPS, and he's the best rated player on Virtus Pro, by the way, and he's negative. But they're both the best rated players of their own team, and yet they're kind of part of the backline of the team. So where are the fraggers? What's happening with the fraggers on both sides? I think this is the biggest area of improvement for them actually right now, is to get the fraggers to show up and to put down these fragging numbers that we need to see from them. But I just want to highlight that Skies, he's doing all of this on top of IGLing, which is amazing from him.
Yeah, who cares about fraggers when you have supports like this? And I'm sure, I mean, they are inspired by the one and only Tim, Ace of Pyrite. No, Ace of No. Ace is collecting way more kills than he used to get on Mira back in the day on Oregon Alpha Map. I remember those days. I casted them. Yeah. Sorry about that. You had to join the program.
I was hoping for it, but okay, that's fine.
You can't hope to get every one of those kills, right? Let's go through our map bans, though, for this best of 3 series. With our first 5, we have 4 bans. Oregon will be the first pick, and that is for ENCE, where they start off on defense. All right, what do we say about that, Leo?
I think it's really funny because we're actually starting to see the same beginning of map ban, map veto as last week. The only difference is Sky. This time, I think it was a decider last week, and this time ENCE banned it. And I don't think necessarily that's a good thing for ENCE, because it's actually, you have always this dilemma, right? So you won the map, and you won the match in a certain way, and now you're just playing the same exact rematch a week later. So that usually the team that wins learns less than the team that loses. So Virtus Pro, in my opinion, here is the favorite, coming into the exact same map veto, basically.
We'll see if that theory holds up. Our next map, Consulate, it'll be Virtus Pro's pick as they start off on defense. All right, this is looking very samey, Ollie.
It is, isn't it? We're starting to get into that dangerous realm. I think it's very seldom that you come up against a team as Virtus Pro that's got maybe a shallower map pool than you. I know that Virtus Pro have worked extremely hard to widen and expand that map pool of theirs, but it is looking like we may end up seeing a little bit of a repeat of last week. Obviously, the maps that were played last week, Oregon and Consulate, came through both at the start. It was a skyscraper to finish. That's already been banned out, so it's not going to be an identical best of 3 series, but at least the first 2 maps are going to be the same.
Let's see it then. What is our third? It is Chalet. ENCE Virtus Pro will play on border and take us to Chalet, where ENCE will start off on the defense. I guess both maps, in some ways, border and Chalet, when it comes to aggression, fit quite well, but you know, that's something for us to see. Will we even need that third map? Well, we're gonna have to go through our first and second. Let's go actually get into that first one. Regardless, Xertoric Alpha, thank you so much. Our casters await. Ace and Des, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, our second game of the day about to get underway. And Tim, 2 teams that we are more than familiar with, given how much we've seen them playing in the Europe League. One of those that I'm looking at for map 1 and already feeling a little bit nervous for ENCE. Yes, it was their map pick, but this is one of the go-to maps for Virtus Pro. And just a little bit nervous here that ENCE might have already set themselves up for their own demise.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, Des, but we've seen them play 3 maps now, and ENCE have won all 3. They won the best of 1 in the regular stage. They won 2-0 in the open qualifiers, of course, and they have the history. Yes, you would expect it to be a difficult matchup against Virtus Pro here, but ENCE, I'm sure, are going to be coming in with a lot of confidence here, given those previous results against Virtus Pro. It's a team they've had a lot of success with.
I agree. I just think, like G2, you are going to see a very different Virtus Pro coming out here. And we were speaking about it during the pre-show. Is for G2 a classic example of a team that have frequently kind of underperformed in league play or struggled in the build-up to an event, and then when it's really counted most, you've seen them come out absolutely all guns blazing, and I think Virtus Pro are going to transpire to be a very similar team. Not, of course, the right end stop yet. They do get to start on the defense side here in Oregon, which will give them a solid start. And maybe they've got something up their sleeves, Tim. Maybe they've looked back at the last few times that we saw Virtus Pro playing on this map, admittedly, a good month and a half ago or so now, and just said, you know what, there's some ideas we can take away from that. Review the footage, see what we can bring into things. Bans are already flying on through. Buck ban, one that you'd look at and say is quite uncharacteristic. However, I think we see both teams really enjoying that operator, so not wholly surprised to see it taken away. More of a target ban in towards Azox than anything else.
Yeah, Buck's just got so much value at the minute as well. You know, if you're playing Siege at home, maybe you're a solo queuer and you're looking at which attacker to be taking. Strong consideration towards Buck. I think he's one of the best solo queue attackers at the minute. So self-sufficient, hard breach, soft breach, Gun 6, he can do it all. His gun's decent. Yeah, I've got a lot of time for Buck at the minute. I think he's in a really, really strong spot. So, yeah, I think there's definite value to be had there. You think of things like, you know, opening up game floor from underneath, for example. You can open up, you know, the spot at the back of bunks near double window. You can open all that up from underneath. There's a lot of work that can be done with Buck on this map. So, I think, yeah, good shout on the ban there.
Yeah, I think my only worry is it's a very big target against Joystick as well, because he loves an operator. He plays it arguably more than anyone on the side of Ents does. So they're going to have their own ideas around how they play around this. Round one, imagine they'll jump straight onto the Capitals. We've spoke about already on this broadcast, Tim, an incredibly flexible and powerful operator that brings a lot to any attacking team lineup. Shepard straight across onto the Monty, though. This really... Monty's always a really interesting one because it can slow teams down, and Virtus Pro aren't really known for being a particularly fast team. So I actually like bringing a Monty along for them and just really using that to, you know, bully and push the defenders around. And Shepard, we know just how capable a support player he is, Tim. He could do some real work with that shield.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the one thing that we need to watch with the Monty is, you know, how does it affect their pace? I think pace is an important point to pick up on there. And I think there is the potential for the Monty to slow them down almost. You'll have Shepard go in, feeding that information in, and then them kind of sitting behind the shield rather than wanting to push forward and get kills. It might not be the case, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on because, as you said, Virtus Pro do historically struggle for time. So for the time being, the Deimos scan is going to come in. It's going to force Nequo not quite all the way back, but at least back onto rear stage stairs. Meanwhile, Shepard will start his bullying of Elbow.
I'm a little bit worried about how much Virtus Pro are trying to do here. They've got the Monty pushing in basically solo from bunker. You've got freezer pressure coming on through. With the Twitch playing on front door, you had one, I believe it was always trying to push in towards Big Tower. That's a lot of work they're trying to do all at once. Admittedly, that may well change as we were only 60 seconds or so into the round. But just that general observation of the team state right now is they are spread incredibly thin. And at some point, they're going to have to pull themselves back together.
Capitao with the hard breach going to be opening up those hatches, and we've just got that little bit of pressure coming towards rear stage from Shepard now as well. Just activating that Malusi Banshee is going to give away his position, and the player down on pillar not going to want to over-aggress that. I'm sure they'll have heard him coming. Very, very loud operator, very unique and distinctive sound, so they will be aware that it is a Monty on those rear stairs. There's no point peeking, because all you're going to do is shoot his shield.
I think we've all had that eye roll moment where you just hear the slow shunt of a shield and you're like, they've got a shield. It's Monty. Okay, it's Blitz. Brilliant. Love my life. But you just know you're in for a world of hurt when you're against a good shield player. In this position, though, Shepard, as mentioned, is one of those players that I look at and think, yeah, he's pretty damn good. He's danced his way over from playing in bunker over towards Big Tower Stairs and then back over towards bunker again. As mentioned for Virtus Pro, they have sort of coalesced, all came together on this top side of the map. It might be an E-box drop that's starting to eye up. A lot of pushing in towards green here. Nequo's got himself into a very dangerous position. Almost got away with a couple. In fact, made that a couple, Tim. They've got themselves 2 kills here on this tower stairs, and now suddenly it doesn't look so peachy to be able to push in through meeting either. A small lapse of judgment, lapse of attention has cost them dearly.
I didn't think they were maybe going to preempt Azox getting into that corner there, but it looks like Dan has got the read on it, and there's a lot of damage going to be done. Surely this is going to be the final kill coming in onto Azox at least, or at least his final HP going. But VP have fought their way back into this somehow. 5 seconds left to go, and they're in a position to start putting the diffuser down. That is a huge surprise, but there goes Jax. Wins out the round, and again, just too little done within the round. There was a huge mistake on rear stage stairs from Virtus.pro. They were lucky it wasn't worse, to be honest. Joystick gets taken down there. Could have been, Pasha did ultimately as well, but it could have been both of them for nothing. They managed to get one back at least onto Nequa. But Shepard, as I said, is the Monty going to slow them down or not? And I feel like it did. 30 seconds left to go in the round. You've got him moving back to bunker. He's been bunker, rear stage, bunker. They just never really made any progress.
And this has been what feels like the curse of Virtus.pro for a long time. And I think it can make them really frustrating to watch for a lot of people, is the kind of slow, lethargic pace they show in the mid-round. 9 times out of 10, any of the team would lose that situation. Yet they have this really infuriating, no doubt, for the opposition, this infuriating habit of being able to pull rounds out of seemingly nowhere, as they almost did then. Got it down to a 3v2, but because they took so long and had no time left on the clock, a small mistake like letting someone round onto you and get a couple of kills or a quick spray down with the SMG is enough to see the round converted. And I just think if they gave themselves another 10, 15, 20 seconds in the execute, they would be a terrifying team to face off against. Here, at least, Shepard is now off the Monty, so we'll see something a little bit different coming out. And I hope we see that pace build up a little bit more, because otherwise I think ENCE are really in a very good position to abuse that lack of pace that we often associate Virtus.pro with.
Solis just on the roam around meeting. Going to keep hold of that area for a little while at least. I think just take out any of those drones coming through, but really is in a position to support the Legion that's inside kitchen. It's going to be just about trying to keep hold of that position to prevent that push coming in through the double window, just to make it difficult for any white stairs play or anything. It's going to force Virtus.pro over onto the master bedroom side almost completely, and that's where you can start trying to burn time if you're ENCE.
I've got the proactivity coming out from the side of ENCE as well, whether it's the Solus dancing around this front door, whether it's the big tower looking to catch out anyone who might be unawares. ENCE are keeping themselves busy around the map and trying to slow Virtus.pro down further and further, like we've already remarked. That seems to be the way to really punish them. And back in our last series, I remarked on Virtus.pro, at least back when they were known as Team Empire, the majority of this roster, of course, 4 out of 5 having previously been on Team Empire. Back when they were in a period of really being terrible at attacking, they'd say, we doubted ourselves too much. We'd drone in a spot 3, 4, 5 times, lose all of our drones, and then be forced to go in guns up with not a clue what was going on anywhere around us. And I'm just a little bit nervous here that we're seeing somewhat more of the same. Like, look at the control that's being shown overall by the side of ENCE, and Azox gets away with that for free. The proactivity coming out of this French team is absolutely beautiful so far, and Virtus.pro are the ones paying the price.
Absolutely, and this is what I suggested coming in. ENCE are carrying so much confidence against this team. They've played them in 3 maps, beat them in 3 maps, and, you know, why not come in and get aggressive like this? Diffuser was going down. That's not going to be stuck. Nequa manages to find the kill to take down Shepard, and we find ourselves now 2 versus 5, and ENCE very quickly looking at a potential start of 2-0 here on the scoreboard. Look at him trying to get aggressive out of the breach. It's not going to work against Dan. He manages to pick up the kill. 45 seconds, it's doable, but it's going to take a lot of work here. Pasha manages to find one, but then sprayed down by Rykos, leaving Dan in a 1v3. Can't quite find the man on the long angle. Does do a lot of damage, though.
He wants the feet, and he's found him as well! Underneath the bunks will also get the finish off as well, but this is where I was a bit nervous, right? They were in such a dominant spot here, ENCE, and they put themselves at risk, left in a 1 versus 2. They played the round so brilliantly. If not for Rykos getting downstairs onto Zulu for a trade, this round could have been absolutely cut. But here with them playing at range a little bit, just letting Dan seat them out here, I feel they've done enough to be able to get the round over the line. Dan's got the right idea, finds his man, but Tim, again, that clock is only going to work against them. They'll try and stick it out, but Rykos, I think, has left this one to the perfect moment. We'll be able to get in, and Dan pulls off the plant man. Spoke about this one a few times before. You never know if Rykos will go left or right there and choose the wrong direction. And Dan, a little bit of a KD saver, sadly, my friend, has cost you the round.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, it's one of them, I think. If you know the rotations there, you don't expect to get it down. But as you say, you never know. You never know what's going to happen. We've seen some weird scenarios at the ends of rounds before now. But what you do know for absolute certain is if you let go of F, you lose the round. It is that simple. You know, yes, it might only be a 0.01% chance of winning the round if you keep a hold of it, but it's still 0.01 better than you've got if you let go. So, yeah, I think, you know, you've just got to stick it and take the death there, realistically. Just in case, you know, how many times do we see it where a player takes slightly longer to get there than you think? You come off, bang, a hip fire shot, and you've just won the round. You never know.
And equally, if Rykos doesn't win that 1v1 downstairs, it was almost a perfect spin coming out, win out a second one. Yeah, you're staring down the barrel of a 2v2 there from when you were in a 5 versus 2 situation. Ents maybe getting a little bit excited at points, but Tim, I really can't take it away from them. They are playing Virtus Pro off the park so far. The proactivity in the round, the denial, the constant tripping Virtus Pro up. I'll come back to it again. Yes, they constantly make these mistakes, Virtus Pro, when it comes to pace, but they are lethal. You give them a couple of gunfights and that round can suddenly turn completely on its head. And that's what I want to see. Ents, just carry on the way you are, playing brilliantly well, but don't try and get a little bit overconfident here. Virtus Pro will snap those jaws shut, given the opportunity.
Definitely a good round from Ents. This is now VP's opportunity to snap those jaws shut, as you put it. They've got to come in and win this round. They're going to be attacking onto meeting. Third choice site for Ents. If Ents get this one, you feel like it's going to start running away from Virtus Pro very, very quickly. They are holding on from Attic. They do have top floor. They've got a couple of ADSs up there. They've got one player in Kid Storms as well. So they've got everything they need here, Ents, to hold on. Virtus Pro really need to clear out this top floor.
Is how many men do they have to lose to make that happen, Tim?
Yeah.
They've got, of course, always on side once again on the Deimos. Very good for that intel collection as long as you can communicate it well across to the team, but you'd hope they'd be in a position to just clamp down on these Ents players and use some of that excellent firepower and teamwork that we have seen come out of them before. As it stands, Ents looking relatively unchallenged, pretty comfortable for now. Nako's got to be careful. This wall being opened up, they've also got the double window behind him. You've also got to be mindful of bottom white window at the same time. There's a lot that can work against them here, but already half the round is gone. Virtus Pro is still fighting their way through step 1.
Yeah, again, it's just Ents understanding how to play Virtus Pro, and that's just build up layer after layer after layer after layer to take as much time as you can. Always finding an absolute beauty with the Vendetta onto Nako, though. That's going to be a great start for VP, but 1 minute 15, still work to be done. They've now got that top floor control. They can start opening up the verticals. They can start using the boogie drones, which is what's going to happen. Ents, they're going to find themselves under a lot of pressure now, and this is the key when you're defending to holding on to that third choice site. It's how well can you absorb pressure.
Numbers advantage, they can commit also the Nomads to actual flank watch here as well, not just relying on those air jabs. Then we saw Jax dropping down into the basement, no doubt eyeing up another flank up Freezer stairs, for example. Ents won't stop trying, Tim. They'll keep on fancying their chances here at shooting you in the back once you're starting to think about side. But if they read this right, Tim, they'd realize that no one's really playing on site here, and this could be an execute coming on through. Shepard dropping himself through now in a good spot to get this one down. And will anyone on Ents be able to react? Fair enough.
At this point, it's going to be a time factor again, 4 versus 4. Skies managing to pick up Dan with that toxic babe, and Ents just managing to keep themselves in this one. Joystick taken down, a 1-for-1 as the fight comes into battle over that top floor. Pasha manages to hold on to it with a double, and that's going to be the round for Virtus Pro. They get themselves, it was an essential, it was a must win for them in round 3. They couldn't face complete defensive defeat like that. Instead, they managed to get themselves one lockdown. They can now try attacking onto the basement again. Honestly, I don't really want to see the Monty. I don't feel like it helped. They didn't get any value from it realistically. I think Virtus Pro, get in there and try and get yourself onto site quicker.
Again, I'll praise a lot of the team play there coming out of Ents. I think they realize they're out of smokes. They can't pressure the default plant spot through the hatch anymore. So what can they do realistically? They either force themselves in, down through into kitchen itself, where you know you haven't got vertical control. Chances are you lose a few lives to angles being held by Virtus Pro, or you push and try and retake top floor, and that's exactly what they did. One coming up big tower stairs, one coming up through armory stairs as well. Just couldn't quite win the gunfights here. Pasha doing a lot of work with the 2K upstairs. He dies there. They lose vertical control. Good chance that round is cooked. 2 massive kills from him to secure the round for Virtus Pro. That is the offsite one, Tim. So now we're probably going to see ourselves on the same rotation again. Down in the basement, up to the top floor, and then back across to the offsite to complete the second quarter.
Yeah, we could have a bit of a turnaround for Virtus Pro now, to be fair. You know, manage to get one of these primary sites, maybe grab that third choice site, get at least 2 rounds, basically, is going to be the key on the attack before they move on to the defense. If they can get 3, it'll be great, but they are going to have to win 2 primary choice sites. It is the reality. If they win this one down in basement, it means it's still available to choose, so we're not going to see another third choice coming out of Ents. But how about that? Raikos straight out of the window, straight onto a kill, takes down Joystick, and another good aggressive start from Ents.
And onto what operator as well? It's the Flores. Now you're starting to think about things like maybe not 100% safe because the Twitch is still going around, but the 2 bulletproofs, for example, and most importantly, that shield will definitely stay standing. Really big towards him on elbow, I imagine, so you'll have this kind of shield face off there, 1 mobile, 1 not. Shepard, I think we'll see dancing around bunker again, and no doubt up towards Big Tower Stairs. Here he is this time around on Big Tower Stairs. Was kind of in between the 2 quite free last time around until all the players converged around him. And given we've got Always and Pasha still playing on the south side here, Tim, this could actually be a bit of a split site execute rather than trying to worry all about coming in through Big Tower and bunker, making some pressure happen around Freezer at the same time.
I'm just going to be sending the Twitch drone around. No more utility to be cleared out. We'll leave it likely in a flank watch position, I would imagine, as they are getting towards a point of looking to push onto site. That being said, I do notice a Goyo canister still in Freezer. So maybe a little bit more work that these Twitch drones could be doing. I'm not sure how they are for stored up charges at the minute, but definitely would like to see Dan clearing out a bit more of that utility. In he goes now. That's the canister I was talking about. So better from him. Let's see if he can find any more. No, as 1 is taken out at least. He does have a second, so there may be a bit more to be found later in the round.
I'll be really careful here as well because they're watching out for it, and they've got the second one as well. So Bleed, no, sorry, it wasn't a standard drone. This is the second one coming out. The shot drone now rolling on through. The fire giving at least a little bit of cover, but Tim, they sorely need to get rid of more of these Goyo canisters. They see one at range, and that's now gone as well. That should be the second one removed. So the Goyo canisters for now are safe, as well as those bulletproofs that are down too.
And that's going to be the big one. If they're shaping up for a rear-sided push, if they're looking to get into that plant spot, it's going to help them. But it looks like everybody's stacked up towards Laundry at the minute. Shepard's been able to walk his way on in. We're just going to have that Capital utility as well. But they've absolutely no idea about Sky's hidden here. He's going to just pop up and spoil the party. Simple as that. Danny manages to get one back, but taken down in a trade by Neko. And once again, inside 10 seconds, Virtus Pro are stood in a 1v4.
It's unforgivable, really. You've got a Twitch on side with extra drones. You've got the Deimos on side with the tracking. You've got 10 drones in back pocket that you can make use of. There's no mute impeding you. Yet you still find yourself chewed up by a player that you simply didn't read into. And the best thing is for Ents, it wasn't even that won the round. It was everything else happening out towards Highway and Freezer, where Ents just collapsed and crushed the other side. Really good clean stuff from them. Yes, they were in a 5 versus 4, but for Virtus Pro, it's another round where things have been a bit lethargic, a little bit slow, not quite as thorough as we used to. And it sounds really critical of Virtus Pro overall, but these are players that have been playing the game now, Tim, for knocking on 7, 8, 9 years. They've been around a long time. And these are basics so far that they're falling down on. Again, full credit to Ents. They are running the show right now. But for Virtus Pro, you would hope to see a little bit more on the attacking half of Oregon.
Yeah, like I say, they really need that second round. That's going to be the essential for them. Get the second round, then get onto the defense. But even then, you know, realistically, against this end side and the way they're playing, I'd say defensively, you're looking potentially at a 4-2. It's going to be difficult to lock down a 5-1. So if all they get is a second round here, you're then looking and thinking, well, you're already cruising towards overtime potentially, which is where one of those maps ended last week in the best of 3. So maybe that will be the case, but right now, I wouldn't put it past Ents to just win this straight up.
That's how things have been running away with them so far, Tim. They've been looking very confident, very comfortable overall, and this is an interesting setup as well, where they know that there's probably going to be some work coming in through the basement. Right idea, as we've seen a couple of Virtus Pro players just snaking their way through the basement before rejoining up with the rest of their team. But here, able to, 1, see the drones working their way through the basement, and 2, have a couple of guns trained downstairs, which probably puts Virtus Pro into a bit of fear, thinking, okay, are they protecting something? Is there someone running around down here that we should be aware of? Hence why the drones have been rolling on through. Only 40 seconds into the round, we're already seeing them losing out nearly half of their drones at this point. They do get rid of Azox, though. A crucial pick, given he's on that Solus.
Still picking up only the second entry that Virtus Pro have managed so far in 5 rounds. Again, you just feel like they're on the back foot too often. This is more what we need to see out of Virtus Pro. You look across the lineup, Dan, Joystick, Pasha, so many people always as well capable of getting kills, mechanically skilled players, and they're constantly playing at man disadvantage situations, unable to make this weight of numbers pay for them. But this time, they've got the job done. Nitro goes out. Jax is going to be unsuccessful onto the window, and we find ourselves in a 5v2 for Virtus Pro with a minute and a half left to go. Where has this team been so far?
Just been going fishing, haven't they, Tim? Waiting for drops to come on through and picking players up for free. However, Rykos has slipped the net a bit here. The only player, of course, not being tracked out. The Deimos track onto the other one, or Deimos are into the last one. Jackson ran himself forward so close there. I thought for a second he fancied a window jump out, but that might have been a little bit too much. Deathmart not going to sit onto him, no doubt blocked out by the jammer around his feet at that point. Virtus Pro, surely you don't give this one away. There we go. Down goes Jax. One left standing. Rykos has got an ace clutched him to win this.
Second kill for Dan in the round. He's coming out big so far this game, finding himself at 7-2. Surely the pressure is now going to mount in through the window. Rykos goes for the fight, not going to find the kill. Has to dip away through the rotate. Meanwhile, the plant goes down. Down with a triple to close out the round. And that is going to be Virtus Pro taking that all-important second round. They'll no doubt have another attack onto the top floor. It is possible that ENCE will choose to go for the third choice site, but given that they lost it previously, for me, I'd way back into that early choice, Dorm's pick. Go for another round there, see if you can lock out the 4-2.
Good round overall. I think they just really punished ENCE being so extended far into the map. And, you know, I've praised ENCE for that, but where they've seen the most success, I felt at least, was out on the move, not so much holding static, which is exactly what Azox was doing. We saw him sat on meeting hatch for the vast majority of the start of that round, and Virtus Pro, they set their wheels in motion, they get the closeout they need, then 2 players quickly follow. One even died trying to drop the hatch into basement to go and I think join his teammate to try and force trade, ultimately lost his life and left the team in a 5 versus 2. So going back to what I said back in round 2, ENCE don't need to bite off more than they can chew. Being aggressive is one thing, but then overcommitting to that is another thing entirely. Virtus Pro have got 2 rounds that I would argue, Tim, they'll feel pretty happy with, because they have been played off the park every single round, I feel, so far by ENCE, except for that last one. For them to have 2 rounds here with the possibility of getting a 3-3 split, that's going to feel like daylight robbery.
Yeah, I'd agree. A 3-3 split here. Virtus Pro have stolen it away because ENCE have definitely looked like the better team overall. You know, Virtus Pro still struggling with the same old problems of being a little bit slow on the attack. That's why I like that last round, because they weren't. Joystick went in, got himself, you know, that's the Joystick of 2-3 years ago. Going in, big double kill, kicks things off in the round, really gets things going. Pasha this time, picking up Neko. This is more, you know, what we can expect from Virtus Pro. It's not what we do expect, but they are capable of it. They've got the gun skill. They've got the ability to go in there and aggressively take fights.
This is where I think time wasting against Virtus Pro is the best thing you can do. Like, strictly hyper early round aggression, you know, peeking at windows, jumping out doorways and that. I'm not too sure that's the game plan against them, because we know, as you said, Tim, they are incredibly competent gunners. You give them an inch, they'll take an absolute mile. Dan, for example, is sat at 8-2. Like, they're running away with the game in parts. It's just when ENCE focus more on the kills than they do on the wasting of time that it comes back to bite them. And I'd really like to see them just not so much slow things down. The aggression is great. Just don't make it all about the gunfights. Make it much more about the clock, and I think they'll have much better time against Virtus Pro.
I'd agree with you. Just don't play into their lines of sight particularly. Right now, Joystick and Pasha, they're kind of held up underneath. They're waiting for other things to happen before they can aggress forward. Joystick's just going to hold on to white stairs, make sure that Pasha's not getting peeked from there whilst on the drone. Just checking out the attic side. Just at the minute, trying to get an appraisal of sight. Where is everybody? What do we need to do? Is there anything that we can affect maybe from underneath? You know, how can we play this? But you can only do that for so long. And it's always been the move from drone into action that has been the problem for this Virtus Pro team.
I mean, I'm looking at the lineup out of Virtus Pro and I'm just seeing it's horrific, really. Anti-Roman with the decay beat, Nomad on side, the Gridlock on side, just anything to stop ENCE having freedom around the map is beautiful, and they're still sticking really hard onto that Deimos. Only Dan is being given the freedom on the Ash to realistically play an operator that he's very well known for at this point and can do some serious damage on. Rykos still looking to be aggressive here as the C4 in hand as well. He knows what's coming as well. The rappel working its way up in hand as well. Comes out the top as well. Not going to find his man. Dan taking half a health bar still. See Rykos here trying to get himself out of danger. And sure enough, slips on towards White Stairs, but Joystick has got his number. They're starting to swarm at this point, Tim, and I think Azox is really fancying a bit of a run out, but I just don't think he's going to be able to find it.
No, I think probably not. Jax has just dropped off site at that point in time, and it now leaves them in a 1 versus 4 on site. Jax is going to have to either try for a vertical denial, not the best operator to do it when you've got a Solus on side, or he's going to have to fight his way back in here, and now they know his position. It's going to be difficult to swing on in here. Azox does manage to pick up one. Diffuser hasn't gone down yet. Need to get a move on with this. It's going to be Joystick trying to put it down. Dan taken out. Pasha. It's going to be the track stinger kill. Too much damage done to the last man remaining for ENCE, and Virtus Pro get away with a 3-3 half.
Again, ENCE will probably feel like they've been a bit robbed from this because I feel they've been the more aggressive of the teams. They've been the one that's played the map better overall. But Virtus Pro have managed to make it happen when it counts. And that last round, Tim, was better in some ways, worse in others. The early round run out from Naquo, for example, not the thing we were looking for. Running things down to the wire on the clock, so a plant was going down with no time left on the clock. That's where you want Virtus Pro, and a cheeky C4, a shotgun blast from below, you name it. So many things can then work in your favor to ensure that you then don't lose that round as the defenders, and you're able to kind of play that clock against Virtus Pro. But I think overall, again, brilliant play from the boys of Virtus Pro. They're taking the control they need. They didn't make it overcomplicated. They kept it to the satellite window. They kept it to double window. They kept it to White Stairs, and that was all they felt they needed. Of course, with tons of gridlock tracks below them to make sure no one could come up behind them at the same time. But just overall, I feel like for Virtus Pro, it may feel like a bit of a smash and grab. Now they go onto the defensive side, and ENCE have really got to show some teeth on the attacking side of Oregon.
This is, you know, where I think things start playing into the hands of Virtus Pro a little bit. Coming into this, I said, you know, the last 3 maps they've played, it was a best of 3 that was won 2-0 by ENCE, and then the best of 1 in the regular stage. Those 3 maps, ENCE have won all 3 of them. Pretty convincingly as well. Only one of those 3 maps going to overtime, but Virtus Pro securing that 3-3 half onto defense. I start really sort of hedging towards them at this point, being able to get this one locked out. They're going to be very tough to break down on the defense. They've got the Warden, they've got the Goyo, they've got the smoke, playing a lot of denial. They're taking intel away with the mute jammers as well, making it difficult to potentially get the advantage out of those Dokkaebi calls, for example. Those lion scans all can be stopped by the mute jammers.
There's one thing I'm mindful of too, is that for ENCE, they are one of our weaker attacking teams in Europe. Bottom 3 of the 10 teams that we have got, so they're going to have to see a little bit of an uplift, I imagine, here. Not forgetting, to be fair to them, that they had a weaker start to the stage and they got better as time went by. So imagine actually that stat is, as it currently sits, 40% attacking win rate. In reality, of a recent history, it's probably a little bit higher than that, and maybe they do see a bit of success. However, Virtus Pro, being as dug in as they are here, in behind the Warden, the mute, smoke, got everything else, just kind of show that really, as long as ENCE are quick about this, they can have a lot of time to make an attack happen.
Again, stunning out, looking to use the sometimes forgotten, I won't say often, sometimes forgotten secondary ability of the bulletproof cameras. Of course, the main one being that thermal imaging, able to see through smokes, etc., and provide that information, that intel, but also able to use that EMP blast to shock out drones or anything. I don't think it actually caught the drone that was on rear stage stairs, but was able to ping it out at least. So Virtus Pro can be expecting this push coming from the rear side. I'm not sure how much weight has come with the push after that lion scan, though. They haven't moved in and taken any ground, and it falls back into that area of, you've used utility, what have you gained for it?
Tim, which player was it on this team that had a real bad time with Maverick? I want to say it was Guy? Maybe it was Jax. I really can't remember. But I remember ENCE having great difficulty getting a hatch open. They whiffed it up, and I think they had no gas left when there was a tiniest little bit still to go to get things opened up, and it was a bit questionable. Same as Shepard swinging out there when you know you've got 3 or 4 players coming in, obviously hoping to take a couple with him. It's going to take absolutely nothing. Rykos also getting always back on the other side. Shepard might have managed to keep himself alive here, Tim, but a nade comes around the corner as well. That will be enough. The smoke is offline, and now the floodgates are open. ENCE are flooding their way through. Rykos has made the cross, and 90 at this point, or elbow, sorry, is forfeit for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, that's well played from Ents there. They recognise that Shepard was about to get to safety potentially, and they make sure that can't happen. But 15 seconds left to go. Make no mistake, this is a round that Virtus.pro could hold on to. Joystick, again, going big for his team. Gets one, gets two. Dan in on the mix as well, and Virtus.pro will hold on as Pasha finds the final kill. It looked like Ents might have broken the basement defence, but absolutely not. Joystick has gone big for them a number of times over the last few rounds, and continues to do so.
Just another one of those where you give them an inch, Tim, and they will take a mile. Virtus.pro are ferocious when you give them any kind of space to play with there, and Ents Pros left it a little bit too late, didn't quite have the coordination in the close there to get things done, and forgot about the man inside of Freezer who absolutely deletes them when it matters most. Not looking too strong so far. It is only one round in, but I'd say Virtus.pro there looked very calm and composed.
Yeah, it was this double from Joystick, really. If you could, the whole push there was reliant on that first fight being won on the hatch drop. You've got to get into Freezer, you've got to get Joystick, because Joystick's the one that's able to fight onto the default plant spot. He's the one able to keep you out of storage. So just perfect stuff from Joystick there. He's got to win that first fight under pressure. He knows that, and he gets the job done. Really well played, nice defense, and Virtus.pro, they get themselves ahead for the first time in this one and can head up to that top floor now.
I think realistically just done more than enough there than was required. And someone's dropping into the hatch. Obviously, you see their legs first. You get a couple of free ones coming out. Assuming you're looking the right way, of course, but even after they lost that fight inside of Freezer, there was clearly no call coming out saying, I've lost Freezer, or even realizing, okay, I knew you were pushing there. This guy in Freezer's going to dome me now. Instead, just go crouch walking in front of him, and it's easy enough for Joystick to get the close out. Even more painful so it being the warders, so no amount of smokes or flashes would have helped you in that situation. Now Ents have got to find themselves fighting from behind for the first time. Shepard, the one in a very precarious position here, has got to be super careful. See, throwing back pocket for if he wants it. He has the ability to back away, but really fancies getting something out of this. Forced to step away. Now safe back with his team.
Yeah, he's done well there, really. Sort of burnt 45 seconds to a minute, preventing them getting on into bedroom, and now he's just making them redrawn, rethink, recheck, and potentially allowing Dan that opportunity as well to challenge from an alternative angle. So Ents are going to be left in a real guessing game here as to how safe it is, and it's no surprise to see after the first minute they haven't got themselves inside of the map yet, and Shepard has the potentially here to push forward into that closet again and maybe just see if he can catch them by surprise when they try to push into Master.
I'm really keeping a close eye on Jax in this round, and not just because he was on screen, but fundamentally he's on the Ying. We always talk about Ying, excellent at taking space. Really, when it comes around to an execute, Candelas and the smokes are what you want. That's where your focus needs to be. On the other side, of course, is the Warden, is the Wamai, is things that can work against those gadgets, doing real work inside of sight itself. And admittedly, with half the round going by, Shepard's barely moved an inch. Sure, he stepped back inside of light sight, but outside of that, not too much is that to come from it, not put under enough pressure by the side of Ents, and they might be about to walk into the wrong end of a shotgun. There's the Candela coming on through, the Cole coming out at the same time, another flash comes on through, and Nako really wants this one. He's already won the first gunfight, but can't push in any deeper, as always comes in with a clutch smoke to keep his mute alive.
Yeah, the kill onto Dan is great, but getting Shepard cleared out is going to be super important here. The whole defense is relying on it. You can see it. They've got reinforcements at top white. You would almost never do that. The Deimos scan is trying to get the job done. As it is, Shepard's going nowhere. He's fighting with him through the vertical. They just can't get the angle that they need. 40 seconds left to go. The big frustration here for Virtus.pro is going to be if Shepard doesn't manage to burn enough time, but he's done so much. 30 seconds left to go. A kill to his name as well. Virtus.pro, they've just got to hold on now.
Done enough, and they've still got flashes they can work with. The smokes in back pocket and Candelas. Ents have got all the tools in the toy box here to make use of. Out comes the Candela. Joystick, though, perfectly placed. Almost manages to get rid of that one. But the plant's going down, Tim. Everyone's distracted. No one can deal with this. And Nako will just about manage to complete it. From behind the pool table, finds once more. And out comes Joystick, hunting down what he can find. But Ents are already long gone.
Fortunate timing for Joystick there. Had the opportunity for the Lion on game window, but was just deactivating those classes, leaving it up to Always, who gets cut down by Skies. And that was nice from Ents. It took them a long time to deal with Shepard inside a closet. They lost the Deimos doing it as well, but even on short time with 30 seconds left to execute, they were able to get in there and make that man advantage count. That's one of the things about that site. It's big, it can be difficult to break down, but there are a couple of pockets that you can hold on to with not too much space at all to get that diffuser down. So it was well played from ENCE to recognise that, go in, take that ground and get the job done.
Exactly that. I think it was amazing work done by Naquo overall as well. Like Shepard, barely moved his feet for the entirety of that round, really dancing around bedroom, out on the balcony, and of course through to walking, as we saw a couple of times. And I love really from him the composure, right? He spoke back in the first half a couple of times about the over-aggression being shown by the side of ENCE. Sometimes just kind of go a little bit too far with their holds, or really looking to get for that second kill. But not just so much here, but earlier on when he won the initial fight against Dan, to then back out and come back in later when he knew it was the right time to come in and get one was brilliant. In that spot there, didn't need to swing, waited for the push to come in towards him. Just showed a lot of patience, I think, in that round, and there's been a real commanding force for ENCE to get that round over the line. Things stay even then at 4 apiece.
Attackers are heading out.
We see Virtus.pro move on to the third choice site rather than go back up to dorms. So they are going to, I imagine, try to hold on to the same space. We saw ENCE try to do it. They were unsuccessful. Virtus.pro took the top floor very, very well. One problem for Virtus.pro, I think, at the minute is, you know, Dan came in very, very strong through the first half. Last couple of rounds, he's just quietened off a little bit. He was the entry death last time around. It was a big driving force. If they could maybe get him activated on defense a little bit. I've said this already in the first game that we saw today. You do get those players that will go big on one half or the other, but the more that they can get out of Dan in this half, I think the better it'll be for them.
Kick themselves not taking that freebie onto Joystick, who's still got to make the cross here, and has got to be mindful no one's going to catch him off the rappel as he tries to make another cross. Naquo and the team, though, have already changed their tune here, changed their game plan, Tim. A little bit concerned about that because I feel like you still need top floor control. Maybe it's just more about approaching this top floor from a different perspective.
Yeah, the difficulty they're going to have is that there's 2 impact nades upstairs as well, so there's the potential to open that floor up depending, you know, where the push is coming. If you hear a plant call, for example, you've got Pasha, you've got Joystick, both able to open up the floor above that and get the angles that they need. So, yeah, for me, I think ENCE might struggle for success here if they don't take that top floor control.
Dan's just lurking with a shotgun as well. We've seen a few close angle shotgun pumps. Not come out for this game, but other games, very, very powerful. And of course, at close range, as you'd expect from a shotgun. That's when you want for ENCE to be running onto the wrong end of that one. More to try and figure things out, so I think for like ENCE, as I mentioned, they've changed their tune a bit in terms of where they want to attack from and what their focus is going to be. Not too bothered about the top floor anymore, but I don't think they're aware about Dan playing on these stairs, Tim. If he gets droned out, then sure, all things looking great, but I haven't seen a drone go past him yet.
No, they're maybe going to be a little bit reliant on those local calls. They're going to have that coming out. Shepard, Pasha with a huge triple, just one after another after another. They don't need the wooden glasses. They've got Pasha, who just cuts them all down. Rakos suddenly finds himself in a 1v5, able to bring down Joystick to bring things to a 1v4, but let's be honest, it's not even going to be kind of close. I'll give him that beautiful shot onto the Nitro to take it out of the sky, but I imagine that his days are going to be numbered in round 9.
Really slipped the net there, I feel Pasha has as well. Like, we know we had Dan controlling at the top of the stairs, who could have easily swung around any time and covered Pasha's back, but they relied on a flooding towards green. You can see exactly the outcome of that. Pasha walks away with a 3K. Big set of kills coming out for him. Rikos with it all to do against 4. Virtus.pro find themselves back in the lead, no doubt. And Tim, this is where you start asking questions now about how the rest of this game plays out. We've seen them stay neck and neck so far, but with that being the offsite, that's a pretty big win for the defenders to take.
Yeah, it really is. They can go back to basement now, try and get themselves 2 rounds in a row. That's going to be the big thing, because they've been fighting and they kept going level with each other, 4-3, 4-4, 3-3. You know, now it's 5-4. They've got a super solid site in basement to try and lock down and get themselves that map point opportunity. And then where do they get to play that? A site that you'd at least expect them to win half of the time, if not more, up on the top floor. So, yeah, in terms of site rotation, I think Virtus.pro have made a big call, but it's worked out there going to the third choice rather than doubling down on dorms. The fact they've won that puts them in a great position.
This here as well, like really running in largely blind. They really were desperate to try and make that green push work, but there was just always someone ready and waiting. And for Pasha as well, worth noting, the 3K that he got, spinning on a dime from that green door, then onto the window and getting the 2 that he did, absolutely mega, and closing it out with a 4th at the end. That's his round, and that's why he currently sits at 12 and 5, Tim. What a game that he's having so far as well. It was down earlier on at 8 and 2, if you remember. Been a bit quiet across the last 4 or 5 rounds, but when one player goes quiet, another one can step up, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And on with you, now we're down in the basement. This is the kind of time you expect to see a 6-4 come online for Virtus Pro, and then Ents have really got some work to do, to claw this one back. I was a little bit nervous about it at the start because, as I said, it is one of Virtus Pro's go-to map. They absolutely love playing on Oregon. And yes, they enjoy it as well. Yes, they played great in the first half, but in the second, feels like they're sort of chasing their own tails here, trying to deal with Virtus Pro.
I think at this point, Ents have certainly got their work cut out for them. The difficulty for them, of course, being that, you know, it's their own map choice as well when they start looking towards the rest of this one. Consulate was the map in the best of 3 that got taken to overtime. I think it was an 8-7 win. So it was all 15 rounds that it took Ents to get that 1-1. And coming in on the back of their first map loss to Virtus Pro in stage 1, it's going to be a tough ask potentially. So, yeah, for me, this is going to be a really important one. You don't want to play for the game up on dorms. It's winnable, it's losable, it could go either way. So yeah, for me, get it done down here in the basement. It looks like they're stacking up mostly towards the back side of things. That's where the droning is going. That's where the operators are focused. Their presence pushed into bunker as well by the looks of those silhouettes. And it's a little bit of attention over on the freezer side. So I don't hate this. It's actually looking very similar to the attack that they tried to push last time.
One thing I would like to see, and I know we saw Virtus Pro try this and fail, equally we saw Wolves do it in their game earlier and it worked out great, is just take control of the parts that you need. Don't try and overcomplicate it. It's why things like the Nomad help out. It's why the gridlock's available, like we saw Virtus Pro making use of. Take what you need and lock off the rest, really. Don't give the defenders a chance to make full use of it, because that is where Virtus Pro look strongest, is when they can make these big plays that really get them over the finish line, right? With the Decay being the line on side, though, it feels like it's a bit of an all-in-one here, Tim. It's going to be a drop coming in together. So far, they're trying to expose a little bit here on Shaiko's spot to give themselves an angle to expose the Jaeger, who's currently sat playing in behind it. It is always who's dug into that position. But they've tried to try and make 1 or 2 of these Virtus Pro players move. Otherwise, this could be a real messy execute.
A speculative Nitro goes through there, doesn't catch anybody, but did take the X-Kairos pellets off the wall. They will be replaced and re-detonated, so that will be opened up. Going to make it difficult for movement for always around that Shaco spot. Dan does manage to pick up Naquo, and he gets himself going in this one again. He knows that there's another one in laundry, but the cover's there. And Joystick, once again, the master of Freezer, puts 2 on ice before Azox manages to find him. 1 versus 4, cut down by Pasha with the shotgun, and that is the outcome we expected from basement. VP get themselves onto map point here on Oregon, and it's big.
It barely looked like they're struggling at this point, Tim, as well. It was a very different story back in the first half. Yes, they managed to get the 3-3, but it did feel like Ents had the run of things. And even here, we're not seeing VP play a really hyper-aggressive game like we saw Ents doing. For the most part, VP are like, you know what? We'll sit on site because we are that confident. We can win when you come in for your execute, unless you are operating to absolute millisecond perfection. Virtus Pro are going to find you closed out. And I'm with you, Tim. Joystick has been an absolute hero in that freezer in this half so far. Really shut things down there, given nothing over towards Ents. But this is why I keep on saying, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, 2 really big moments from Joystick down there, and he's, you know, really the difference maker in the 6-4. You know, if you look at the 2 rounds that they've got themselves ahead, it's been those 2 basement rounds, and it's just been great stuff from him, really, as well. Again, Dan just locking it down, not letting them drop down that arch, not letting them get that advantage. You know, Joystick ultimately taken out, but the damage was done by then. It just didn't matter. And Virtus Pro, for me, backs to the wall here in LCQ are looking like a little bit of a different beast to the one that we've seen. They're certainly showing the best of themselves rather than, you know, what we've seen necessarily every week in EUL, where they've had good, they've had bad, they've struggled for consistency. They're looking very good so far tonight.
They are, Tim, and that always sets them up for a strong showing on the next map that we step into, which of course is theirs, going in towards Oslo. see that one plays out once this map has concluded. Sorry, can't of course fully write Ensoft yet. They had a pretty good attack on this top site earlier on this top floor, more or less. That's what they've got to worry about first and foremost, is getting that top floor control, which hasn't always been the easiest. A lot of it came down to Nako and his patience being shown around that master bedroom balcony and of course inside of master itself. Shepard, I wouldn't be too surprised to see positioned in a similar spot though, once again with that shotgun. The wall might actually be fully closed off this time around, so no dancing in and out. It's much more standard.
I'm taking himself out a couple of drones. Doing pretty well. Let's have a look on the util game. 7 left on the board ends here, so still okay despite losing a few. They should have a good idea of what's going on. Just going to have those last couple of X-Kairos pellets getting jammed out. I think, the whole lot actually have been picked up, so they are going to have to deal with that. It's either going to need to be some utility in from that game window, maybe try and get underneath with an Ash charge. Something's going to have to be done to take those jammers out. Otherwise, the closet will remain closed. But for the time being, Azox is actually roaming underneath. We wouldn't normally say that an Ash would be a big loss, but in this situation, could be, depending on these EMPs. Of course, the Thatcher on board, it does go off, and even though it had been snatched out, it was still close enough to get the job done.
Yeah. We've had debates about Thatcher versus micro EMPs so many times over, where teams have tried to lean in towards micro EMPs and paid the price when they've missed them or not timed things fast enough. The radius is the obvious difference, but the duration is always the key one, I think. So even though you might look at a Thatcher and think, well, there are alternatives available, sure, but Thatcher is still absolute king when you want to guarantee that a wall is getting opened some way, shape or form.
Doing a great job, to be honest, against this utility. Delayed the opening of Closet, have taken them off pit wall now. Reminder that, of course, Virtus.pro only need this round to be able to lock the map out. And at the minute, they are locking Ents out of sight. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult to play in pit, but not really impossible. As you can see, you know, we've got always just stepping a little bit deeper there to just try and hold on instead. And it's absolutely fine at the minute, but Jax manages to pick up Pasha. Dan, however, is there for the trade. 4 versus 4, 4 versus 3 as always, picks up Nako. Rykos is in and planting though.
And Shepard's tried to find him from below, but I think he's going to miss him out on this one as well. They know that he's on the table. Some shots come up. Joystick's going to find his man as well. 3 versus 2. And Skies and Azox have got it all to do in the post plan. A great bit of a pistol pre-fire comes out. Joystick hits the deck, and Azox is expecting the rounding from below him. Right sort of idea, but there's a shotgun coming in, and Shepard's not going to lose that one out. Skies to hold off here in a 1v2, or Virtus.pro take Oregon.
This is it. Oh, Shepard's just overexposed himself there, and now it's going to become the dance around the diffuser as Dan tries to just bait out this attack. Skies gets himself an easy kill, and Shepard just a millimeter too far. All he needs to do is hold the breach. He could have done it from further back. He's got the shotgun. He just really needs to prevent that swing coming through onto Dan. But given where the breach was, there was that little bit of a lip that would have meant that Lion had to just push further along. Skies would have been in a dangerous position, and you just feel like Shepard's given up the opportunity to hold on and try and bait out that kill.
I think there he was probably hoping to get a bit closer with the shotgun in hand as well, just knowing it would be a 1-pump kill as soon as Skies showed himself. However, I think, as you say, Tim, probably just didn't quite appreciate or respect the lip there onto the breach itself, and they pay the price. Hence, within 1 round of bringing back what I think, given how the second half has gone, will shock quite a few people. I think many expected to see Virtus.pro already over the finish line here. They're giving themselves a very good chance of keeping this up and sending us into overtime. Imagine what's taking a bit of time here. There would have been a timeout in the middle of all of that. Hence, with the last chance here, Tim, send us into 3 more rounds.
Interestingly, Virtus.pro again, given that they've lost Dorms twice, they're not going to go up back there. They're going to go to Meeting, which is the 3rd choice site that they were able to win last time out. They did a great job of holding on to top floor. Ents were never really able to dislodge them. They were never able to disrupt them. They didn't really get anywhere near site. And I think it's going to be a tough ask for Ents, but you got to remember it largely came on the back of that 3 kill from Pasha in the middle of the round. So if Ents can avoid playing into that kind of sort of dangerous situation, that desperate push into green to try and grab something, they may be able to get something.
I hope so, Tim. Still plenty of chance here to get the one closed out. However, starting things out, we've got small tower being opened up, so pressure already starting to be exerted from that side. Always on what I describe as his best Pasha impression we've seen playing on the Legion for a few of these rounds. He's the one trying to cause a little bit of trouble in and around. Forced back though, admittedly, his pressure is already cooked up pretty hot from the side of Ents here. Chow looks to be in their control and always comes out for the 1v1, but no! Azox has it covered. At that point, too much ground lost, it seems. And Ents will be happy in a 5 versus 4.
A great start for them, and it could send us spiraling towards an extra few rounds, but Virtus.pro still have plenty of ability on side, that we will say. Pasha does get picked up on the drone, doesn't take it out. I think just more of a priority for him to get upstairs and fill in that gap, make sure he's in position. So it will leave that intel utility on the board. Joystick still in very late setup, essentially, opening up those feet holes to make sure he's got the lines of sight that he needs.
Horrible thing for Tywin was Jax was sat in the school bus as well, literally parking the bus, ready to take Pasha out as he came rounding his way up towards White Stairs. But as Jax gets onto the drone, that is when Pasha's making his moves with no ability to get off and get his gun up in time. Pasha gets away unscathed. Otherwise, it could have been a freebie for Ents, and one they so sorely need when Pasha's been playing the way that he has so far. Tim, we're down to about the last 60 seconds here, and it feels like Ents have been chasing their own shadows for much of this round. By shadows, of course, I mean Pasha. He's still going free. He's still got himself in a very commanding position, and there's no one really around to challenge him either.
Azox still being very cautious about getting on into the building. Pasha opening up rotations, angles, and we've seen, you know, this adaptation, I like to call it, from Virtus.pro throughout this round, opening up new lines of sight, opening up extra feet holes, opening up rotations, and just constantly switching things around. But Neko does manage to pick up Pasha. It's not looking good right now, but Shepard is on the fight back as his Dan gets one. Can he get two? No. Going to be closed down. Important kill from Jax on the trade there. It's all up to Joystick and Shepard.
My. Ents have really battled their way back into this one. Pasha's been dealt with as well. They've got the hatch. That was the key thing they really needed to make this execute stick. They can see, of course, the kitchen rotate. Joystick under pressure. He can do nothing but watch on. And Shepard almost managed to stop Rykos, but no. Half a second too late. Joystick into another. And just when you thought Ents might have done enough to send us to overtime, two big kills come through. Can Azox clutch out?
Surely they're going to know that he's on the rear stage stairs. Just goes prone to try and find the angles that he needs. Joystick goes for the challenge. Can't find his man. And with 20 seconds now, Azox makes a smart move. He knows that he can just play this one from up above. Shepard, he's trying to bait out the fight. It's going to have to come in the next few seconds. He goes to the long arm. He's not going to stick it. He's going to have to now because he doesn't have time to do anything else. Comes off. He can get the kill all he wants, but it is not going to do the job. The round still goes to Ents, and they take us Des into overtime.
Dare I say, the second time this game I've really disagreed with the post-plant or the plant antics coming out of Virtus.pro. It was Joystick back in the early rounds, if you recall, inside of games where he came off, and we don't know exactly which way someone could have gone. They could have gone left and missed out and not gone into games, and he gets the plant stuck and he wins the 1v1. Instead, he comes off and they lose the round. There, Shepard knows that he's got less than 7 seconds left. Like, you are purely pulling off there to go for KD and not worrying about getting the defuse through. So I don't want to say it's cost his team the round. There's a very good chance he loses the round regardless. But two chances in this game that I feel for Virtus.pro, they're the ones that you'll roll the dice on them bad boys and just think, you know what? 1 in 10 times this comes off and we win the round. This could have been done and dusted by now. Instead, overtime is abound.
As we said, you know, yes, we get it, but it's 100% guaranteed loss. It is as simple as that. And that's the choice that's been taken there. So we head into our extra 3 rounds. I would suggest, you know, it's been very evenly split so far. The defense, I was going to say, I feel like the advantage kind of leans to the defenders on Oregon here because they can take basement. I think that's, you know, where I'm going to put that. That's the big factor for me. I don't know if Joystick needs to aggress that much onto that, you know.
No.
If
really,
Shepard goes for the diffuser, it's going to force some movement out of Azox, and that's the time. That's the time to strike. When he's worrying about that player disabling the diffuser. So, yeah, I feel like just a little bit of poor timing from Shepard and Joystick.
It's one of those where it's small micro decisions that are determining the outcome of rounds. Think about, for example, like when Shepard stepped forward, when the game's diffusers come in forward, they were in the 2 versus 1, and still Ents managed to win that 1v2 out as well. Just keeps on happening. Really, Virtus.pro, you know, it's sort of on them as to why they're in this position. the thing they'll be probably thankful for to, and I know it was a 3-3 half either side, is they get to go on the defense here. I think we've seen both teams generally have more success on the defensive side of things, at least in terms of quality of gameplay. And it's on them to really break that chain open, though, win on this downstairs site, and really put the pressure on Virtus Pro for round 14.
Well, it's interesting because I mentioned basement, and you can look at it both ways. You know, both teams are going to get a basement defense. Let's arguably say they both defend it successfully. You've then got Virtus Pro having to defend either dorms or meeting more than likely, and they're both the sites that they lost in round 11 and 12. So this is very much still door open for ENCE. It's very, very close. It's on a knife edge at the minute. They are more aggressive here. 1 minute 30, they've got the hatches open. They're looking to clear out Pillar. They're making it difficult to play in Shaco. They want to pressure into Bunker. They need to keep that momentum up, really. Find themselves a kill or two, because that's when they've definitely been at their best.
The thing is, Tim, we all know exactly where these Virtus Pro players are going to be playing. I've remarked a couple of times about how dug in they've been. They've not really looked to be out on the roam here, and sure enough, every player is back on site, holding down a defensive position, whether it's being slightly aggressive. I tell you what, Shepard has really just sold himself there. Like, you knew that was coming. There was a drone there. They've just managed to call in the scan. They've got a Thatcher above your head as well. You know something's going on, and you've paid the price by trying to be a little bit too aggressive in your positioning. A great pre-fire comes on through, and down he goes.
And not only is it utility loss, but it's also position as well. Pasha's had to move across to take up that position, but then that leaves a hole elsewhere in the defense. Joystick just missing that snapshot onto the Rotero. It's not going to matter because it doesn't force always out of position. He's able to hold on, but as the flashbangs come in, this is going to be ENCE's time to go. The nade comes in, moves Joystick. They need to take ground now, but they've lose on the fight. Always gets one, but the trade is there. Can Joystick be the hero again? It doesn't look like it, as ENCE are swarming over this like ants at a picnic. They know what they want. There's something sweet, and they take it.
That's absolutely beautiful. Just again, small changes in that round, delaying the freezer drop, for example, 100% the key one, but also looking to move the Warden down highway before they push onto the Shaco player from Big Tower and inside a bunker. I can't stress it enough, Tim. This is the problem when you have a team that plays quite static, is you can adapt between rounds. You can realize, okay, they've got a player sat there. This guy's looking to support there. We make him move. That angle becomes exposed. We can push in and punish that side. Again, ENCE's reading of the game, I think, for me, has been really impressive, not just on the defensive side, but on that attack especially. We really saw an evolution of how they attacked into that last time around. They now go on the defense, where we've seen them, being frank, Tim, have the run of things. The big thing back in that first off we remarked on was not to get overconfident on their aggression. They were great at running around the map and really wasting time from Virtus Pro's side, but that was all they had to do. Waste time. It's not about netting tons of kills. If you can get one, fantastic. But you know Virtus Pro are very capable shooters. Feel free to just run the clock down and punish them in the dying 10-20 seconds of a round when the diffuser's going down. They're -1 gun. That is where you'll find your success, and I really hope we see them doing that in this next round.
Echo and Skies have been, you know, I know it's easy to look that they're leading on kills at the minute, but they've been really instrumental to this ENCE side today, just able to create that space, particularly get kills when the team needs it most on the rounds that they've won. So really, really good from those two, and no different there in the first overtime round. It's come close for them, but they are fighting hard to hold on to their map pick on Oregon. They get to go down to basement here in round 14. Virtus Pro, it's going to be a big ask for them. Looking at it, they didn't win it on their attack once. It was defended twice. ENCE won both of them. They were able to pick up the opening kill both times as well, Neko and Rakos, respectively. So a big, big ask for Virtus Pro now.
Ooh, all right. I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but I feel like Virtus Pro have sort of landed themselves in this situation because it felt like so many times throughout this game like they were the ones in control. They were the ones taking the lead. Will be able to really pull one over on ENCE. It felt for a while after ENCE started out in a pretty good fashion. As it stands, as mentioned, I feel like ENCE have really got the beans here to get things done in round 14. On their own side, you've got a couple of players looking to be, let's say, slightly more aggressive. One on Big Tower here. Azok's looking to collect a drone or two before a drop back down towards site. Virtus Pro know this. They can look to try and pressure if they really wanted to, but they've seen, again, this dance a million times. They know they're going to lose a drone if they're not careful. Can they punish it off the back of it with a player swinging in here? I think they could, because Pasha looks ready. There he is.
They're certainly looking to try and bait out that swing, but the default can being up is what's given the game away, really. They were sat watching it, and I think the call has come to Azox. Don't swing. Pasha's coming in behind it. Don't try and take the drone. It's not worth the life. So really well played from Ents there. You know, it looks like they've just operated very quickly on that information that they had.
Pasha's not quite sure what he wants to do with that blowtorch half the time as well. Abandoning on the hatch, really did a bit of a speed job on that one. We'll have to return to it and slow things down. It's more just giving that angle to be able to contest onto big tower stairs and not let someone work their way up for free. Here goes again, this one opened up again. Again, it's a bit of a patchwork job so far, Tim, but it should be enough to get the hatch opened up. I really hope so. Anyway, he's slowly starting to run out of gas here. Just burning whatever the hell he can to make this one work. Surely you'll get there. There we go, with about a third of canister left. It's enough. The hatch is opened, and now they can focus on their execute.
That's it. It's just a percentage of damage that will get the job done. Goyo canister burnt out. That's an important one, but as is the opening kill. Always has had a quiet game so far. Been taken down. The IQ's job should be largely done at this point, but manpower is going to become a factor, and you've got to give a big advantage to Ents here. As Azox looks to get aggressive and finds a beautiful headshot. He's able to play through the fire, take down Joystick, and there Dan manages to find one, but Pasha with an unfortunately timed team kill. It's all working against Virtus.pro as Naquo finds the final two, and Ents somehow fight back from the brink and hold on to Oregon.
Spectacular comeback overall, I think, as well. Just when it really looked like we might see Virtus.pro run away with it, what do Ents do? They win 4 rounds on the bounce, Tim. 2 on the attack. Well, all of them coming through on the attacking side, bar that very last one. Convincing performance in my view, and now suddenly a lot of pressure comes onto Virtus.pro. They were one of our top teams in the world, Tim, arguably still are, and here we are with Ents really putting them to the sword.
Let's not forget the winner will move on to play Wolves. The loser will be out. There will be no Manchester Major for them. Those are the stakes. Virtus.pro going to be moving into their own map choice next, but there's a lot of work, as you said, as for them to do.
Still a lot more to do, of course, on map 2. For now, let's throw to our desk and get their thoughts on that map.
Thank you very much, gents. I was going to say Jez here, but Des and Ace, thank you very much for the throw, and of course for the cast here. Ents bring it back against Virtus.pro and learn from their early game mistakes to make it to overtime and take it in OT. Now, Alfama, we were talking about this, and we are kind of pulling our own hair, all three of us here, during the game of what's going on. How did VP let this slip away from them?
It's interesting to witness because, like you said, how did they let it slip? They started by, I think, being in control, actually, of the map. And both teams actually had a similar playstyle, and they played Oregon the way it's supposed to be played. Oregon is full of these natural crossfires. The map is made in a way that if you play really close to each other in these crossfires, you can hold for a long time and burn time and actually peel off and play off your utility. And both teams had that playstyle, and both teams struggled to attack against it, right? And making different mistakes. They were playing too aggressive too early and getting punished for it by VP, that was slow and methodical, but at the same time, VP was too slow in some rounds, and that's how they lost. And then I think in the end, Ents, they kept growing through the match. They kept learning, they kept adapting. And the 2 last rounds are the best example of it. Actually, when they were in defense, when they were in attack rather, the round before winning, when they were in attack, they problem solved strong positions on basement using their utility, using Capitao, using flashes, using team play and synergy. And when they were in defense, they didn't play aggressive too early. They played around the setup, and then they played aggressive just before Virtus.pro's execute, when Virtus.pro had the utility in their hands, exactly when they should. So that's the biggest takeaways here. And kept growing through the matchup, whereas for Virtus.pro, they couldn't progress, they couldn't evolve through the matchup, they couldn't adapt. And that's the lack of adaptation that actually cost them the map.
It's incredible that you say that because, you know, Ollie, we know how, you know, incredible Virtus.pro can actually be once they're really fired up and ready, but we haven't seen that spark lit around them, under them. I don't know even how to describe it at this point. It just has felt like a completely different team, and to be counter adapted against when they're this team that is so methodical on a map like Oregon too, it breaks my brain.
Difficult, isn't it? You know, you look at that and you think, you know, where were the standout performances of the map? you know, Dan Pasha Joystick, you could go to each one of them and they've all had a good couple of rounds, but that was about it. That was about the extent. It was mistakes for me from Virtus Pro, and it's something that we've commented on all season long, is it can be one or two small, minute errors, because that's what we're dealing with at Siege at this level. We're dealing with tiny mistakes. We often say games are on a knife edge, and that is because there's nothing really in between these top teams. It literally comes down to who makes the least mistakes sometimes, or who has a fantastic day. And I think that this one really came down to the mistakes. It was an overtime game, so already you can say both teams have played well. And VP just made a few more errors. I think about some over-aggression. Shepard on one of the overtime rounds inside a laundry. He got opening killed by, I think it was NAQ, and all of a sudden the round starts to fall apart. People have got to shift around and fill the gap, and you don't need to peek when you're playing on laundry like that. You can play a little bit deeper, a little bit safer. So for me, that's what it really came down to tonight, Milosh, and I just hope it doesn't continue in map 2.
And I don't want to gloat too much. Of course, I'll usually leave that part to Derek. But Skies did excellently in this game, and we have him as our highlight player for this very first map here on Oregon. Really came into his own, and this is kind of the story of the support that comes to life and does the entries, does the flex, does whatever they need, Ollie.
Yeah, I think he had a quieter time on the entry this time. I've got him down as having 1 entry death, so the 0 entry kills would ring true. Is it like plus 15 or something crazy coming into the night? But it's the KD overall, isn't it? You know, look at what he's doing for a backline player. He's up there and he's competing with the likes of your Azox and your NAQ in terms of that kill contribution. And of course, getting some of the dirty work done while he's at it, you know, playing on some of those more supportive based roles. So a good start, and I think I'm sure we'll see him getting a couple of opening kills in the next map.
Impressive in many ways, Alfama.
Yeah, when you look at him, actually, it's not only about his KD, it's about the impact of his kills. It's always kills that are impactful, just by the way he plays and he positions himself. So when he's in attack, most of the time you see him as a flank watch, or as directly close to the diffuser, or actually as the one that's going to put back pressure. You saw him on basement, for example. The whole team is executing on the pillar, on the other side of the map, and he's flanking from freezer. So he always has a big impact in his rounds, because I'm assuming that he's calling his vision, he's calling his team to execute, and he plays off that vision and have that timing to get and secure the kills. And that's very smart to actually use his in-game leading to get picks, a bit like someone that you know very well, Milosh, like Fabian used to do when he was playing.
Oh, yeah.
Even someone that has poor mechanical skills can get kills because of it.
Yeah, back then the crutch was Buck, but now you can play so many more operators for it. But Ollie, Alfama, thank you very much. That is map number 1 in our second series for today, and it's ENCE that are leading the matchup against VP. We'll talk about map 2 and get you into it after the break.
Okay, let's start. I think my first option will be
Shaiko from BDS.
I don't really need to speak much on Shaiko, because Shaiko is probably, if not the best player in the world.
Put as a second support, because I think his playstyle fits the draw very well.
he's amazing. He has one of the best aims in the game.
My first pick is British, the best support in the world.
I would pick Benja from my team. I would put him like lurking on my roster.
My second pick will be Deadshot.
I've played a lot with him, and huge teammate, never negative, always positive.
He's good at entry, he's good at playing more flex.
Knows how to stat in entry, so
For my dream team, I will pick myself.
because he's like a good entry.
He really plays good, like he has strong gun power, he makes a lot of frags, so it's important as well.
At the moment, I'm the best first entry on the game.
I think I will take Tyrant. He showed a lot of good face during all the stages he did with the M&M.
I think we need more supports here.
Shepard is like the hard support.
because he's one of the good support on EU.
He's like the most like calm, cool, and collected like player.
Has experience in the back lane.
A really good statistic of plans.
Yeah, we take Dan. Of course.
He's just a goat. As an entry, as a flex.
He can play whatever he wants.
To be honest, no, I would pick Deepak, and I would put Deepak as support.
Deepak is like the second flex support.
He's really good.
Deepak's probably one of the best fragging supports in the world.
I would say Noah from ITB. and he's keep improving. He's also playing really good as a flex.
I would have Azza from my team on flex. He helps me a lot with like calling and stuff. A really good teammate.
I think I will pick Alemão. Sometimes he's calling crazy stuff.
To IGL, I would take Likeyfac from BGS.
For me, I think it's one of the most talented young players. For pick, I would pick Doki.
He's really good at entry.
Like even if he dies early, like he's still like super vocal and like is a super positive guy.
So I think it's important to have that X factor in your team.
I'll pick always to like vertical.
I will pick Savage from the Team Secret.
I think he's reliable player.
When we're playing scrims versus them, it's really hard to play versus him.
He has ideas to give to a team, so I think on a flex role he could perform with that team.
I think I'd probably do Liloon from Wolves as my coach. Her players speak of her really highly.
The last option for me will be coach for Wild, Zeus, because like they have really good performance in last year's stage.
So for the coach, it's Agdar.
I know him personally. He's French, of course.
No matter the player you will give him, he will make result out of it.
Put the answer coach to be the coach, but he would have to listen to Benji, so...
Really working hard since the beginning of the game.
I learned a lot with him, so he will be the coach for this team.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blastar 6 EU League LCQs, the last chess qualifiers for the European region. Well, they continue on. Our first game is done, and our first map of our second match and our second best of 3 for today are complete. You just kind of have to think through it sometimes. Have that kind of NA mindset that creeps up on me. But there it is. Chalet is for later, should we get to it. But Virtus.pro have picked Consulate, and they will be starting off on defense on the map. And, you know, they're backed up against the corner. So far, ENCE have beaten VP throughout this entire stage. And my question now to you, Ollie, is will finally Virtus.pro be able to bring it back?
Well, potentially. Consulate isn't their favorite map. It is a very middle of the road map for Virtus.pro, and it is on the lower percentage of win rate as well. So you could look quite deeply into that if you wish. In terms of it being an ENCE map, it is not a preferred map at all. So there is a potential here that we've got sort of a middle of the ground map for one team, a map that another team isn't really that bothered about. So it could be that VP have a little bit of a resurgence here on Consulate.
How are we seeing it here at Alpha? Because let's be honest, ENCE played excellently. They showed that they have the energy and the ability to counterattack and to learn in the middle of a matchup for such a young team. That's pretty impressive.
That's very impressive. I mean, mind you, they went 15 rounds last week on it already. So, I mean, they know each other. They know each other's strategies, and there is only so much you can change within a week. So, coming into this, they have already a lot of experience playing against Virtus.pro on these maps, and we already spoke about Virtus.pro's play style. That's very play by the book, step by step. So they already know what to expect. And as we showed previously in the matchup, it took some time for them to adapt, but eventually when they adapt, it works. So what I'd like to see from Virtus.pro here are a couple tweaks in the stuff they should be doing. In attack, at first, whenever they're close to the execute, whenever they're at that 1 minute mark, they should be looking to punish the aggression from ENCE, because that's something that's consistent. ENCE always is looking for that gunfight just before the execute. If you have your guys set up, if you have the intel gathering, you're going to be able to punish them. And then in defense, what I'd like to them switch right now, the only thing they've been doing is play the peel off strategy, right? So playing closer to the bomb site and playing off the time and utility. I need to see them switch the pace. Okay, bring intel gathering, play aggressive one round, play passive the other round.
Are we seeing a map 3 or not? I'm going to leave it at that. Our game is ready, gents.
Ninth preference map on Consulate for ENCE. I don't know if we're going to get a map 3. I think we are. I'm going to keep a keen eye on the opening kills, because every single one of them bar one was converted in the previous map. So that's always a good sign.
I'm following my French heart. I think ENCE is taking it. I think it's the wake-up call for Virtus.pro.
Absolutely, it might just be the case. Alfama, Oli, thank you very much. We're going to toss it back to our casters. Designates, take it away from map number 2, Consulate.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, map number 2 coming right up. And Consulate, Tim, still one of those maps that I'm enjoying watching it still. I know it wasn't the most popular when it first came into the pool, but I still enjoy seeing how teams approach it. I still feel like there's still a lot to do, to figure out. We've seen some cool executes. We saw some great baits when we cast last week, actually, on this exact map. Some genius executes coming out, and I'm hoping we get some more here. For Virtus.pro, it's fight back time, though. They've got to battle their way back into this series.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it's a great map to watch, particularly. It can be tricky to play sometimes. Depends what kind of gameplay you like, really, what style. Particularly difficult for the attackers to clear through the little labyrinth of tiny rooms that we've got. But yeah, overall, I'd agree with you, particularly on the casting side. Definitely up there with one of the most enjoyable. So we'll see how this one pans out. Last time these two teams played was on the 21st of April, 8 days ago. They faced each other here on Consulate. It was the second map of the best of 3 on that day as well. ENCE had just won Oregon on that day as well. It was a 3-3 half in both directions. It went into overtime, and then the attackers took the advantage, and ENCE, having drawn the first attack, were the ones to win overall. So we'll see whether history repeats itself again here today. Book is going to be that first ban. We saw it in the last game. We've seen it again.
I am somewhat perplexed by that. I don't mean this at all as a slight. Azox is the lowest rated player on this team, bar none. He is the book main. He is the book player. Yet they are so hell-bent on taking this away from him and hurting themselves in the process, because Joystick is also a book main. And I think part of it's just coming down to wanting to really like hinder Azox as best they can, but I don't know if it's really going to be that thing that you need in this map to make a massive difference. Sure, when you're attacking upstairs, the vertical floor is a big thing. Maybe into the basement, same sort of thing, but there are other operators that can get the job done, so no, not too sure about that one. Chief, Deimos and Femry are also going to follow on through, not too surprised. We saw a lot of Deimos play coming out of Always on our previous map, and the last two I think speak for themselves. Femry and Solus, arguably our two strongest defenders in the game right now. Tim, you've done it again. Look, third time, and you're fired.
That was just a dramatic pause.
All right, I saw you yapping. I saw them. I saw them lip flapping.
I was just absorbing the player cams, the atmosphere. I was just, checking the vibe.
How were the vibes then, Tim?
Tense, looking tense at the minute. Both teams know what is on the line in this one, and can close it out here. And now they can move on to that semi-final matchup against Wolves, which we will see played out on Wednesday. Continue on that fight for the Manchester Major. Virtus Pro, as I say, there must be a mental element there where you just start feeling that history's repeating itself. Having played this very same team on these very same first two maps only 8 days ago and lost 2-0, and coming into this one, staring down the barrel of the same position, and it must be tough for them. Virtus Pro are going to need Pasha, Joystick, Dan to step up again like they did last time around. It was so close, and those three did so much work for them to try and get it done. It just wasn't quite enough in the end. Whether they can do the same on console or not, we will see. Joystick on the Oryx is an interesting one. Always like to see the Oryx. A bit of a different play style with that vertical approach possible up and down the hatches. We just have the electrical flown onto Secret Wall there as well to prevent a breach coming in.
I'm not sure how I feel about this map overall, friends. Like, I know by the numbers it's their least favorite map. They refuse to play it. They banned it every chance they've had the opportunity to do so. Haven't played on it, for example. Whereas for the other side, I wouldn't say it's quite their go-to favorite map, but it's certainly not a bad map for this team, I don't think. It's really coming in sort of mid-rated, I guess. So both teams, I think, have got somewhat to hide and somewhat to kind of show on this game. And I think Ents have either big-brained it or just found themselves saying, well, we don't want to play these other two maps that we suck on. Therefore, this is kind of the third worst option that we could go to. So we'll see how it plays out. We'll see if they've got some prep on this one. Again, not tons, I guess, to go off. The last time that we saw Virtus Pro play this map was over 2 months ago, way back at SI. So there's going to be, no doubt, some new things coming along for them, given the meta has changed at least a little bit during that time. Things like the Azami change coming in, for example, has certainly rattled things around a little bit.
From the top floor down here, and if you're going to play in behind the Monty, I've mentioned time back on Oregon, and it can be quite a slow approach, waiting for that big shield to get into position to feed that intel, to be able to react off the back of it. It can sprint with his shield now, which he couldn't do previously, which does potentially move things up a bit, but that's not likely going to be the style of play that we will see here. And hence, maybe just a little bit slow, getting caught out in exposition there with a Nitro. We see Azox taken down. Second attempt will fail. Hatch will be open, but 1 minute 15 left to go, and nobody inside of site has been moved yet, and the main breach hasn't been opened.
I thought they want the main breach opened up here as well. And when I saw that, okay, they've got an ace, they've got a banner on side, they've got hard breach charges, they've got loads of stuff. You lose one, you start to feel a little bit nervous about it, because those last two Salmons now from Skies really need to go in towards the main breach, enough that the Monty can walk on through. Neither of those things going to be the case, and we saw this a little bit from Bibu back on Skyscraper when they tried to push in through top back wall in towards Karaoke. He just found himself getting shot out in the leg here. And the battle is the Monty can't walk straight through this breach now. He has to drop the shield and crouch over to get his way forwards. That starts to present a very dangerous opportunity here for Virtus Pro to upset Jax a little bit. Trying to do what he can, but they've already lost 2. And for every second that he's doubting this step through to him, more life that he's losing on the way through. Naquo getting one back, and Always straight in waiting for second. Naquo, one of the players of the map for me last map, and is proving it yet again here in round 1.
Keep a close eye on Dan. He's kept an impact nade in pocket here, and I'm not sure about the decision. I think it is with a view to potentially dealing with the Monty, but he's not going to be able to get into a position to do that, and I'll come back to that later, why that's important. But the plant is going to go down for the time being. They've managed to take out the Monty 2 versus 2 as Shepard finds Jax, but not before he managed to take down Pasha. So that leaves us now with Naquo up above. The vertical is probably going to be king here. Dan tries to get something going. No choice choice but to run out. Sky's able to pick him up nice and easily. First round on the attack going to ends, and I said there was a slight edge for the attackers last time these two met on the 21st of April, and it seems to continue there. But the reason that I question that impact nade from Dan, obviously hindsight's a wonderful thing. 2 Selma chargers go onto the garage wall. When the first bit detonates, there's an opportunity to send the impact nade out. I can understand not wanting to risk sending it over the top of the wall, because maybe if the Selmas are low enough, you don't catch them. But as soon as the first level drops down, he doesn't send it out. He's playing in pillars, so it's not an easy throw, and he's probably concerned about being peaked. I get it. There's a lot of things going on. But the reason I bring it up is that was pretty much the last of their hard breach. If the impact nade goes out and clears the Selmas off, they're going to have to push in through yellow, and they can't plant in the way that they did. So it could have been the difference maker inside of that round. But unfortunately, it wasn't something that Dan was able to do. So the Monte took full advantage of that, able to wander on in, get that diffuser down, and there was little that Virtus.pro could do about it.
And again, I'll come back to him as the player that I highlighted on the previous map a bit as well. Naquo, I know he's got a 3k there, so it's very easy to just squawk about him all day long and say, yeah, played absolutely great that round. But he did. Without him, there was no round 2-1 there. With the 2 kills that he got in the back, really opened things up, because it sort of forces Virtus.pro forward to have to go somewhat aggressive, and all you do, and then it's playing into the last 2 players and into the side that are more actually on the main breach itself, and they get the close down from there. A lot coming off the back of him, enough to get the round over the line, and Virtus.pro be kicking themselves, I imagine, that they couldn't convert that 5 versus 3. Always back on this pulse once again. Of course, turn skyward, you'll get the idea as to where the attacks are coming from. For those who maybe remember old Consulate, this was the go-to. You just, okay, who's repelling? Where are they attacking? East side? Are they looking more out towards windows? Are they going up towards roof? You do get a lot for it, even though Rykos is potentially trying to sniff a man out here down in the basement so soon.
He's going to be pushing his way through, supporting Rykos in that push, as you say, just trying to find them. The drone's out ahead of him. Sky's down there as well, so serious weight down in that basement from the attackers, definitely trying to catch somebody out, but I think Virtus.pro have scurried away from there, and they're not going to be getting caught out in a short-handed situation down there. Sky's, so much so, will head now back towards the top floor, and it looks like it's going to be some copy and admin pressure potentially coming in against VP here, but they do have the setup there. They've got themselves around vending, they've got the Kiba barricades, and they should be able to hold on to that side of the map.
Good. Always just constantly trying to keep himself slightly at arm's length from the rest of the team as well. As we've seen the pressure build up, he's kind of danced around Rykos a little bit, has now moved his way from out the basement all the way up onto spiral stairs, and will slowly start to regroup with his team. But again, just feeding that information back to the rest of his team. Where are they pushing from? What's the focus going to be? Intermittently have changed a lot of their focus. Rather than being on that east side, it's straight over towards the roof, out towards yellow, out towards everything else, and they're trying to make a march on it. How on earth has Jax just got 2 there? Excellent hand on the Monty, has marched on forward and done work, but as soon as you start celebrating it, 3 kills come back the other way from Virtus.pro, and they shut down that aggression.
Hasn't that very much been the whole way so far? Managing to take the top floor now, but yeah, so many of these rounds across this game, just back and forth, back and forth. So the admin push has paid off. They've got themselves in there. They've managed to aggress across, push everybody back down yellow, and now they can get themselves on into sight. Jax takes the drop. He's inside a piano with diffuser, so there is the potential here for him to think about getting a plant down, but Shepard, he's retaken the vertical. I don't think they know it's going to be all too easy. 3rd in the round, and likely the round winner with only 15 seconds left to go. Naquo does try to just relocate himself, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Always is the problem here, right? He's just feeding every bit of information over. Really well played by him. It's not really a role that you get to celebrate that often unless you see a C4 kill come out, but absolutely every movement that round was orchestrated and understood by Always. Feeding that information over, whether it was in the post plant or the first half of the round. Really good stuff. And Virtus.pro, I'd imagine, never really felt at a loss outside of maybe that 2K coming out of the Monty. That caught us all by surprise. But even as soon as he's got that one, they've immediately netted 3 back the other way. So a good round from Virtus.pro. Not really too hassled overall. Yes, surprised for a short amount of time, but enough to get themselves on the board and keep things at 1-on-1.
You just get the feeling that this one is going to be neck and neck all the way, much like we saw on Oregon. There was a little bit of breathing room at times between the two teams, but they always felt evenly matched and likely to be headed the distance, which was the case. And given that we've seen this map go to overtime previously, it wouldn't surprise me. As I said, that last matchup that they had here on console, it was 3-3 halves. Nobody able to really find too much of an advantage until it got into overtime. So it's going to be Virtus Pro this time heading up to the top floor. I imagine we'll see fairly similar from Ents. I think they will go top floor, admin across, try and push through Pasha if he's going to be in that location again, given that he's on the Azami. I think he will play in and around Vending. They did pretty well with it last time. They cleared a lot. It was the lack of ability to hold down the flanks that cost them, really, with Shepard being able to get back up above them. So it's not really a problem they're going to have this time attacking top floor.
Respect being shown with the Thatcher on side here as well, and always is onto that Bandit. Well worth bringing along as well, just to help these walls get opened up for guarantees. Fair enough, you can see a man sat right towards the right-hand side and always be like, thank you very much. That's here being on side, they block one of them. Can't get that one, not really round so much for being cut, but they can't make use then of that small cubby to start getting some pressure inside of sites itself.
That's certainly not ideal, and it's great play from always there. You know, it's unforgivable, really, is the honest answer. From an attacking side, you've got a Thatcher on the board, and I don't mean it's unforgivable. It's possible to bandit trick around the EMP charges, but there just wasn't even an attempt there. It was just a lack of intel. You've just gone straight up, bang, slap a hard breach on the wall, and it's the easiest bandit trick that always is ever going to have. You know, he's had to drop away now. You're dealing with it now. Nades are going in now, but it's too late, really. You've lost that utility. It's gone. You know, you're seriously limited now in terms of what you can do. You're not going to get that cubby open up, for starters.
I was about to say, what is it they're after here? Because the EMP came on through, but it's like, guys, the wall is closed. You've got no hard breach gadgets left. It is done. That goose is cooked. You've got to figure something else out, and the admin push might be one of those things to work your way through. Find ourselves in a spot where the Jammer's now taking out at least one of those Roteros on its roll on through. Not super ideal. So far, Virtus Pro are keeping Ents away. They're keeping walls closed. They're keeping them denied away behind those mute jammers. 2 minutes of the round has gone, and Ents have got to figure this out soon, Tim.
Yeah, they really do. They've just come up against sort of brick wall after brick wall, and they've not had any answers to it at the moment. Shepard's going to be holding on to that window repel in for the time being. He's just inside of connector window, but there's nobody there to pressure him. Skies does manage to get things going with an opener onto Dan, who's struggling to get himself into the game. He didn't do great on defense of Oregon either, so they're certainly going to be hoping he can come online in that second half when he gets onto the attack, because at the minute at 0-3, it's not going well for him, and they're very reliant on a big Shepard performance over those first couple of rounds.
Still got, of course, the smokes in back pocket here in the final 30, and sure enough, as like clockwork, we hit 30 seconds and they're ready to start tossing out. Isanala being a fantastic spot here as well, and I love how they've actually opened up below this window in case they have got to get below and deny a plant going down on towards default. But I think BP realised we haven't even got to bother here, really, guys. That they've got to push in and make some magic happen. Goes to the down, can't find it. Jax, left, right, simply can't find a man. In comes Dacre from the backside as well, though. Starting to get some command here now. Joystick's in behind them too. He won't be able to get his man up, but the time is out. Joystick finds the close for fun. Now that'll be round going the side of Virtus Pro. Ents just not really showing any control in the first 2.5 minutes of that round, and it led to a bit of a chaotic push in the dying 30.
It was kind of weird. It was just like, we'll try a little push here. No, that hasn't really worked. Okay, well, we'll go and try it. There was just no real conviction to them. You know, like I said, they were just all at sea at points, with EMPs coming in when hard breach gadgets had already gone. It was just, you know, everything was kind of just weirdly disjointed for them on that attack. And given what happened last time, 3-3 halves and then the attackers winning in overtime, you know, really need to be coming out with a good attacking half here. I think when Virtus Pro get onto that second half, they're probably going to be more effective, more efficient than we've seen so far, given that it's their map pick. So this time we will be back down into the basement for Virtus Pro. It was Ents that were able to get the plant down last time. They were able to get in there with the Monty and secure it, get the win. So Virtus.pro are going to be looking to prevent that happening. The top of the wall is wide open. I'd like to see them do a little bit more to prevent the successful hard breach. And I mentioned last time the impact nade that was left in the pocket of Dan didn't get used against the Monty, didn't get used to take the Selma charges off the wall. And it's a little bit of, you know, a tiny fraction of utility that could have been instrumental in the winning of the round.
I have you covered.
Almost in Markston for round 4 now underway. First quarter is complete. Means you get to see our same rotation once more, and no massive change away from what we've seen historically. Maybe the key one to look at here, Tim, of course, is Naquo on that Maverick. A lot of hard breach being brought along. We forgive him for thinking we may be playing on Clubhouse here instead, but rather than trying to fight against any kind of jammers or electric that might come on through, instead just saying, you know what, let's just bring the Maverick along and get the job done. Now, I want to make sure, of course, he stays alive, as already he's down to about 40 HP. Shepard doing a good bit of work just to challenge them around Secret here, and already pressure being shown by the side of Virtus.pro just to keep Ents asking questions and ultimately running the clock down. It's almost like a total reverse to what we saw earlier on, Tim. I love the attempted block as well. It does work. So all of those Havana X-Kairos will go off, but Jax is now down to what? 20 HP, Tim, and impact will be enough to kill him.
Yeah, that's the big thing there. Yes, the block does work, but at what cost? You've now got your sort of main spearhead of the push. You've got your Monty, who you want to go in and plant, is now super low health. You've still got 2 impacts on side for Dan. You've got 1 for Shepard. It's going to be tough. You've got Joystick on the Oryx that can deal with the Monty as well. So that's definitely something that Ents are going to have to think about as the round progresses. As it stands, a minute and a half and a lot of utility expended again with, to be honest, not a lot of progress made. They've opened up Secret, they've opened up the hatch, they haven't yet pushed in to servers, they haven't yet pushed into this backside to start pressuring Virtus.pro.
You see him below them here as well. They're still dancing around. The C4's in hand. There's a Zami playing outside a server as well, just looking to always challenge. And I just worry that Ents aren't taking enough ground fast enough or as a team. Everything looks very, very slow. And again, it feels like a total reverse to what we were speaking about in Map 1, where it was Virtus.pro were the ones that were being incredibly slow, and it was Ents being very aggressive on the defense. It's a total side swap. And I think Ents down to the last 60 seconds here with a Monty running in on about 20 HP. He's just asking for an impact to the face.
Yeah, heading towards Shepard as well, and as soon as they realise that that's where the shield's pushing from, you can guarantee Shepard's going to go looking for that challenge. He's got always backing him up, and they're going to know. It wouldn't surprise me if once this opens, there's an impact nade ready to go through, but for the time being, Virtus.pro going to play this patiently. 35 seconds left to go, and are going to need something special.
Maybe Spies coming here on the flank might be the one. Actually, if he gets his way inside of that north side walkway, joins in with Jax here as well. Tell you what, that's the first one coming in. One more should be enough. And Pasha's managed to get in and cause a bit of bother. Azux finds one, but Pasha makes it a 3. That's what you're looking for. Attack cooked. Round basically over. Sky's getting one more back. Rykos into his first in the round, but he's got 2 more to bring down, Tim, and no time to do it in. I mentioned it earlier on. It's basically like a reverse what we saw on the last map, but Virtus.pro are firmly in control of this one. Up to 3-1 they go.
Yeah, much better from them. Dealt with the Montagna well. Pasha just having another Pasha moment. We also got to appreciate the reload animation from Mozzie. I love it when it's really well timed after a big double kill. It just looks, it's almost casual, but it's just such a little bit of style at the end of your big moment, and Pasha just timing it perfectly there. Great stuff from him, and another good defense from Ents. Again, for me, sorry, a good defense from Virtus.pro. Again, Ents just struggling to combine to take what's offered to them. They put all that work in, blocking the drone hole, blocking the impact trick, opening Secret up, and it still took them nearly another minute to get on inside and start pressuring from that rear side. And it's just all too telegraphed. It's just screaming to Virtus.pro, yeah, guys, this is where we're going to attack from. This is where you need to defend. And Virtus.pro were just able to stack themselves up there.
I think Pasha just completely unchecked as well. Again, a bit of a misthrow maybe coming in, just ignoring him as they move the front line forward, and he just happily sat up there waiting for his time to strike. And does all that you might need. Dare I say to him, it kind of feels like, again, a mirror of what we saw back in Oregon, where we had Ents off to a flying start to begin with. They were up like, what, 3-1, really running away with the half, only to see Virtus.pro claw things back to a 3-3. Obviously really hoping for Virtus.pro's sake here that we don't see a similar repeat of what we saw back on Oregon. Maybe for Ents' sake, yes, you would be hoping for all that. But I think, like you said, it comes down to a bit around the pacing. It's been a little bit slow, a little bit lethargic at points as well, giving Virtus Pro, who, as we've already said, are quite a slow team, a lot of time to adapt to what it is that you're doing. Yes, no Pulse on side. They'll be very happy with how this game's going. They're really looking to slow things down further as well. Mute and Mozzie on side again to try and deny away as much of this progress. And Ents have kind of panicked here and gone back to what I've really considered to be 4, if not 5, like Roma Hunters, looking in towards the Jackal, the Lion, the Decabi, that unholy trifecta of danger. The Grim, as we all know, excellent for moving players away as well. And the IQ more to do with gadgets that might trip them up. They feel like they're in full-on panic mode, to be honest, Tim.
Yeah, they do, but it's a little bit better from them initially, at least in terms of this top floor clearance. They've got the closet wall open. They've got themselves into admin much quicker here. There doesn't seem to be that dithering, that confusion about exactly what the push is going to be, where they need to go, where the utility needs to go. They just seem a little bit more focused on it. However, Dan does have an angle through onto that closet breach, and if Nikwo tries to go in through there, he's likely to lose his life.
But again, it's like good starting work, at least on the drone side of things. But look how many they've lost away. You know, halfway in the round, over half your drones gone, your information slowly starting to wind on down. Still got mute jammers you've got to worry about when it comes to making use of things like the second Decabi call. There's not really all that much that you can do. And I think you'll just find Virtus Pro again, just slowly massage this aggression, take their steps back as Ents keep on encroaching forward. The occasional gunfight coming out, but nothing that's really going to bother Virtus Pro too much.
Oh, that's it. They're going to be happy to hold the positions for the time being. Dan is looking to get that challenge on towards main door. He's rotated himself back into side, but they do still have the soft wall half open, so he can peek around and get that challenge. Pasha, second team kill on the day. It's unfortunate. It's never intentional, but it's going to be a big problem as always gets taken down.
One that they'll take, mind you, because it does obviously mean here for Ents, like, cool, now we're in a chance to make a win happen here. They've got the track on, they see everything, even with the Grim tracking him as well. Dan gets away straight into the waiting arms of Rykos, though, finally shut out of the game. Now, Tim, they've started to get some control in here. They've cleared out the players on site itself, but Shepard is still dancing, and I imagine this only means that Joystick is above.
Managed to pick one up, so Shepard taking down the Lion. Jax manages to get the trade. Joystick has to find his way back in now, and I think the Ents are just considering a plant here as Nikwo will start to put it down. The cover is there, beautifully positioned from Jax. He picks up the final kill, and that's Ents leveling things up. It's 2-2.
3-2, isn't it?
3-2. And one behind.
Mate. I can't count, don't worry, it's all fine. Our job is to shout, not to be mathematicians. But yes, it is up at 3-2. That round, I think, a bit better as well. Admittedly, I thought for the longest time Virtus Pro were playing it to perfection. Again, they were massaging the aggression. They were playing out quite wide towards Tellers and Archives, and then back in their way, out towards Visa, and working their way back through the map as that pressure built up from Ents, even with a potential side stab coming in from front door. Didn't catch anyone. Sure, a couple of shots came on through, but I was like, you know what? They've played this one to perfection. And I imagine there'll be a fair few questions. What on earth happened in that team kill around benches? Like, Pasha was in a comfy spot. I don't know if he's sort of seen something move off towards the side of his screen, panicked and just instantly flicked and shot or what. Because there was no one there to take a gunfight against. He just flat out slaughtered a teammate there. And I wouldn't quite say cost him the round, but definitely been a massive contributing factor to it. Ents now with a spot to be able to go 3-3 that they'll be absolutely buzzing about if they get this round, because they have been considerably weaker, I think, as a team on the attack here compared to attacking on Oregon.
5 seconds to go.
Let's see how it works out in round 6. Let's see if they are able to muscle away an advantage from Virtus Pro and take things in level at least. We've got Frost being brought along by Dan this time, always a worthwhile one to watch. I think just trying at this point 0-5 down, struggling to get into the game, so you know, bringing those operators that can maybe contribute outside of his ability to get into gunfights and get kills. Initially, we're going to have utility already being taken out of things with a Vulcan canister detonated. We've got that's one way of dealing with closet. Send in the fuse chargers. That's going to clear any utility and also prevent anybody from playing inside of there.
Definitely, and I'm looking at this comp again and just thinking it is so execute focused this time around. They're very confident they can get direct towards site. But we've seen this before, Tim. EE1Ds, Grim, Ying. I would argue less so the Fuse and the Blitz, but they're two very good chaos-causing operators. There's a lot they can get done here, I think, as long as they get the players in the right positions, ready at the right, and all pushing at the right time. This could be absolutely beautiful. Shepard just tucked in so tight here. Keeps himself at least safe, but this might be the execution. It might be go time now.
it likely will be. Jack's doing great work on the shield again. How many times have we seen it from him today? Just doing fantastic work with the pistols. Joystick manages to take down Skies. There hasn't been a successful plant yet, and it's because of that work coming in from the Toxic Babe canister. Shepard not only doing that work for his team, but also taking down the difficult blitz as well. 3 versus 3 though, as ENCE have continued to do such a great job of keeping themselves in these rounds when the kills start going down.
Players end careers in that back spot they currently find themselves in. Is he dropping underneath here to try and get rid of Shepard? And you think he knows someone's in behind the back table and he's got the right idea. It's Pasha who's immediately up on there. Just wants to keep himself in a really good spot here to deny a window plant, and he's really playing it to perfection. Have they got an idea at this point, Tim? I think they do. They might just about see him here. A pixel or 2 more would have been enough. But no, the window may now come into play as well. How on earth is he still here?
I have no idea how Pasha has just survived that. He's just showing a great command of that spot, just showing he knows exactly how to play it. But ultimately, the ping comes in, Naquo gets the kill, and there's still so much time. But Dan could be on a big flank.
Oh, I thought for a second they'd find him out there, but no. They're in for the plant. They've got the vertical control. They've got all they need. But Shepard is on a tear, Tim. He's 11-2. Every now and then a game like this comes out, and he nearly had every single one. It's a 1 versus 1. To win it out, to bring it to 3-3, or Dan can hold on to this for his team. There is a bullet to Azox's name here for either of them, and Azox takes it out. A 3-3 half that Virtus Pro will feel hard done by.
What a great final kill from Azox there, just showing some real ability in the quick peeking, managing to locate his man, managing to hit that final shot. And well, and again, they're just showing such a good resilience. As I've said it so many times, when Virtus Pro gets kills, how many rounds can you think of where Virtus Pro have got 3 or 4 kills and just find themselves completely on top of things? Because it's not very often. And along the way, are chipping back at them. They're always finding a little bit of something in return, and it tends to come down to that 2v2, that 2v3. It's always a winnable situation, and ENCE are doing a great job of picking them up and keeping themselves on that front foot going into the defensive half.
I always love watching this execute when it comes in, and just seeing how teams like take charge of very unpredictable situations. Smoke being able to pull out a play like that, for example, for one, is absolutely crazy. But to have to fight over the downstairs, to try and force out Pasha, who's really dug himself in deep, is something else altogether. Hence, they get the 3 rounds that we wagered they probably weren't going to be able to find, given how Virtus Pro were playing when they were 3-1 up. But no, things are drawn all equal. It is a mirror of what we saw back on Oregon, and now we get to see ENCE on the defensive side. This could be a really spicy few rounds.
Yeah, not just a mirror of what we saw in Oregon, but exactly the same as we saw last time these two played Consulate. And they're going to be looking for a better defense this time. Look at the aggression coming straight out for those little peaks. See if we can catch somebody early. They wanting to send a message to Virtus Pro here. Honestly, I feel like that last couple of rounds, Virtus Pro are going to be looking at that thinking, you know, they probably should have won at least 1, if not 2 of them. And ENCE right now, for me, is the time to get aggressive towards them and really put a marker down here. Let them know that, you know, your confidence is up, that you feel like you're in the ascendancy.
But really, this first round, I think, to me at least, is going to set the pace for the rest of this game, or at least this half anyway. As to how things may yet unfold. Jax on the Yokais, as we normally see them on different sites rather than so much on this map. But a few times you might see it downstairs in the basement, but the top floor definitely a little bit of a different one, at least to kick things off. More about that intel and that help that it's giving in the early side out towards the east, realizing there's not a whole lot of pressure coming in on that side of the map, at least for now. And I thought for a second always was going Echo drone hunting. He's going to find absolutely nothing, and Jax is still running around like he owns the place. There's the Yokai. I don't think the shot drone's short. It's robot balls, Tim. It's all taking place on the top floor of Consulate. New arena.
The Yokai coming away with the win on that one for sure. Just going to escape back on into sight. Of course, we know how valuable they can be on the defense, not just for intel, but for those late round denials as well. Joystick sending in the Rotero drones, but I think that one may be being picked up by a mute jammer there. So again, good use of that utility from ENCE coming out on top, doing damage to Dan now as well. Virtus Pro, they look about as lost as ENCE did at times on the attack, Des. They're just not getting themselves established. I don't know where the push is going to come from at the minute. They just don't feel comfortable. They're only just going into admin with a minute left to go.
This feels a lot like classic Virtus Pro though, right? It looks slow. For any other team, 9 times out of 10, they'd be crumbling. But VP just always find a way to get the job done with very little control or very little information at the best of times. Again, down to almost no drones. This is straight up guns up play. They're having to make work here. But do you back them to win some gunfights? Normally, yes. Rykos! That happens to me every single time. Thought for a second we got the Iana in a very precarious position, but no, it was just the Gemini coming out. I need to learn to look at the icon more before I start getting too excited by it.
Surely got to be a...
Oh, what?
I was just going to say, surely got to be around for VP here, but Jax, once again, I've said this, he's had those critical moments, usually with a shield in front of him, but he doesn't even need it this time. Steps out on the Echo, gets a double, and levels up the man count, and then all of a sudden, Ents are in the lead. They've got themselves a crossfire established, and Jax picks up a third for the round, closes it out, and Ents with a successful first defense, take the advantage here, but not just in terms of the score here on Consulate. You feel like they've just taken a big advantage in this matchup. If they're able to lock down another defensive site, they could well win this one in regulation and just take Virtus Pro straight out of the LCQs.
It's just baffling how you can be in a 4 versus 2 and Jax pulls off a play like that. I will say, with remarks, they were low on drones. Information wasn't exactly their strong point. But even then, you know that you've got a massive void between where Shepard's trying to push inside a cubby and you've got the 2 players pushing in through central hallway. It was this moment here where he just gets away with this and absolutely slaughters them. But they're hoping for the best. And this is again where you punish Virtus Pro best, I think, is when the time is running low and they can't afford many mistakes. They're forced into what's ironically you might call, well, what you would call forced errors. They don't have the chance to pause and get on drones and set up perfect angles. You've kind of just got to go for it. And they're very good at getting those kind of rounds over the finish line. But Ents there, Jax especially, has really punished them. A massive 3K from him. Up to 4 and 3 they move. Down into the basement we go. My, Virtus Pro, as you say, Tim, if they career out of the LCQ here, oh my God, isn't that a story?
I mean, if you'd have said to me at the beginning of the stage that's what was going to happen, you know, yeah, I'd have been very, very surprised at that. If you'd have said it to me maybe halfway through the stage, I'd have said, you know what, with the way Virtus Pro are playing and the way things are going, I can see that you might actually be right. And the reason that I say that is because I've got to ask the question, you know, and I'm sure they have put a lot of work in, but what have they done to prevent themselves getting to this situation? I don't feel like this has, you know, just been overnight. They've struggled, you know, over the back end of stage 1 particularly. And I just feel like, you know, have they really done enough to turn this around? Is this that big a surprise?
I think it is, to be honest. They've kept them at arm's length for the most part. They play with more energy, more aggression, as we remarked a few times, and I just think Ents, at least, it's looking like their day to take a 2-0 if things carry on this path. Really, yeah, again, I hate going to individual players at times like this because it's not always down to the individual. But looking back at Dan, he was 14 and 8 on the last map. He's 0 and 7 here. Nearly the same number of deaths. Not a single kill to his name in that period. And sure, Shepard had a great first half. But Shepard's on a much more supportive role now. He's not going to be your entry, tearing stuff up for the rest of the team. Pasha sure is still looking good, but equally in a more supportive role, playing on the Hibana. Who is going to be that commanding entry that is going to make space of Virtus Pro? Because it's not about always getting kills, it's about taking space and really laying down the law. If I was Ents right now, I'd be feeling really comfortable about this. I fancy my chances against entries that really aren't firing on all cylinders this game.
Yeah, and I think they probably are. We'll see just how aggressive they get on these fights. Let's have a little relocate back down into basement. But honestly, I feel like you can just play the time game. You know, we've said it so many times about Virtus Pro. Rykos does get picked up on the top floor there. Not going to find the kill, though. Is able to continue fighting. And are they aware of Neko? I think he just takes a little spray around the corner. Maybe a little bit more trigger discipline. Might have netted him a kill or two there.
It's danger over and over again. You know, you've got players below, players above. Always something working against you. And Dan is down again. Not quite taken out here. But look at this, there's 2 or 3 players from Ents realistically, just constantly trying to backstab. You had Naqo, you had the Kai'Ij, you've got above them as well, just everyone trying to cause a little bit of upset. At least one is removed away, but that ever-present threat is not going anywhere. And sure enough, Rykos is in, gets rid of one, and it's only one. VP should be thankful for that much, but Tim, they haven't got the time to play with. There's 25 seconds on the clock.
Oh, that's it. They haven't dealt with the Roamers, and all they can do now is push onto site. So what's going to happen? The Roamers are going to follow them down and pick them up on the flank. They're going to have to try and go in and do something inside of site here while watching both sides. Dan does get in and start putting that diffuser down. Can he stick it? It looks like he can. 4 versus 4. That is not ideal for ENCE, as they also take the first death in this post plant. Jack's taken out, and Virtus Pro might just have found a way here as Shepard goes big again, puts himself up to 13 kills with a double, and then it's almost certainly over. Look at Rykos' health, 1 HP and a dream. It is literally the definition as he comes around the corner, always picks him up with the shorty, and that is going to be the round for Virtus Pro.
That one, as much as I said, oh, Shepard can't do that. He's on a more supportive role. It's about your entries. He shuts me up. 2 build kits for himself at the close, watching off on that flank upstairs. Otherwise, you lose that vertical, and very good chance there everything turns against you. Reminds me a lot of that round that we had in our earlier series back on Skyscraper, and P4 got 2 kills, holding down that vert entirely by himself. But to give full credit to Virtus Pro, at some point they just say, boys, we've got to go for this. Down yellow, 3 players go flooding towards site. And I did think for a second Jax might be the one to have the long angle on towards the yellow door, but he's having to rotate away, and no one else is in the right position. So I think a really good read on Virtus Pro's side to acknowledge, right, there's 3 players from ENCE. We can crush this one. We've got Alfama to call in, though. He's got some thoughts to share with us, Tim. Let's bring him in.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the way Virtus Pro is playing right now. They are actually coming with the right plan, right? They are bringing intel operators, even in defense. That's what they've done, right? They brought Oryx, they brought Pulse. They wanted to be proactive. And this is why, like you said multiple times, they had no knowledge of where ENCE were, and they actually strategically were winning this. And then they kept throwing away these rounds. And it's the same thing that happens in attack. They set themselves up the right way, they gain a man advantage, and then consistently they give back that man advantage. So what needs to happen right now is to use crowd control operators. They need to bring Jackal, they need to bring Grim, Ying, IQ, intel operators that are going to bring them back that information that they are lacking in the late round, especially to punish the aggression from ENCE.
Thank you very much, Leo, for stepping in and sharing some thoughts on that one. Crowd control operators is what it's calling for there, Tim, and straight away you're seeing the Grim coming out here, most potentially for Shepard. Things will square at 4-on-4 though. Again, so hard to call which way the game goes.
Yeah, maybe not quite enough leaning into that crowd control strategy, but then that being said, ENCE, you know, they had the advantage on the roam last time around. They had a number of players not picked up, or they were picked up but they just couldn't be dealt with. But Virtus Pro said, that's fine, we're just going to go direct to site, and those roamers maybe weren't quick enough to hassle them on the flanks, and they allowed them to get established and get that plant down. And sometimes, you know, as an attacker, that's what you can do, just leave them out in the cold and make it very difficult for them to work their way back. Rykos does manage to pick up a big opener onto Joystick, and look who it is. It's going to be the ace that is gone. That's going to be almost all of their hard breach utility. They've got the 2 hard breach charges on Shepard, but they are surely going to be limited if hard breaching was part of the game plan.
Yes, I mean, thankfully for this site, you don't need absolute buckets of it. A couple of walls being opened up is never a bad thing, and of course, if the hatch upstairs is reinforced, it's also going to work in your favor. But as ENCE have got roamers upstairs, I wouldn't be horribly shocked to see that the hatch has been left open for them to be able to retreat back down towards site once the pressure gets a little bit too hot. Really, it's Pasha that I've got eyes on here as well. He's the one on the Brava. There is a lot for him to take away in this round. We've got the Banshees, we've got the Evil Eyes to snatch away. Those really need to be the main focuses for him. If he can get rid of those off sites itself, then suddenly it becomes a much easier affair for his team to push in. But as it stands, there's Evil Eyes surrounding the whole site. You know, 3 of them on site as well. Not forgetting the Maestro, of course, has 3 of those. It's a lot that you can do with that unless they get taken away, which is normally why when you see Maestro picked up, Brava is almost always brought along in response.
Always has a little wandering through main door, takes a ton of damage and decides, yep, I'm back out of there. And it's because they haven't got that top floor control yet. Maybe just getting a little bit ahead of themselves, Virtus Pro here. You know, you've got to do step 1 before you can move on to step 2. They haven't moved the player above main door, so always takes a ton of damage. Now, that player has been able to escape. ENCE are playing a deeper line, and they're just waiting for this push to come across the top floor. They've got Azox, they've got Naquo, both up there looking to make these challenges. The drone, I'm sure, picked up on the Valkyrie there. Tries to escape, but is completely stuck now. Needs some serious support.
Tab with the iron sights. Really wants to make it happen, but can't find anyone, unfortunately. Azox at least getting a bit of a whiff. what Dan is up to. I think the drone coming in from Pasha really gave himself away there. They had the immediate idea, 2 players ready to take the fight, and sure enough, he's now being hassled and under a lot of pressure. Nothing they can really do to get rid of him outside of committing a C4, but they want to hold on to that one. I expect him for the denial as this one bleeds on, always equally on the side swipe angle, looking to find something, but as of yet, unable to really start a step forward. Sky's now a little bit endangered, isolated out potentially, and he's got to fight his way out of this one.
This top floor clearance just taking too long, friends. Remember, the site is piano and exposition. They haven't got themselves in a position to plant yet. Pasha does manage to pick up Skies after they found him in that corner, backed away. But Jax, Rykos, they managed to find one apiece, and all of a sudden, always Pasha, they've got a serious task ahead of them, and they know where Pasha is coming from. The shots went out, the goo mine does its job, and it's going to be a matter of time till the swing comes in. Azox it is who manages to get that final kill, and that's going to be Ends taking themselves another round, and honestly, they look fantastic in that round. Virtus Pro just never broke down anything that they were trying to do, couldn't deal with that top floor. As you know, Leo picked up when he came in, they need more crowd control, they need to stop these players moving around freely, they need to get them closed out and killed. They were just unable to do it, and that's really starting to punish Virtus Pro. The problem that they've got as well is, at the minute, we're seeing them in that round, like, not deal with those roamers, so they got killed by those roamers and they get moved away. The next problem they've got is they're taking so long to potentially deal with them that even if they win the gunfight, you're back into the old Virtus Pro scenario where they don't have enough time to execute onto site, or it's the last 10 seconds and they've got one shot at it. So again, that's something else that if they do break down the roam game, they then might struggle with the time game. So Ench just setting up roadblock after roadblock.
Really tickled me as I watched that barbed wire and the goo mine go down on the single window, and I was like, surely they get the read into that and deal with it. But no, even that late into the round with 30 seconds left, they're vaulting straight into it. Barbed wire, goo mine pops. I'm just like, you're toast. You're done for this one. But to come back to what we were talking about back on Oregon, it's a similar sort of game plan that we're seeing working. Don't feel like you have to get involved in massive direct engagements with Virtus Pro. Just keep on wasting time. Burn through the drones, force them to use utility. Hold areas of the map that you know are really critical until you're forced to drop away from them. And you know that realistically, when there are 20 seconds on the clock, unforced errors are going to come out of the attackers, and Virtus Pro are going to be the ones paying the bill. Great spot to be in now for Ents, up 5 and 4. Yes, there's still more to do, but you get the sense they are far more in control of this half than Virtus Pro were back in the first.
Yeah, you definitely do. You know, if you think about who feels like they're on top of this game, it is most certainly Ents at this point. And they know what's at stake. It's a big moment for them to get that matchup with Wolves in the semi-final, potential final spot then on the line to get themselves to Manchester. It'd be a huge turnaround for their stage to be at the major, that much is for sure. You know, especially they had a difficult start coming into stage 1 and sort of chopped and changed. We know that they use the 6-man roster, they move players around, and they kind of struggled to find the feet at first. You know, so to be in this position could be massive for them.
Yeah, I don't want to talk down to the guys too much, but they were kind of the free punch, basically, for most teams at the start of the stage. They looked like the freebie that you could pick up 3 points from. They looked like they weren't quite sure or really at the level of many of the tier 1 teams, but to give them full credit to them, they really have warmed into things. And I think in this series especially, although it's close, are really showing quality that they contend with a team. You know, finished top 3, let's not forget, equally at SI. One hell of a game that we had the very, very fortunate blessing to be able to cast, actually. It was incredibly close. Came down to the very last round. You know, Virtus Pro are certainly no slouches, even though it feels like Ents are making them look like, you know, the weaker side in this game. They're the ones that are being bullied around by the French side. And Ents are the ones firmly in control. Now, aggression coming on through. The Ingram really going to start steering some of that forwards. And sure enough, Dan is in with his first kill of the series so far. This massive flood coming in. They've got to deal with the Azami still. Nako coming in from behind as well. Not a clue as to what's going on. Skies gets one back, but the pace is rewarding for Virtus Pro. They're into a 4 versus 3, and Ents are in damage control mode.
I like the teamwork from Virtus Pro there to deal with the Kiba barricade. You know, multiple hits all at the same time so that Nako didn't have the time to react. The plant goes down, kills rain in, and this round is almost certainly done and in the favour of Virtus Pro. Skies half health and an SMG. It's going to be a big ask to try and make his way through here and get something done to reclaim this top floor. But yeah, ultimately, just really aggressive, nice play from Virtus Pro. They got in, they took the opportunity, they cleared everybody out. It was just so much better than we've seen over the last couple of rounds. An absolute beauty of an exit frag from Skies there, but I don't think he's going to get much more than that.
I think honestly off the back of it though, it's promising for Virtus Pro. For all we said about, they're a bit slow, they're easy to punish in that sense, they realized it themselves. And I think bringing along the Ying, the Dakabi and the Grim together is most definitely a way to change that around. Ents didn't have the time to deal with a slow moving behemoth. This time around, they came in at lightning pace and crumbled under the pressure of Virtus Pro. Things all square now at 5-5.
Yeah, you know, as a Virtus Pro fan, you've got to be looking at that thinking, you know, hopefully that they recognize the difference there, that when they play into that roam game, when they play into that slow, steady style, when they play into Ents trying to burn the clock, it doesn't work. When they hit them hard and fast, Ents have got very little answer to it. They didn't stand up to that at all. Like you say, you know, the word you used was crumbled, and I think it was absolutely correct. So, you know, Virtus Pro really need to recognize that that is the case. And just, again, spend the first 30 seconds a minute droning heavily, looking for the opportunity. Where is the crack? Where can we get in through here? And as soon as they find it, they've got to be ready to go.
Where do we go from here, Tim? We've seen slow VP. We've seen fast VP. We've seen very dominant time-wasting Ents. We've seen crumbling Ents. Different flavors across every single round that make it hard to know what to expect round to round as you step into it. So this may well invite a little bit of chaos. It's one of those sites that I look at and just think anything can happen here. It is the split site of Consular. Infamous, you might say, with one site down in the basement, one on the ground floor. Often means a lot of C4s being played. As you can see, there's only a couple in back pocket, but we have got the pulse on side. Somewhat surprised we haven't seen the Maestro coming out as well. Of course, again, 3 cameras, very, very useful for seeing what's going on inside of site itself, and very risky for the attackers to step inside of the room to try and deal with that camera overall. Going to start things off on the downstairs, and Skies has got the right sort of idea, kind of giving Virtus Pro the always treatment. He was the one playing on it earlier on, and it did waste a hell of a lot of time, fed a lot of information over. Skies is looking to do exactly the same back to them.
Definitely a potential risk from Ents here with the defensive side, but I think maybe, you know, you're looking at that and thinking, let's give Virtus Pro something to think about. Let's waste more of that time. If it's a site that they're not familiar with attacking over and over again, maybe they can't just come in and rinse and repeat. Maybe they're not going to move as quickly into the positions that they want to be in. So, you know, that might be playing into the thought process of going to this site. But they do have the IQ on site. That's almost certainly been, after spotting out the Pulse and the Echo, barely a better round that you could bring the IQ, to be honest. Cap can as well, so EDDs to be spotted out short of a Valkyrie. There's not much more that you could wish for, and not bringing the IQ would have been a big misstep, to be fair. But Always has lost a lot of health there. Need to be careful, because that could be some really important utility.
It's more of the trying to trip Virtus Pro, plus they're trying to angle themselves in towards the site here. Pass on the right idea, it turns away at the exact wrong time. Azok's looking entirely the wrong way. A freebie collected by Pasha, and Yellow Stairs is liberated. Virtus Pro now able to start their march across this top floor. Of course, remembering that we are attacking the other side of the map entirely, but dealing with these Romans that have caused a bit of a headache for Virtus Pro across a few recent rounds. Definitely not a bad start.
Yeah, that's certainly one way to get it done. Pick up the Oryx as well, just that ultra mobile app.
You absolute rat.
There you go, Rakosh just keeps himself in by the main door, gets himself, honestly, stand there in ranked, you'll get kills as well. It's a brilliant spot for it.
I think Laxin put a video up about that, wasn't it?
He did actually, yeah, he was led through the door and got like 3 as they came in. Honestly, you will do. You'll get, or if you're going in through main door, make sure you draw on that spot, because otherwise you'll find somebody sat in it. But yeah, great stuff from Rakosh, just to level things out. 4 versus 4, 30 seconds left to go, and maybe that game plan is starting to pay off a little bit. Virtus Pro taking a long time to get into a position to execute here. Dan does get a good kill. Shepard manages to double down on it. Big advantage for Virtus Pro now.
Shepard does walk straight into a captain, otherwise you're staring down the barrel of a 4v2. With the clock at 15 seconds, I'm nervous, because the thing is, Tim Diffuser's down. They can just back off here. Ents can hold the longer angles and let them come running in towards them. They're so terrified of cap cans that they can't make it happen, Tim. It's crumbled before their very eyes. Off the back of a cap can. That'll be enough for Ents to move up to 6 and 5 and series points.
Again, Virtus Pro just struggling with that final time game. You know, and I think it comes back to what I said at the beginning. The site just a little bit unfamiliar on the attack. They weren't as aggressive. They weren't as confident as they were in the previous round, in round 10, where they were able to go in, get into the map quickly, find the crack, go for it, find the kills. it just wasn't something that they did. They got that first one, and then it became that methodical approach again, that methodical clear. It took a lot of time, and like you say, as soon as Ents drop that diffuser, they know what the game plan is, and they step back and just wait for Virtus.pro to filter into them. Great stuff from Ents. They've got themselves a map and series point to go forward to that semi-final against Wolves.
It's where it should really put the pressure on Virtus.pro is realistically they're the ones that have got to up the pace here, up the ante, as we saw a couple of rounds ago. Because this again is a textbook round for the most part, at least I'll give them that. It was a 4v2 to Virtus.pro at one point, but for Ents it was textbook. It's about the time wasting. It's about trying to trip Virtus.pro, whether it was shooting under the castle barricade, for example, inside a lobby, whether it was looking to have someone posted up on yellow stairs to slow Pasha down. And yes, he got the kill anyway, which is the great stuff. But those could have been two moments where Virtus.pro are down 2 members and they've crumbled before the round is anywhere near over. Just what's stronger in this case, Virtus.pro or one cheeky little cap can posted out towards blue? Turns out it's the cap cam.
It's such a...
Step it up, be kicking himself big time.
Yeah, it's just such a time waste. There's such a such a concern, like you say, not wanting to then push too hard after you've been caught out, and a difficult one. No surprise to see the cap cam brought along once again. So final round, it's going to be down to the basement. And again, it's another opportunity for Ents to burn a lot of time, potentially. Rykos just getting maybe caught out with that Dokkaebi call coming in. There's actually nobody over there to hear it, so he is likely going to just keep himself off the radar for the time being, unless they're drawn up there.
I think he was hoping for either a meeting repel or, of course, one to be on the windows as well. And he would have got himself a freebie, but as you say, no one there at the exact moment. So a good thing he didn't throw himself at the window, Tim. Otherwise, those two players hovering around meeting would have happily taken his scalp for free. Now, Necro's the one being droned out early on. Again, only 60 seconds in, and we're already seeing a good amount of utility, info-wise at least, being taken away from Virtus.pro. And always is so wrapped up, so enamored by those cap cans that finds himself taken down for free, and that could beat him the start of the end of Virtus.pro's hopes of making it to Manchester.
Certainly could be. Dan is currently playing on the main breach, hasn't opened it up yet, but is looking for an angle up into Piano, basically just making sure that he's not being peeked down onto from there, which it is an angle that you can get. It's a skinny one, but you know, players at this level are able to take advantage of that. Interestingly, Dan's actually bailed from that. He's going to move himself away. I don't know if he's still concerned about Piano or whether there's maybe been a call of assistance from elsewhere, but with 1 minute 15 left to go, there's still Ents players all over the map. They need to be cautious that they're not leaving sight too light and need to start thinking about getting themselves back, which I think is now the process that they're finding themselves in. But honestly, this has been a great roaming round from Ents.
It has. It's another one of those where when they get to play their game, they get to waste the time of Virtus.pro. They look so damn strong. And Virtus.pro only managed to adapt once. It was back in round 10 when they had that rush come on through, and they looked absolutely brilliant as a result. Round 9, I think it was, actually. But it's when they looked brilliant. They've really caught Ents completely off guard, unable to pull back together, and they crumbled under the weight of Virtus.pro. But since then, it's kind of gone back to the ways of old, and Ents have looked incredibly comfortable. The ones, again, massaging that aggression coming out from Virtus.pro. And yes, now they've lost some vertical control, but I'm worried about these roamers and what damage they can still do. Yes, they're hung back for now, but you know full well they're coming in to bite ferociously, and that's why Pasha is being so wary.
Yeah, I mean, they need to be careful because round 8 was the last time Virtus.pro attacked this, and the Roamers tried to do exactly that and were far too late in doing so and didn't really have the impact that they wanted to. But Nequo steps up, Skies manages to find Dan. He was the one pushing in through the main breach, gets himself another. Pasha does manage to pick up 2 above, but with Shepard down inside of sight, time's going to tick down, and it's going to be Enstes. They're going to take it all. They go one better than the last time they played Virtus.pro on Constellate. This time they take it in regulation, and they march on in the last chance qualifiers to line themselves up a semi-final against Wolves.
And what a game that's going to be. A real French showdown to determine who takes away that spot in the grand final. That'll be the winner of that grand final ultimately that takes away the spot at the major. But Tim, a real solid performance. And again, I want to appreciate that journey that Ents have come on from being that punching bag at the start of the stage to bringing down Virtus.pro comfortably. This could be the start of something really special for them going into the major.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see that they've really settled into their siege here in EUL. You know, big shout out to Skies and Nequo particularly. They've both had a fantastic game tonight. But just the whole Rome game for me, the map management coming in has been great from Ents. It's been a pleasure to watch them tonight.
And I think that's exactly how you beat Virtus Pro as well. As we've mentioned so many times throughout the cast, it's about slowing them down and making use of the clock as your new best friend. We'll go over to the desk. I'm sure they've got plenty to say about this matchup and, of course, to celebrate ENCE's 2-0 win.
Thank you very much, Dez and Ace. And yes, we almost went to a second overtime here in this matchup, but it's ENCE that cross the line and end Virtus Pro's run. VP were #1 in both stages last year in EUL, and here they're not even able to make it out of LCQs into the major. But now the focus is on our winners. And so what a story to make it now into the semifinals of LCQ. Alfama, this is huge for the up-and-coming team.
Yeah, it's huge, and I don't think it was expected either. When you started seeing their debut in the stage, you didn't think they would come to this level. You didn't think they would upset so many tier 1 teams, especially because it was a huge gamble from ENCE actually to pick up these guys from tier 2, right? Yep. And I think they've proved many people wrong. I think especially what really genuinely surprised me is how much they're improving every game, how much they're learning, and how much more versatile they're getting in general, but also in this matchup. I mean, you know, even on this map like this, exactly like Oregon, the first 3 rounds, they struggle hard because they bring slow-paced operators, they bring Monty, they bring Capitao, they try to take things slow. It doesn't work. It doesn't work because in front of them, Virtus Pro is playing aggressive. What do? They completely overhaul the lineup that they bring. They bring exactly the Dog, the Grim, Jackal, Lion, IQ. They bring the Blitz as well. They bring something to be more fast-paced and gaining back the control of the match. And it works. And they did the same in defense as well. They keep changing the pace in early aggression and peeling off. Overall, much more complete team. And they deserve to win this both strategically and also just in terms of pure gunplay.
Now, the fact that they're able to make it like this, Ollie, I think during the stage, I think a lot of people have been applauding Akhdar, the coach, for ENCE to kind of bring them to the spot that they are now. But I have to say, there was a point where we were thinking, hey, this 6-man roster is a huge gamble, even more so than just picking up this team. But it seems like they found their footing and on to the semis. So what do you feel, Ollie, have been kind of the strengths of ENCE through this matchup against a very strong VP?
VP were really good on Oregon. I think that they played a fantastic Oregon, and it again could have gone either way. Both of these games have been very close. Something that VP really lacked on Consular was a performance out of joystick always and down. On the flip side of that, things that ENCE have done particularly well at is they've played as a team. And that's one of the things that we want to highlight and we want to credit going into the interview.
Yep, and of course, we are indeed going into our interview. First of all, congratulations on this massive win, Raikos. How are you feeling today? You've took down VP. Everybody underestimated ENCE, and yet here you are.
Thank you, first of all. Feeling great. We took down VP, yes, but I mean, we did it already 2 times, so it was not a big deal for us.
Very simple and easy. Ollie, all yours.
Very, very casual, Raikos. Obviously, you mentioned there that you've beaten VP already. Obviously, the maps that we played tonight were identical, at least the first 2, to the maps that were played last week. Do you want to talk us through that thought process? Because you guys must have known what you were sort of going for in the map veto for this one.
Actually, we won 2 last week as well, so we keep the same. Actually, I think if you look the game, they tried to fully adapt on our playstyle, but we could adapt reverse, so we didn't change the map pool. The only thing that was strange was the side decision. Like we could took defense on our map choice, and that was it.
Okay, Ollie, you got anything else?
I mean, obviously, from the start of the stage, should I say, you guys came in and you looked a little bit slow. You looked a little bit shaky. It kind of took you a couple of play days to warm up. How's the stage as a whole been from your perspective as a player, coming in on this roster with a roster that's got quite limited experience at Tier 1, and now you're finding yourself only a couple of games away from going to a major?
Actually, every game we take it as an experience, but the beginning of the stage we had a lot of inconsistency, and we have to find the things that work for us, but we still work on it.
I mean, now you go up against Wolves. What do you think we should expect out of that? They've already defeated one French team. What is it now taking down yet another one in ends?
Last time we played against them was actually a very close game. We were really disappointed from ourselves when we lost that game. We'll have to take the revenge, and yep, good luck to them.
Good luck to them. And of course, you'll be playing against Wolves in that semi-final on Wednesday. So for all the fans out there, make sure you're tuning in to catch ENS versus Wolves on a Wednesday, starting time just a bit earlier than what we had today, right? Because again, congratulations today on a massive victory against Virtus.pro. You'll be one step closer to the Manchester Major and your first ever major. We'll see if that dream does come true. Till then, Raikos, see you next time. And here we are here to recap our day with both French teams moving forward. Of course, there were 3 out of 4, so you know it was bound to happen at some point. Alphama, I think today is a great day for the great nation of France with this victory.
Whoop whoop, France for the win. I'm gonna speak with the French accent now. No, I think overall it's well deserved, right? Well deserved from both teams. I think both teams that played better won today. It's also why it's both 2-0s as well. Wolves completely deserve the win versus Make Your Destiny, and I think overall ends like he said it himself. Virtus.pro prepared everything. They changed everything within a week, and ENS was able to come up with a better reverse adaptation on the fly, which says a lot about their evolution throughout the stage. I think when you're able to completely overcome a counter-strat live, usually it's that you're at a great point in terms of synergy.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow. It's actually quite simple because we're going to continue through our bracket and into the lower side of the quarterfinals. Fnatic will take on the Forgotten Days, and we have a lot to say about that game. Don't you worry about it. And after that, the game of mid for many. G2 versus Wild. We'll see if G2 can break it and make it to the major in Manchester, at least get it one step closer, or will Wild prove to be too much of an opponent to go through here in our LCQ bracket. I gotta say, a lot of surprises today, but in a good way. A lot we'll be able to talk about tomorrow, and of course, come Wednesday, when we'll be closing things out in our LCQ bracket and qualifying the 4th and final team from EU to Manchester. Ollie, thank you very much for joining us today. It's been incredible, watching you, on the cast, but of course here on the analyst desk, always a pleasure to kind of share this spot. That is your final day, I assume, for us here on the desk. Alphama, thank you so much for being here. You'll be with me on the desk throughout the next couple of days. We're going to have a lot of fun breaking things down. Tomorrow and the day after, we'll be joined by 2 different analysts, and I think it's time for me to just say it. Jesse and Fresh will be joining us here on the analyst desk, 1 each for the next couple of days. It's going to be a lot of fun as we are used to. Again, Ollie, Alphama, thanks so much. Thank you, of course, to Pace and Des for casting today, our entire production team, and our players for making our day enjoyable as always, and for you at home for watching and supporting your favorites. Until then, we wish you a great night. We'll see you tomorrow for some more EU LCQ. And on the bass drop, we'll leave you with this. Stay safe. Good night.